out. I know that's a part of your week for a lot of you. So that'll be today, live at noon Central. Don't forget, go to rickandbubba.com for all the information about the show. You've got tons of information when it comes to the store, when it comes to upcoming events, and also when it comes to show notes. Some of the bigger stories of the day, there'll be links there. If we ever have guests, that's a good landing page for you right there on our homepage. Also, social links, all there on the homepage, not only for the show, but also individual members of the show. It's all there, rickandbubba.com. Let's bring everybody over in, I should say. It's over to my left, Greg Burgess. To my right is Michael Helms. What's up, boys? How are y'all?
Good to go.
Good to go?
Good
Fired
to go.
up?
Yep.
A little nervous about something.
What you got?
It's been a long time since I have been on an airplane.
Oh,
And I'm not scared of airplanes.
Oh, he's scared a little bit.
Not scared of that.
scared.
What I'm
I'm so
scared
scared.
of
It's
is
the
the
hassle.
process.
Oh,
Yeah.
it's such a hassle.
That's true.
Has everybody got everything?
That's the question.
I don't think I've been on. I can't remember the last time I was on a commercial flight. It's been years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ladies,
that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah. There's
Ladies,
a lot more
everybody-
things been added since I rode.
Yeah. Ladies, everybody hold your ID up before we leave. You know,
Well,
got that? Okay,
and they
good.
got to have,
Oh,
all
yeah.
kinds of documentation.
Sure.
But I'm nervous about that, and I'm nervous about just getting to Atlanta on time.
Mm.
You know what I mean?
That's where you fly
Oh, yeah.
out of?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good night.
So,
Couldn't be worse.
It's,
and that,
it's
this
awful.
this all happens
Because
to-
you're not going by yourself. You got all these.
That's
you got
it.
Oh,
everybody
that's the
with-
difference. Yeah.
Yeah.
and it's early, and I know it. Listen, we're 24 hours away from me even having to worry about this, but that's how much it's on me. Like I can't. That's all I can think about is are we all gonna get on the plane and go together? Who's gonna forget their documentation?
Yeah.
How are we gonna run into traffic on the way?
Yeah,
Are we gonna
yeah.
make it on time?
Right.
I just want to get to about 12 o'clock tomorrow, and then I'll know.
Yes.
Then I can go.
Yeah. It'll be a unique kickoff hour tomorrow. Just on a programming note, Helmsy off tomorrow. Greg's off tomorrow. He's got to get his mom to an appointment, and so it'll be me and Adler on the kickoff hour. And Adler's been gracious enough to say, "Yeah, I'll come in and play a little bit." So he'll come in early, and we'll cover the kickoff hour. And then Rick and Bubba will join us after that. So that'll be tomorrow.
Yeah.
Be
A little different look.
Little different look, but it'll be fun. We'll have a good time together. But I don't know. Sometimes Adler, I mean, he feels free in there. You never know what's going to happen.
Is he going to do it from in there, or is he going to come in
Yeah,
here?
he'll probably just stay right there. That'll be fine. I would think, but he could come in here. I don't know. We hadn't gone that far. I just asked him if he could.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I kind of like to see him sitting over where Greg's sitting.
Yeah, why not? Come in here and relax, buddy.
Yeah.
You ain't got to punch
We
your
can lift the
buttons.
chair up.
Yeah. Oh,
Craig.
See, there you go.
You being me.
There you go. He's doing a favor for us, and you
Look, I like
you
having
can't help
fun with
it.
the guy.
Yeah. All right, so that's
Yeah.
that's just a little programming note, but that's there for you. So yeah, good luck tomorrow. Helmsy takes the Lady Gamecocks on a flight, and so he'll be off Thursday and Friday. You know, you mentioned something, and they're rolling it now. I'm just seeing footage. You said Bryce Harper hit 3 home runs, and one was a grand slam last night.
Yeah, he capped off the night with a grand slam.
You know, I know it's this front that came through last night that brought a lot of severe weather with it. It brought some wind with it, and I've talked about the wind, it's kind of a little bit more chilly today, maybe just a little bit. But I forget that up north it's still cold.
Yeah.
And all these baseball games when everybody's in turtlenecks and
I couldn't even
freezing.
I couldn't even see Acuna Jr. last night in the outfield. He had everything covered up.
Yeah. Are they still in Chicago playing the White Sox?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
They
and
lost.
I saw one of the umpires. I've never seen. It wasn't a turtleneck.
That's
like,
the Grandy.
Ooh. It wasn't like a turtleneck, like it's just a regular turtleneck. One of these umpires, he had on one of these fluffy things like you go hunting with.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And all you could see was like his nose and his eyes.
That's the way it was last night
can't
with
believe
Acuna Jr.
yeah.
You know, they're so ready for that.
I know.
Yeah. It's
Cold.
just
Baseball and cold is a bad mix.
it is.
Zero.
And it's April, and so it's going to be cold for a little bit longer. So they have maybe 2 weeks or so of hey, I'm cold, but it is miserable. It's a miserable sport to be
supposed-
playing in cold weather.
Wasn't there like a snowstorm in New York or something?
Yeah, I think
Or
so.
that was predicted.
That's kind of what I was,
Yeah.
pointing towards is that you forget that half the country
Yeah.
is still pretty cold.
Up north, it was chilly yesterday.
Yeah.
Like real cold.
Yeah, and the Yankees had a chance to have their best start, I think, since 1992 and go 6-0, but they got beat last night by the Diamondbacks. So that kind of spoiled their start, but still a good one. But the Yankees, it's just weird that baseball is here, and for those of you that give a rip, but that system that came through the Southeast is now kind of hitting the East Coast, and so all of you that are listening in that area, you know what that's about. But I kind of paid attention a little bit last night. Reese had to come drive down for his school that he goes to once a week, and so he had to drive from Huntsville to Birmingham and take a test, and he was getting back. So we were paying attention to the radar because he was kind of right in the middle of it all. But other than that, where we live, things seem to be fine. But I understand that those around us were hit with some severe weather. So hope all is okay. But that's kind of an update from yesterday. But, yeah, last night I just decided, okay, I think I'm all right. I'm going to bed.
That's what I did. And believe me, if it had been bad weather, Lisa would have woke me up.
Yeah,
she likes to wake me up and tell me that the weather's bad.
Your radar, you mean?
Oh, yeah. So I have a weather radio, but I don't need it.
Yeah.
So she never woke me up, so I got up to leave this morning. I guess didn't look like a whole lot happened outside.
Yeah, well, our weather radio is Jack. So we look at our dog, and if he's like, and like freaking
wanting
out,
to go out into the storm.
Right, then we know, honey, it's approaching.
Yeah.
But we got out ahead of it yesterday, and so he was a little bit more calm yesterday.
Okay.
The prescription that
dope him up a little bit.
that the vet gave us for situations such as that. We started early. Terry said, "I'm getting ahead of this," and he was very calm and relaxed.
Preemptive strike.
He slept and hung out on the,
Yeah,
so I think everything was a little bit better. At one point, it looked like just a pile of blankets and stuff were just on the floor, but he was underneath them. Terry had him a little bed laid out.
Felt safe.
I felt like I'd lost my man card just a little bit, but she was happy. Everybody was happy, and so
you didn't have to deal with him.
No. We have last night, I guess, Mike Tyson appeared on Sean Hannity and started talking about his fight. And we have some audio video of that. It's precious, as he admitted that he does things he's scared to do. He goes, I know that's weird, but it's not weird for me. I embrace things I'm scared of. He goes, and right now I'm scared to death of the fight. But as it gets closer, I won't be scared anymore, and I'm invincible.
I got predictions.
I'm invincible.
Predictions here. Yeah. We got the hype. Yeah. Obviously, we're all remembering Mike in his prime.
Right.
We even seen a few videos of him sparring now or working, whatever. Mm-hmm. Is it going to be not live up to the hype? Is it either A, he's going to look old, and it's just going, there's not going to be a lot of action, or is he going to get knocked out, or is he going to knock out? I don't know which way it's going to go here. Because again, we're buying the hype, but Mike's, it's good shape as he looks like he's in. Your body. Mm-hmm. He's not Iron Mike.
He talked about his workout day, where he starts and how he works out throughout the whole day. And there seems to be more concern is Jake Paul getting ready. Is he going to be ready for what Mike Tyson gives him? Now, Jake Paul has come out, and, you think the pre-fight stuff, they're going to talk trash. He's like, oh, no, he's the greatest of all time. He's the most feared man in the ring.
Yeah.
And I want to be the champion, and so to get to him, I want to fight the best that there ever was. In his mind, that's what he has said. So.
In his prime, he referred to himself as the baddest man on the planet, and I think he may have been.
Yeah.
I don't. How we exaggerate and we hype. I really think he may have been.
Yeah, I agree with that.
He was something.
And as only Mike Tyson would say it, he said, I'm not fighting the little 16-year-old that was dancing around.
That's true.
He's a different man now.
I just don't know whether it's going to be a disappointment, whether they're going to stay away from each other, not a lot of action.
As excited as we are, it'll never live up to
I think that favors Paul.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
And I don't know how many rounds. Are they going 10, 12? What are they doing?
I don't know, but for Mike Tyson to win it, it's got to happen quick.
There's no way.
I would say 5 or less rounds.
I got to maul him. I'm going to maul him. It's got to be quick.
Yeah, he's going to get tired.
Yeah. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Something's up. You can't quite pinpoint it, but you can't deny it either. All you have to do is trust your gut. Now listen to it and prepare with My Patriot Supply at preparewithbubba.com. Since 2008, My Patriot Supply has helped millions of American families prepare for the uncertain future. Many of them choose 3-month emergency food kits sealed inside ultra-durable 4-layer packaging. These ready-hour meals last up to 25 years in storage. Stock up on all the food kits your family needs at preparewithbubba.com. Each kit, $200 off, and they'll ship fast and free. Find the link at rickandbubba.com. The people of Israel need help, and we can all make a difference through Ma'oz Israel, a respected Messianic Jewish organization that believes in Christ just like we do. This top-rated charity has over 50 years in operation. The atrocities of war and its pain will last for years. Emergency war relief is needed to help folks regain hope, rebuild lives, have food, medical supplies to survive, even needs for children in school. Make a difference now by going to israelneedsme.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Helix Sleep does it again with an innovative kids mattress made to flip. Why? Well, the firmer side is great for younger kids when they need more spinal support to aid proper development of their growing bodies. You simply flip it over when they're a little older, around 8 to 12 years old, when they want the softer side for sleep. Handcrafted and assembled right here in the USA, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders, including the kids mattress. Go to helixsleep.com/Bubba. helixsleep.com/Bubba. Patriot Mobile offers the same dependable nationwide coverage we all want, accessing all 3 major networks, but without funding agendas you don't agree with. Switching sends the message you support free speech, religious freedoms, our Constitution, as well as our military, veterans, and first responder heroes. Their 100% USA-based customer service team makes switching easy. You can keep your number, keep your phone, or you can upgrade. Your choice. Check them out at patriotmobile.com/Bubba and get free activation, or find the link at rickandbubba.com. There's a popular saying out there, health is wealth, and folks, I couldn't agree more. If you're dealing with everyday aches and pains, I want to tell you about Relief Factor, a daily drug-free supplement developed by doctors. It's not just a pill that masks pain. Relief Factor uses a unique formula of natural ingredients that work together to help reduce or eliminate pain. Try their 3-week quick start kit for only $19.95. Go to relieffactor.com or call 1-800-4-RELIEF. You can also find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Debt keeps you tossing and turning at night. You can't get away from it. Insanely high interest credit cards and loans make it nearly impossible to pay off your debt. There's a new way out of the debt trap, Pivotal Debt Solutions. Pivotal Debt Solutions can cut or even eliminate interest. They can find programs to write off your balances. They find every solution possible to end your debt. Before you do anything, contact Pivotal Debt Solutions first. Talk to them for free. Find out how fast they can help you get out of debt. Just visit zapmydebt.com. That's zapmydebt.com. When was the last time you checked your home's title? Is it still in your name? Fox News reported on a growing, devastating crime called house stealing. The titles to all our homes are easily found online. A criminal, a renter, or even a family member simply forges your signature on a home sale form and refiles as the new owner. Bam, your home is not in your name. Has some criminal taken over your title? Find out with a free comprehensive scan of your home's title and 30 days of legendary home title lock protection when you go to HomeTitleLock.com and use the promo code Bubba. Springtime is all about fresh air, freshly clean homes. It's also the perfect time to give a fresh look at Simply Safe Home Security, the only home security system we use and recommend. The system blankets your whole home in protection. It has sensors to detect break-ins, fires, floods, and more. Get 20% off any new Simply Safe system when you go to simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com for 20% off. Also, find the link at rickandbubba.com under sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe. A wave of concern is washing over America. Recent studies reveal that an astonishing 56% of our fellow citizens report feelings of anxiety or dread about the upcoming presidential election. Hey, this is Rick. This is why we're standing with AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens. Now listen, AMAC is more than a senior discount organization. During these challenging times, they fight for common sense and hope our nation returns to traditional American values. Now, as an AMAC member, we're not only going to enjoy money-saving benefits, but also the AMAC magazine, free Social Security and Medicare advice, a trusted voice in Washington, and a community of like-minded patriots who love this country. Take advantage of this election year special, 4 years for $30, and be part of the solution over the next 4 years by becoming an AMAC member. You're strengthening a movement dedicated to preserving the principles we hold dear. Join now, amac.us/Bubba. That's amac.us/Bubba. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com.
the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, it is 21 minutes past the hour. We thank you for being with us, and emails are coming in. Please get Adler in the number 2 seat tomorrow during the kickoff hour, as Helmsy and Greg will be off, and so I will attempt that. I will beg Adler to please sit in the 2 seat. That will be something that will be fun for tomorrow. Hey, the numbers are in. The women's NCAA basketball game, Iowa and LSU, they're saying is the most watched women's college basketball game ever, with an average of 12.3 million viewers that tuned in to watch Caitlin Clark and her 41-point game. It says the 2023 championship game between the two of them last year averaged 9.92 million viewers, so they beat that. And it ran a list here, and we sent it to Adler of the things that it beat, it's quite a list.
It is. It's kind of shocking, really.
Yeah, and so don't look down at women's basketball, because it was beating some football games that we all love as far as just viewers, but it was a much anticipated game. 12.3 million viewers.
It drew more than the World Series.
Mm-hmm.
It drew more than the NBA Finals in 2023.
How about that? But now, then it goes back to normal after, they quit playing. But it's still good.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's a good step in the right direction.
Yeah. Right. You couldn't help it, could you?
What?
You just had to say that.
Well, I mean, that is a good stats we're getting.
We can't just celebrate.
They're not
things,
going
can
to
we?
maintain that.
I knew he was going to find something.
Well, they're not going to maintain it.
I know.
Which is fine.
Yeah.
I mean, they've reached something that's never happened. So,
Right.
good deal. But let's don't calm down.
Do you think it was the Iowa LSU rivalry that did this, or more Caitlin Clark?
I think a little of both.
Angel Reese, Dirty Debutantes,
Well,
all that.
I think-
you think all that played in.
If it was just Caitlin Clark, she still would have drew a pretty good audience, but not as big. I think who they were playing.
The reason I asked that is because the next game they play UConn, who also has one of the best players that is awesome, and a coach that's won I don't know how many national titles.
They won't beat this.
I would think it'll be
a good one.
6-8 million.
But
maybe.
Maybe so. But back to what you just said, I think her and Angel Reese, all that controversy and leading up to all the trash talking and all that.
She brings a lot of
here's the
publicity.
rematch from last year, that kind of thing. I think that the hype around that is what causes this.
She brings a lot, but then you just mix that with it. Big deal.
Yeah, well, I know for me, I came in late. I turned the TV on. It just happened to be the last thing I watched was ESPN. I'd forgotten all about it. It was on ESPN, and when I saw it, I went, I'm going to watch the rest of this. And it was towards the end, but I sat down and watched it because I never had really, to be honest with you, I've seen highlights of Caitlin. I've never really seen her. Or I'm going to watch her play.
Yeah.
And how about if she wants to shoot, she'll just shoot.
Yeah.
Very. I told you, it's very Steph Curry-like. I mean, she'll just stop and shoot. Doesn't matter where she is.
Did they draw more than the lingerie bowl? You ever seen that on television?
So you compared it to that.
I know. He can't help it.
Coach Gino at UConn had a funny one yesterday because he's been saying that Paige Beckers, his player, is the best player in the country right now.
Said, I don't even know who that is.
And he said yesterday, he goes, now listen, I've been saying she's the best player in the country, but y'all need to understand something. Caitlin Clark is the best player of all time. And one of the reasons I'm saying that is I don't want her to drop 50 on us. I don't want her to take it personal like she did against LSU.
Yeah, true.
It was he didn't word it exactly like that, but it was funny.
That's good. All right, so staying with that, now we got the Louisiana governor that feels like he has to speak out. He has called for athletes to be stripped of scholarships if they avoid the national anthem after LSU's controversy. He said it's a matter of respect. Jeff Landry believes athletes should lose their scholarship for avoiding the national anthem. And, of course, LSU Tigers, the women have drew heavy criticism because there was footage that the national anthem was snubbed, but then the head coach says, hey, well, wait, we were in the locker room. It's what we do. It's part of our routine. I didn't want to know when the anthem was played. It's not like we turned it down. We were just in the locker room. But others go, well, no, you always do it. It is a matter of disrespect. Who knows? I don't know. But now the governor feels like he has to say something. So because even LSU fans are upset that they did that. So, but if they've always done it, they've always done it. That don't make it right. But on a bigger stage, we just gave you the numbers of viewers. Now more people have noticed it, and they don't like it.
Guys, we have football games that go on every, Saturday, and where teams don't even come out for the anthem. I don't understand why this is a big deal. If this is something they've always done, that's kind of their routine. They're not avoiding anything. I mean, I don't understand why we get so upset about things like this.
Now,
if what? Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Now, most people, when we went through the kneeling, they would announce, "I'm protesting."
Right.
That's different.
That is different.
Hey, I'm protesting this. Well,
right.
We can be critical of that.
Yeah, absolutely.
100%. They wanted you. They wanted you to know why they were doing it.
If Angel Reese and Coach Mulkey came out today and said, "Hey, listen, we didn't stand for the national anthem because we don't believe in what's going on in this country," then I got an issue with that.
Yeah.
A big-time issue.
And most people that are making that statement will publicly say, this is why we did it.
But this happened. We were picking on LSU because it was 12 million viewers, and we got people watching this that had never watched a basketball game, and they think they got to say something about it. And half of you, we don't care about your opinion. And then it happened with South Carolina. Why are we not jumping on them? It's the same exact thing.
Or
happened 2 days ago with another team, and we're not mentioning that. So I don't get why we just do this, get all bent out of shape over little things like this.
Yeah, like I say, if the people that were kneeling before, they wanted you to know why.
Absolutely,
and we were critical of them, and I would be critical of them now.
Yeah, and if the governor of Louisiana thinks this is a big deal, then you need to do for every sporting event that goes on in your state. You need to require teams to be out there.
Yeah.
Period. Do that.
They will.
Don't pick on a women's basketball team that has done this the whole time because it's their routine. And maybe that's Mulkey's way of going, I just don't want to deal with all. Maybe there are some behind the scenes with the dirty debutantes.
Maybe she said, well, we're not going out.
And she says, hey, some of you are going to go out there and some of you are not, and I'm not dealing with that, so I'm going to set the clock for our team so we don't have to deal with it as a team. That may be what she's doing. I don't know. But calm down, people.
Yeah, if that's the case, then that's what she needs to say. But she is saying that she didn't even know when it was played. That's just part of their routine. She's acting like she was clueless as to when the anthem was played.
Well, she may be protecting her players, and I get that too. But
it's just
she's a controversial figure anyway. She was like that at Baylor. She's like that here, and there's a reason why people are going at LSU with the dirty debutantes and. They always talk about the way she dresses. I don't know if y'all seen her fashion statement she makes on the court.
No, I haven't.
It's funny. Like so there's always been a lot of talk around her. But I don't know. Until somebody says that we're protesting the anthem in America, it's going to really be hard for me to get up in arms about them missing the anthem. When other teams do it all the time.
Yeah.
And other conferences do it.
If you were, and like I say, if they're protesting, they're not good protesters because they're acting like they're not.
Right. Yeah.
They're not making a stand at all.
That's my point. She's saying they were just they were clueless. They didn't know when the anthem was played. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Hey folks, Rick here. Something's up, something big. You can't quite pinpoint it, but you can't deny it either. All you have to do is trust your gut, listen to it, and prepare with My Patriot Supply at preparewithbubba.com. Since 2008, My Patriot Supply has helped millions of American families prepare for the uncertain future. Many of them choose 3-month emergency food kits with 22 food and drink varieties. There'll be no food boredom. With over 2,000 calories per day, there'll be no starvation. And sealed inside ultra-durable 4-layer packaging, these ready-hour meals last up to 25 years in storage. 25 years. Stock up on all the food kits your family needs at our special website, preparewithbubba.com, and you'll get each kit for $200 off. Protect yourself, protect your people. Get your kits at preparewithbubba.com. They'll ship fast and free. Go to preparewithbubba.com. Each kit is $200 off for you. You can also find that link by going to rickandbubba.com. Rickandbubba.com. Look under the sponsors button. You saw the Fox News story on house stealing, right? When's the last time you checked your home's title? Is it still in your name? Fox reported on a growing, devastating crime called house stealing. You better protect your home's title from scammers and identity thieves who could take over your home's title and wipe you out financially. The titles to all of our homes are easily found online. A criminal or a renter, even a family member, simply forges your signature on a home sale form and refiles as the new owner. Bam, your home is not in your name. Don't think your homeowner's insurance or common identity theft programs protect you. You need Home Title Lock, and they're our choice. Home Title Lock is the premier detection technology that protects your home's title. The instant they detect activity or something suspicious, they mobilize to help shut it down. Has some criminal taken over your title? Find out for free with this offer. You'll get a free comprehensive scan of your home's title and 30 days of legendary Home Title Lock protection. Go to HometitleLock.com, use the promo code BUBBA, or visit rickandbubba.com. Resolving to eat healthier this year? That was easy. Actually doing it? Not so easy. That's where Field of Greens comes in. Better nutrition is a key to health and longevity, and a healthy diet could even help you avoid health risks that run in your family. Field of Greens is your healthy superfruit and vegetable habit. It's the only fruit and vegetable product that literally promises better health at your next checkup. Your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. Do your vitamins or green drinks promise better health? No. I love this stuff and definitely feel healthier taking it. Each superfruit and vegetable in Field of Greens was doctor selected for a specific health benefit. Some support your heart, lungs, and kidneys. Others support metabolism for healthy energy and weight loss. If you're resolved to get healthier in 2024, it starts with Field of Greens. And we got you a 15% off first order with free rush shipping. Visit fieldofgreens.com, use the promo code BUBBA for 15% off. Or go to rickandbubba.com, find the link under sponsors.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy-bitsy speck of food out, and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. Folks, seeing what's happening in Israel is very upsetting. And now thanks to our relationship with Ma'oz Israel, a respected Messianic Jewish organization that believes in Christ just like we do, together we can make a difference. This is one of the top-rated charities you'll find out there with over 50 years in operation. The people of Israel need help, and together we can do just that. Go to IsraelNeedsMe.com. Lives are being destroyed in Israel by the horrors of terrorism, and now world pressures that are impacting so many people. People have been hunted down on the streets, kidnapped, slaughtered in their homes. Soldiers, women, elderly, children, entire families, innocent lives are shattered. With communities in despair, emergency war relief is needed, and we're asking you to check out IsraelNeedsMe.com and join us to make a positive impact. The atrocities of war and the pain it's creating is going to last for years, but in our own small way, we can help folks regain hope, rebuild their lives, and have the necessary food and help they need. Go to IsraelNeedsMe.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another.
All right, 25 minutes till top of the hour. Thank you so much for hanging out with us here during the kickoff hour. So this is kind of a funny story with Aaron Rodgers. Everybody knows that he started the season off. Do y'all remember last year that for the New York Jets, I mean, here they go. They've got all the hype,
Oh, my
What
God.
a scene that night.
I mean, he
He
comes
had the
out.
flag.
He's
He's talking
got
about
the
loving on
flag.
America.
Good
Like
night.
everybody was loving on America that
Right
night.
What
up
a
till he
night.
went out.
And he tore his Achilles during their first offensive series of the season. And there
Very
is
first series, guys.
Yeah, I know.
He's just ran on the biggest. Him going there was the biggest story all during the offseason.
Hard Knocks behind it. Every. I mean, there was hype.
Here he comes with the flag.
Yeah,
and he goes one series, he's out.
I think it wasn't at the third snap.
I think it was.
Some figures are out now on what he earned last year, because NFL has a performance-based pay system, and because of him only making it a couple of snaps, he earned $81. $81. He has done real well for himself. I think we all know that, but he has made signed a $37.5 million salary with the Jets, but the pay system gives incentives based on the amount of time played and base salary. So he has a $37.5 million salary last season, but only participated in 0.33% of the Jets snaps last season. So based on that, it's 4 snaps to be correct. Then he earned the NFL low $81.14 through the league's performance-based system.
But he got his salary, so I think he's going to be all right.
Yeah, that gives Rodgers the total quite the opposite from like a low-earning player who was on the field for many of the team's snaps. But it's just funny. It's the $81 is just getting some attention.
High.
Yeah.
I think they paid him too much in the incentive. I don't think he played $81 worth.
Y'all,
I guess for bringing the flag on the field, he got $81.
I got to tell y'all, I felt so. Even if you're not
made up story,
if you're not a Jets fan, that when he went down, they went straight to the head coach's face, and he's sitting there going,
"Couldn't believe it.
What has you? That is the ultimate. You can't have nothing.
Zach Wilson can't find his helmet.
Have nothing." Yeah, Zach didn't think he was going in. He's like running around, where's my helmet?
Millions of people across America became Jets fans because of Hard Knocks.
Yeah.
Fell in love with that team and ready to go. And then that night it was special when they brought out that flag.
Yes.
And
it didn't last long, but it was special.
Everything about that night was special.
Hey,
all of a sudden,
I got to tell you this. I was watching. Yes. We were all paying attention.
Yes.
And when he jumped up, everybody was going, walk it off. You know how you amp up and you walk it off? And it couldn't walk
he knew
it
immediately.
Guys.
He said, this is not
so
good.
Is he healthy now? Is he going to be fine?
Yeah, they now look, all the preseason stuff, you know how much that means. But they're like, they're going to win their, so the hype is there. Because, if you think about it, they had a good defense. I mean, because on Hard Knocks, they talked about the defense. That's all I know. I was watched Hard Knocks. But I'm not breaking down the defense, but they had a pretty good front. I mean, and so they were like, they could do something here.
I didn't follow them to really know, but, yeah, you talk about just –
yeah. But anyway,
that's another thing. Everybody was like, quit. The hype was gone. And not very good. So what'd they end up? It wasn't great. So.
No, it wasn't. But he earned $81 through the NFL's performance-based pay system.
Well, I'm
so there you go.
Invest that. Golly, that was just crazy.
That was insane, man.
How about the whole stadium full of people that look on their face?
Oh yeah. It went from excitement to quiet.
I mean,
what has just happened?
I don't think I watched another down.
You know what? I did. Hey, you ready for this one too? All the face painting people. I love the face painting people. But they're on the rail of the bottom. Hey, look, and all of a sudden he's painted up, and he's all just, I'm talking about shining. And all of a sudden he sits down. I remember seeing that guy. He's like, what has just happened?
We've talked about it before. There's nothing worse than when you're all painted up and either something like that or your team's just getting hammered and they put the camera on you. You look stupid when
because the paint's still there.
Yeah, and you got this look on your face. That's just a bad call. You better hope. If you step out and dress the part, you better hope the team plays well.
Have y'all ever painted your face for an event? That doesn't surprise me.
Well, I mean, this was a paid deal. When I was a stadium guy for the Titans, they painted me up like a helmet.
That's a good one.
And I got to tell you, it looked like I was wearing a helmet because I'm bald, and so I mean, they look. Hey, chin strap across the face. Everything.
Have you got any pictures of that?
I don't know if I do or not. I'm sure. I think I do somewhere. Hey guys, look the Titan logo right here above my ear on both sides.
How'd you get it off?
It was awful. They claimed. It was part of a pre-game event on game day, right outside Titan Stadium. They had this huge tailgating area.
Oh yeah,
and the face painters were all out there. hey, Speedy, we want you to go out there, make an appearance and all this kind of stuff, and we want you to get all painted up. And then, so when you're on the Jumbotron or the Titantron, all the whole game, you're seeing.
And he was bringing the excitement while painted up.
Yeah. And so, I'm like, hey, I'm in. I don't want to be that guy. I was like, no, I'm not doing it.
No, you got
so I'm like, okay, I'm in. I'm in. And they're like,
I'd have been that guy.
Hey, they're like, hey, man, it's easy to get off. Don't worry about this.
That's what they say.
This is what you do. This is, okay. And everybody else is like just getting, like tiny little things on the cheek.
You talking about logos on the cheek?
Yeah. We're getting paintbrushes out. I mean, it is. If you see a Titans helmet, that is me.
I need a picture.
All right. And and what it was funny too is the face mask that went across and over my mouth. But but yeah, so then I'm on the first hit on the Titantron. Best seats in the house. This is where we'd move people to the recliners in the corner of the end zone, and they'd be up in the nosebleed in the 300 section. We'd go way on up there, and that was my first hit. Normally, it was the first or second time out of the game,
and there you were.
There I was, looking like a helmet.
And at one point, you forgot that you had it on.
Oh yeah. Until I tried to get it off.
I bet it took a few days. You had to go. There's another spot.
And not only that, but okay, so you get it off your head. But then all the paint crumbs, now they're all in your chest, and they're sticking to your arms and stuff. And every time I see people that are painted up in college games and all that, I'm thinking, man, how long? Because, a lot of these students, they'll go like they're painting chest and arms and everything.
It's unreal.
I'm thinking, how in the world are they getting all that off?
What about the Georgia Bulldog guy that gets the bulldog on his bald head every week? I mean, that's...
And the ones that they wear the shoulder pads and they're all out there. I mean, spikes. You think of your college football team, and normally the student section on the front, they're painted up.
So back to Helms' question.
Yeah, that's it.
I've never as a fan. No, man, I got to paint up for the night.
I have never done that.
I think I got one little something with Maddie or Caroline one time, like at a carnival.
Yeah, like on your cheek or something,
like right here.
Yeah.
And I hated every second of that.
But they wanted you to do it.
But they wanted us to do it.
You know, Greg, I could see us getting pulled in. The grandkids wanting us to do something.
Absolutely.
Yeah. That would be the only other time.
My dad used to sit in the floor while Chandler put pigtails on his head and stuff, put his hair up in bows and all that.
You do a lot for those
grandkids.
Yeah. So I won't say never. Ever, because you never know, especially in a situation like that.
I can vouch for this and say this: there will never come a point in time between now and my death that I ever paint my face all around for an event, for a sporting event.
No, just because I'm going to it and want to support.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
That
and if
will
that's
never
your thing,
happen.
That's fine.
Oh, yeah.
It's just not worth the effort.
I'm not going. I'll never do that. Never do that. Not unless there's a check involved.
Well, no, that always changes.
And it's going to have to be a pretty steady check for me to do that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Either that or a grandkid go, Pops, will you paint your face?
Yeah.
If a granddaughter,
I could see that.
if a granddaughter asks me that, then yeah. But a grandson, I'm turning him down.
I don't know.
Depends on how old.
It's easier. It's easier.
Depends on how old he is.
Well, we got one, so you're saying that until you have one.
I can say really quick to the boys, no.
Like I said, I got two of each.
Yeah.
So well, I'm either way. One of them's gonna ask.
The girls will melt that heart, man.
But much respect to you face painters and those of you that are all in it. And maybe you've got a system, and Speedy, you didn't use the right thing to get it off. It's not that hard. Got it. And maybe I was half listening, and that's a chance that I'll give you that too. But the person that was doing the painting, they said this is how you get it off, and so I thought
better be some hot water involved.
And you're right. The one little cheek thing. Okay,
that's it.
You can talk, but like you said, these people that like what happened to you and that are dedicated. What happened to Speedy, I understand because it was part of the job.
Yeah.
But these people that
I think about the paint on your chest, and you got to deal with painting now in your chest hair.
Yeah, these people that paint their whole body.
I mean, goodness,
so
it's not a fun ride in the shower later.
All right, so I got to tell y'all this is a funny story because this happened this past weekend up in Huntsville. My mom asked if I could do something around the house, and I did, but it involved some spray paint.
Oh no!
And it got on me. And anyway, let me tell you about this because to y'all's point, not being able to get anything off, and then how it gets all over your body. I thought I'd got it all, but I didn't.
Oh, yeah.
I'll update
Somebody
you here.
pointed out.
Oh, did they?
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Okay, if you're facing $10,000 or more in credit card debt, medical bills, or other unsecured debt, or struggling to make monthly payments, you need to know there are special services available right now that can significantly reduce what you pay each month by 40% or more. And that means if you qualify, you could save hundreds of dollars every month. Most people don't know that these services are available to help Americans with overwhelming credit card debt get significant savings and immediate financial relief without filing bankruptcy. That's why Accredited Debt Relief was established, and they've established a special hotline for you to call and learn what savings you might qualify for. They've helped consumers pay off over $1 billion in debt. They're A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau. So don't wait. Get the relief you need. The information's free. So call the Accredited Debt Relief Hotline now, 1-800-885-3500. 800-885-3500. Program and services not available in all states.
Oh, honey, it's our favorite leaf filter trusted pro, Matt. Matt, come in, come in.
Hi, Mrs. Sparks. You wanted me to stop by? Is everything okay with your leaf filter gutter protection system?
Okay, of course, silly. We wanted you to stop by for dinner as our way of thanking you.
Yes, to thank you for that free gutter inspection, the free estimate, and what was the other thing?
That lifetime guarantee.
Well, Mr. and Mrs. Sparks, those are just Leaf Filter's policies. Everyone who calls Leaf Filter gets a trusted pro to come out for a free gutter inspection and estimate. And every Leaf Filter installation comes with a lifetime guarantee.
So it's not just us?
No, sir. We don't want anyone to worry about clogged gutters ever again.
You mean everyone gets this level of service?
Everyone. They just need to visit leaffilter.com/WWO to schedule their free inspection.
Okay, but you must be starving. You work so hard.
Ready to love your gutter protection as much as we do? Visit leaffilter.com/WWO and get up to 30% off today.
See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin. $5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code WORK to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code WORK for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code WORK for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
There's a popular saying out there, health is wealth, and folks, I couldn't agree more. Some of you may be living with everyday pain. Now, this can affect so many parts of your daily life. I mean, it can affect the mood, your sleep. What about missing out on activities? Our friends at Relief Factor offer a natural way to relieve that pain. It's 100% drug-free. Developed by doctors, Relief Factor uses a unique formula of natural ingredients to help reduce or eliminate everyday aches and pains. Now, unlike pills that just mask the pain for a short time, Relief Factor helps support your body's natural response to inflammation, so you feel better all day, every day. Over 1 million people have tried Relief Factor, and here on our team, several of us have tried it. So let's get you a special deal, and let's see if we can help you too. Go right now and see if Relief Factor can work with you with their 3-week quick start kit that's only $19.95. Now, this is a great price to try it out for 3 weeks. You'll know in 3 weeks. You will feel the difference and know it works. You can also find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Debt, keeps you tossing and turning at night. You can't get away from it, but the truth is the system is designed to trap you in debt. Insanely high interest credit cards and loans make it nearly impossible to pay off your debt. There's a new way out of the debt trap, Pivotal Debt Solutions. Pivotal Debt Solutions isn't like the old school debt relief companies that string your debt out for years. They have new aggressive strategies that can end your debt faster and easier than you thought possible. Pivotal Debt Solutions can cut or even eliminate interest. They find programs to write off your balances so you owe less. Pivotal Debt Solutions can stop those threatening phone calls without bankruptcy and without a loan. The bottom line, they find every solution possible to end your debt permanently. Before you do anything, contact Pivotal Debt Solutions first. Talk to them for free. Find out how fast they can help you get out of debt. Just visit zapmydebt.com. That's zapmydebt.com, zapmydebt.com, or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and
Thank you so much for hanging out with us here on the Kickoff Hour. Good Time Gang is live. I'm Speedy. To my left is Greg Burgess. To my right is Michael Helms, and we are thankful that you are here today with us. Don't forget, Rick and Bubba, today you have the Bible study live at noon Central, and that is, I know, a big part of your week. Don't forget, just a little reminder, today is Wednesday if you're listening live, and that's at noon Central today. Adler will join us shortly. Rick and Bubba are in their office. They're getting ready, so they're on deck. There he is. Speaking of Adler, he's walking in now. Tomorrow, Helmsy and Greg are both off. Helmsy off the rest of the week, but tomorrow Greg is off to take care of his mom, and so it is myself and Adler. And Adler, people are asking that you don't stay in there, but you come sit in the number 2 seat. So that'll be tomorrow's kickoff hour if you're going to be with us on Thursday. All right, so we were talking head face painting stuff for sporting events and everything, and this past weekend on one of so at my parents' house, it's a 2-story house, an older home, and they have like little wooden columns like on their front porch. It's a narrow front porch, but they have some wooden columns, maybe about 4 or 5 of them. I can't remember, but on one of them,
you know what they say about people with columns on their house.
What's that?
Can't hide money.
Well, their house was, I think, 60-something years old, so it's an older home.
It's old money.
Yeah,
columns
there you go. And so, anyway, my mom, in passing, we were up for the UAH baseball home series.
How was the wind?
They were. It was very windy.
They
were hosting.
Hear the winds following Speedy everywhere he goes.
And so we normally go up, and it's really a cool little opportunity that we have because. We're able to go up, stay the weekend with them. Reese is up there working, staying with. So it's fun, and you get things done that sometimes you can't have a chance to do. So Saturday morning I got out and we were doing a little punch list of things. I cut the yard and then did some other things. And she said, "Hey, by the way, there is a little column at the corner of the house." And Terry said that when she was out there, she noticed that a woodpecker had been going to town on it. I'm like, really? That's not good, Mom. She said, no, but it's just that one spot. I mean, it's just right in the middle, and it's kind of not where you can see it from the road, but it is a perfect little circle where he is just. I mean, he's got him a little something that he loves.
Wearing it out.
And I'm like, really? She said, yeah, and I had to run to the home improvement store, and so I had to grab some things. I had some ant beds. I wanted to get some of that and work on that. So I'm like, well, I'll get some steel wool and some of that foam stuff, fill it up, and then spray paint it or whatever, or just fix it, and you won't ever know. Well, thank you. So
Till he moves to the other side.
Right. So and it looked like maybe it had been there, but it's not very visible. You'd have to kind of walk around to the side and look. It doesn't look like it was current because I didn't see that activity. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But it's just something that Terry noticed. So I go and I get what I need. I got some steel wool. I got some other things. I'm ready to. I'm ready. Hey, I'm ready. What?
I was just wondering where you came up with the steel wool thing.
Yeah, I mean, if you got critters or you got something you want to close up, it's pretty good.
I've always heard
that with some other stuff, it's pretty decent.
But you think the woodpecker can peck it out?
That's
don't do your woodpecker.
With some of that little foam that you can spray that closes up cracks and holes. So it was a little combination.
Sure,
it was just something I came
up
with. Hey, it was just something I came up with.
Well, you're pretty handy.
I mean, I'm trying.
Handy.
And so I close it up. Well, back to the wind, Helmsy. So you try not to spray.
The wind blew him off the
and you try not to spray where the wind, you're downwind.
Oh boy,
just coming
that works out, doesn't it?
But the way the column was, and their front porch is a little high. I mean, I'm literally hanging on the side, so you don't have much of an option on how you can do this. Well, I was trying to dodge the wind and everything, but I noticed that the spray paint and some of the foam, it was just getting all over my hands.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm mad at myself because I had gloves in the car. I never wore them. And so I'm thinking, wow, I need to clean that off or whatever, going to the ballpark and everything. So I finish up and I'm like, hey, it's time for me to hit the shower. Handyman is done, and I'm getting ready for the day. So
Did you like how it looked?
Yeah, I really did. I felt like it was, I guess, as good a job as I could do.
Yeah.
I'm not a professional, but I felt like it hit it, and it was good. I closed it up, and all is good.
You think if your dad could see it, he'd be happy about it?
I think so.
Okay.
I think
that's
so.
a good-
I think
that's
so.
a good test.
Thank you for that.
Well,
And
if it's a
so
legitimate,
no,
that's
right.
a legitimate
Yeah.
question.
Yeah,
like,
right.
if Pops could see this, would he be proud of me?
Or
Yeah,
would he
that's
go,
it.
that's half A?
Exactly.
Right. I felt like it was good. Now, do I want to pay attention to see if the job has kept it out?
Yeah.
Then
Yeah,
I
I
will
got
do
you.
that. It'll now be a focal point for me to go back and look.
Yes, good.
So I get in the shower, and if you've ever had spray paint or glue or something all over your finger, you're sitting there trying to get it off with
Can't
the
get it
soap
off.
or whatever. Well, I noticed because it was so fresh to just happening that it hadn't really settled in yet, so it was coming off. I'm like, okay, this is not bad, So I'm lathering up, and I'm trying to get it off, and I'm like, okay, this is working. So I go and take a shower and then clean up. I come out and get ready, and I come downstairs and I walk outside, and Terry's like, "What is all over your face?"
It's on your face.
And I was like, "What do you mean? What's all over my
you
face?"
did all this cleaning.
She said, "There's white dots, like white freckles, all over your face."
And you headed to the game.
And understand, and I know I have to always say this, but I'm bald, and I don't have hair to hide things, so it's not just on my face. She said,
everywhere.
"There's white dots on your head, but they were like little small,
So you would have
little
to be
white
close.
freckles."
Okay, somebody had to be behind your
Yeah,
face.
that or in the sun, which it turned into a really pretty day.
Oh god.
And so I walk out, and I was going to wear a hat at the game to protect the old head, but she's like, no, it's all. So before I knew it, my mom had a wet rag and Terry had a wet rag,
They're
and
buffing.
they were buffing my head, my cheek. Finally, I got frustrated. I said, "You just give me the stuff and let me go in here." And I got to scrub, and I couldn't get it
Was
off.
your head raw?
So I went to the game with little white freckles all over my face.
So you couldn't get it off?
I couldn't get them off.
You had to wear it off.
And so finally, I think later that night, another shower, and they came off. But they were with me, and so I want to apologize to anybody that was talking to me. I noticed a couple were looking at my face.
He's got a strange complexion.
I mean, they weren't like you walk up to me noticeable, but if you sat there for a little bit and started talking to me, you'd be like, "What is on his face?"
Dots all over his face.
Hey, I couldn't get them off.
Did you ever, when you were a kid, take a marker and draw on your arms and stuff?
Yeah.
And remember, it wouldn't come off,
right,
and we'd say it's got to wear off.
Yes.
And it would just eventually wear off.
And it would. It would.
That's the boat you're in.
Yeah, that's why you got to be careful what you're drawing.
Oh, yeah. I drew a swastika once. I didn't know what it was. Got in bad
Great.
trouble. I didn't know what it was. I'd seen it. Got in bad trouble.
Well, you thinking out loud now, buddy.
Yeah, you are.
I was a kid.
I know.
I didn't know.
Well, it turns out too. They didn't talk about this then either. But at that time, you were also not standing for the anthem.
No, that's true.
Oh,
So
wow. Both
There's
of
a
those?
lot going on with you.
Well, if you don't stand
Problem
for the
child.
anthem with that drawn on you, then you're
Yeah, I didn't know what it was. I thought
yeah.
I didn't
Wow.
know. How was I supposed to?
I didn't know either as a kid.
I mean, I know. That's kind of cool.
But
I was incorrect.
You know how we talk about how we've developed old man skin?
No,
where
I was
we're
looking at that
easily
last night,
bruised.
yeah.
Well, when they started scrubbing on me, it started like bruising up my cheek and stuff. So I'm just, y'all stop. I mean, it was like they were trying to buff something out the side of a car. They were that hard on it. It's like, it's my face.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Props for that. But just when we were all ready to move off of it and say, okay, we're done with this, now apparently, unless these are false stories, but they're everywhere, the SEC. Now we're not talking about the Pac-12, okay? We're talking.
That is true.
Hurt SEC.
Yeah.
Hey, SEC, I know your office is not far from the studio. That's embarrassing.
It is embarrassing.
And you should be ashamed. And let me tell you why. And because we all can get our version there, but I'm gonna go personal here. Okay. First of all, I'm going to quote the movie The Incredibles.
Oh.
In The Incredibles, there was a guy who was mad about all these superheroes, and he didn't like that some people were superheroes, and he wanted to create false superpowers that people could buy so that everybody would be super. And at the end of the movie, the line was made, when everyone is super, no one is. And that's what's happening in our society is we are insincere, we're patronizing, and we're inventing fake excellence. And so what's going to happen is there'll be no true excellence because we're going to claim that everything's excellent. And so again, if they want to bring a female in to do a pooch kick, that's fine. Leave us alone about it. If that's something y'all want to do, but now we got to turn it into this giant celebration. And I have a son who went as an invited walk-on to an SEC school and busted his tail and grinded, had to have plastic surgery done on his nose when he was done from getting it tore off to the bone playing special teams. And of course, eventually getting into other roles beyond special teams, but played special teams from his redshirt to freshman year all the way through. And of course, went on to play some tight end and even played some time at center as a backup too. But he was a special teams player the entire time he was there. You know how many times he was SEC player of the week on special teams? None. And you're gonna let Sarah Fuller, you know why? He probably didn't do anything that should have got him SEC special teams player of the week. But there's guys out there that are busting their tails on special teams that a lot of them probably come like my son through a walk-on or invited walk-on, or they're working their way, and you don't know the work that these guys put in. It is a tremendous amount of work, and their bodies are beaten on and they're thrown in these situations. It is a rough road to work your way and to get a scholarship through the walk-on programs or the invited walk-on programs at an SEC school and play special teams and have her be given. It's spitting in the face of these special team players that bust their tail week after week, and we're going to turn her in to some exceptional special teams player and give her this award that should have gone to another player that's busted his tail this week. I think it's ridiculous. I think it's embarrassing. I think the SEC should be embarrassed. I think Sarah Fuller's family should be embarrassed. I think Vanderbilt should be embarrassed. And all of us that are pretending to celebrate this, you all should be embarrassed as well.
Well, you know, I'm confused about what is the message here. If we are trying to be taught that boys and girls are the same, we're not showing that.
No.
Because if so, everyone who ever kicked a squib kick ought to be SEC Special Teams Player of the Week. We have made a special situation for the female. And I thought that's what females didn't want.
Yeah.
I thought they wanted to be treated equal.
Yeah.
I mean, like I say, if Vandy wants to do it, fine.
Yeah.
You know, whatever. She squib kicked. Okay, didn't even kick it deep. Squib kicked.
It wasn't even a good
didn't
one.
hit a field goal. Didn't hit a PAT.
It wasn't even a good squib.
Squib kicked. Okay.
By the way, she kicked it as far as she could. It's not even a squib kick. Can we stop all that?
I don't know. I mean, that's what it was. That's what it looked like. So, but now we're rewarding that?
Well, the reasoning it says here, she is the first woman to participate in a Power 5 football game.
Well,
so that's
fine.
the reason.
That's fine. You get a mark in the history book for that. And God bless you. Good for you. You went out and did something no one had done. You found a coach that would do it. Good for you. That is great. Like Rick said, you're an outstanding athlete. Don't know your family. You are a trendsetter. You are going where no woman has gone before. Congratulations. Okay, that's great.
Yeah.
But to be rewarded for a squib kick?
I think the SEC looks worse in this than anybody else at this point.
I think
it's embarrassing.
It is.
I think it's insulting to her.
Yeah, I do too.
Yeah.
I do, because now you have said, "Oh, the girl can't make it like everybody else. Let's give her a special award because she went out there and squib kicked."
Yeah.
Awards are based on performance.
Right.
If you want to recognize
Not
her
gender.
historical event, that's fine. Give her a special citation, give her a press conference, make up a medal for her, that's fine. Because it was historic. No female had ever played in a Power 5 game. And look, Sarah, congratulations. You have broke the mold. You have gone where no woman went before, okay? But kicking a squib kick is not award worthy.
No.
minutes past the hour. A brand new Rick and Bubba hour has begun. Kickoff hour, handled, done, behind us. But the gang's still here. This hour starts with the national anthem. The show moves forward. We got a lot to unpack on Rick and Bubba today. Your phone calls and participation are not only allowed, they're encouraged. At 866-WE-BE-BIG, we've got Team Rick and Bubba all here today, which, let's face it, the times we're living in and the current state of the show, everybody here at the same time, that's an accomplishment now. We've got Speedy, the real Greg Burgess. We've got Helmsy here. Eddie Van Adler has your YouTube experience as we go forward. Hello to the tubers watching us live or on the archive. Hello to those of you listening to America's boldest radio stations on your live option. Hello to those listening on the TuneIn app if you pick that live option. Or hello to those of you who are in the archive world. You're listening to the podcast archives or maybe full show archives on the TuneIn app. Whether you're here in real time or not, we are certainly glad that you are here. We're missing one. There he is, a silver-tongued one. The man with the golden voice. Professional lunch eaters, man of the year. The inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare. Been the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, come on in and get a seat. It's time for Rick and Bubba.
When you move it like you really know how to move it.
You sexy. There it is. Them Bee Gees. Boogie Child.
The Bee Gees.
Boogie Child. So things to unpack today. Today, Bubba, maybe we study Benadryl. Same intake, different results. I was trying to get to the bottom of your mystery today because, Benadryl people, you have to watch them because usually if they call for Benadryl, that means they're shutting the day down. I mean, I've got an allergic reaction that must lead to a deep sleep, and but
I hate that groggy feeling anyway.
Yeah.
And We'll
I hate
we'll
that
break.
not so fresh feeling.
Yeah, well, that's a whole nother thing.
That's something else, Greg.
We'll hammer
Thanks,
that
Greg.
out today. I see that that Trump has declared a special day
Funny.
coming up.
Funny. Funny.
You know what?
Golly.
He is so much like all of us.
I know.
But he's like a real president.
Yeah. He actually was the president.
It's we'll give you that. He's got a day he's declared.
Yes, he does.
And the day he's picked and what it is hilarious.
Perfect. I mean, it's perfect.
Yeah. Do you remember when we got the?
Because I was thinking the same thing, not on that day, but after we had the Trans Day on Sunday instead of Easter, I thought, well, why don't we have one of these days?
Right.
And
right.
and here it is.
He just went ahead and declared.
He just declared it.
We'll look at that and unpack that because that'll need its own segment because it's so
buddy.
much fun.
Yeah,
It actually is documented in a story that we just watched. I think it's called. Somebody just sent us a link. Is it Christian Chronicle? Anyway, but there's an article. It even goes back to the day that I looked down at email and said, guys, apparently there's a puppet show that's being put together. That the theme of the show are all the characters here on the show.
Right.
Oh my
That
gosh.
puppet show has taken place, and there's video.
Yep.
No,
And
I have not seen it, but you said it's gold.
So just honestly prepare yourself because it's funny. So we'll look at that. Honored that those young people would do it. It was a Christian leadership conference where young people are learning to be Christian leaders, from what I could gather. And we were honored that they did a puppet show.
Yes.
And the puppet show it's got the Wheel of Meat behind them. They built a little puppet studio up there, and all the little puppets, each representing each member of the Rick and Bubba show. They kick on a show there. I've only seen the first 5 minutes of it, and I was in my office just being slayed. So anyway, that and the key is, I mean, somebody's shooting it for us. I wish each puppet person. I wish each puppet person was mic'd that I could hear every single line.
Yeah.
So we'll need to kind of be quiet to see if we can pick up which lines.
That's gonna be
when I actually had to cut it off and come in here and start the show, we had just got a chime in from a puppet that was Adler.
And he was way over on the
He was
side.
he was on another level. So anyway, we'll look at that today.
And Rick, this could be great news for our city. It looks like the voters in Missouri have rejected a sales tax measure to improve and update Arrowhead Stadium and a new ballpark, I guess, for the Royals.
Wow.
Royals. So, I guess they'll be looking for a new city. Usually when you get shut down,
Well,
they'll
that's
let you
true.
move.
That's
So
true.
maybe Gene Hallman can jump on that. We could have the
All right.
Birmingham Chiefs.
Well, how about Birmingham
You know what
Chiefs?
that means?
Yeah, how about that? So we'll
They're pretty good.
Yeah,
they are.
a good one to
They're-
have.
We'll look at that again.
Plus, you get to see Taylor Swift a lot.
That's right.
We've got another thing about, apparently if athletes won't be out there for the national anthem, somebody's going to try to punish them or something.
Oh, the governor in Louisiana
we
said
got-
they want their scholarship stripped away.
We got that coming up, so that's on the program today. So there's a lot for us to cover, and your phone calls, as I said, are encouraged to be part of it. Wednesday Bible studies back today. Probably one of the most talked about verses in Scripture, and been one of the things that people love to speculate on, and that is the Apostle Paul and the thorn in his flesh, and God's role in all that. It's very intriguing and provocative stuff. So that's our concentration today on the Wednesday Bible study. Watch that live at noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern on the YouTube channel, or you can catch the archive when it comes out later today. So you're all ready to go. We've set the table, so let's start eating. We'll run through that on the program today. Don't forget, check our website too, Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com. Everything you could possibly ever want to know about the show. Rick and Bubba's swag is available there as well in the Rick and Bubba store. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Let's reward her for what she did, not something that doesn't make any sense. If we do, we got to kick.
I would say acknowledge her for what she did. I mean,
Yeah.
at any time we could have brought a female soccer player to kick the ball one time.
Well,
Jacksonville State did this years and years ago when I was there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Well, you've had several.
She kicked a field goal or PAT. At least that happened.
You've had several that kept breaking the mold. That's fine. That's history. But you don't reward a squeak.
No, you don't.
No, you don't.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. Merry Christmas to you and yours. Excited about kicking off the 12 working days of Christmas and completing another year, Lord willing, coming up on December the 18th. And then when we come back after the 2-week vacation at the end of the year, Bubba, we will be saying happy 27th birthday to the Rick and Bubba Show.
Oh, wow.
Wow, end of the year. That sounds like a year off.
And who knows? 2020, guys, it just, she's ugly, and I think we're all glad to see her go.
I just hope she doesn't spill over into 21.
Well, and probably will to some degree, but
Right.
I just feel like that this country, and I know the world is, that's a whole nother ball game. This country, we got to change our direction. I mean, we got. And I know some of you were saying, Ricky, you realize who's going to be inaugurated in January, don't you? Well, it doesn't matter. I don't care who gets inaugurated in January. We, as the American people, we gotta get ahead in a different direction. We've got a lot of work to do.
We do,
and I know we can do that as individuals, and we'll be here, and we'll still keep talking about it as long as the Lord allows us to do so, and we can physically or mentally continue to do it. Now, I know we had some other stories talking about, the times that we're living in. And this story that Speedy has sent, Bubba, have you seen the one about the gigantic fat guy? Is this in France, Speedy?
It is. It is, Rick.
Look, Bubba and I, we're weight people. We got it. So I know some of you think that we're insensitive sometimes about obesity. The reason why it may feel a little rough is that we're guys who struggle with our own weight. But it also, we were raised in a different time.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I think the reason why some people, get to this morbidly obese place is that, there was a time that if you had some weight on you, I mean, people would tell you. I mean, we didn't have this hypersensitivity to everything and afraid somebody's going to get their feelings hurt. I mean, we sang the song Fatty, Fatty 2x4 can't get through the bathroom door.
Oh yeah, when you ran into somebody you hadn't seen in a while, I mean, that could be family, could be an acquaintance or whatever. They'd say, "Hey, you put on a few, hadn't you?"
Oh yeah. I mean,
you say that to somebody now, they'll just come apart, fall in the floor.
Yeah.
I go, well, surely you got a mirror, right? I mean,
right. Well, my dad would look over at me when I was like a teenager, younger, and he would call me an L.A. And it wasn't Lower Alabama and it wasn't Los Angeles,
right?
And he would look at me and say, "Hey, get your L.A. up out of bed and get on your feet. We're going to church." And only in our culture could you be called that on your way to church.
Right. But you knew exactly what he meant.
You know what? I got up because I knew who he was talking to because I wasn't blind.
Yeah.
Oh my gracious.
So here's a wake up call. You're 661 pounds. And again, we've talked about this wake up call for years. There's a lot of wake up calls. My jeans don't fit. Hey, that shirt fit me. And I've already made the case that it got shrunk in the washing process. And I can't keep saying that, those kind of things. But I'm going to tell you what, if they have to send a crane to get you, because nobody can get you out of your house, that's got to be a huge wake-up call.
Yeah, and Rick, it gets
it's even sadder, Rick.
This story is something else. So we got this guy, and he was stuck upstairs for over a year.
Stranded.
Yeah.
Over a year?
Trapped on the trapped. It says on the first floor of his house.
Who's bringing him food?
But yet, in another story, it says upstairs. But anyway, he's on the floor, and I hate to say it, can't get up, but and has been fed and washed by his brother, who has been helping him. And it says here he's been sitting on the floor for months after breaking his leg, they said.
Greg, I gotta ask you,
guys. I want to make this quick point. Do y'all realize why he couldn't be moved? He could not get out of the door.
20 minutes now past the hour. We're so thankful that you are here today as we roll through another Rick and Bubba show. And there is, as mentioned a minute ago, a lot to cover. Let's start with Trump. Everybody, come on, everybody. Bubba, he's worth the price of admission, isn't he?
You know, Rick, I saw this headline and I thought, he read my mind.
Sure.
He read my mind on this.
Right.
Trump has declared November 5th. Okay, remember that date, November 5th. Does that ring a bell?
Yeah.
That's election day.
Election day.
He says November 5th should be declared Christian Visibility Day.
That is too much.
Boy. Listen, that's a good one. That's a good one.
Boy.
Yeah.
After having Trans Visibility Day on Easter, why not?
Said, why not? On election day, don't miss that.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah. Oh,
and
man.
did you see what the question he's asking about why Biden did trans proclamation? And what in the blank is he thinking?
Yes.
And and then he mocks Biden's golf swing at the Wisconsin rally.
Yeah, that's what it said. Do we have any?
I didn't know that in the state that Joe Biden's in, does he even attempt golf now? I mean,
that's dangerous.
That's a fact.
Yeah,
Hey, that's a great question.
I mean, surely not, right?
I don't know. I
So-
don't know if he'd know what hold aim at.
So I want to be sure if I got this right. Donald Trump.
Vote Trump.
So he is declaring Election Day, November 5th, will now be Christian Visibility Day.
Mm-hmm.
That is funny stuff right there.
Let me just say
he
this.
just declared it.
Perfect.
Yeah.
And of course,
Love it.
that got a big boo, a boo on President Biden when he asked him what was he thinking. Big boo from the audience.
Big boo.
Yeah. Well, I am going to say this again. If you just look at strategy, and I know we talked about it, and I'm still, and apparently some of our audience, and we do apologize yesterday because we, as Mickey Dean said, God rest his soul, we don't write comedy, we just report it. People said that they were like us. I honestly thought when Speedy and Adler gave us the Oyster Bunny video that I would hear it and go, well, he just really mumbled Easter.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're not being fair. Let's don't overdo this.
Look, he gives you enough. You don't have to go out on the limb.
And when I heard Oyster about as clear as you could hear it, people said they were just running off the side of the road. Because they were as alarmed as we are.
Right.
But anyway,
the Oyster Bunny.
I want to say this to some of you leftists out there that this is making you mad that Trump's doing this. Mm-hmm. And you're probably saying things like, "Well, my goodness, you got Christmas and you got Easter and you got all your visibility, and and y'all, what's wrong with this country? Now, what's right with it? And all this and backward, archaic." And
Merle in that group.
Yeah, Merle's in there apparently. But what I'm saying is, what the Biden administration did by putting out a big proclamation on a day that apparently has existed for several years.
But nobody to catch it.
Right. It was just it was just dumb. Mm-hmm. It was a dumb political thing to do. Let the day stand, let Easter stand, and just stay out of it. And like the other presidents before you apparently have done. So I don't. And now if you want to have Americans that say I don't want that day to exist, period. Well, that's another conversation. And I certainly would be part of the group that would say I don't know why we have that. Speedy rolled off yesterday the number of days that we're devoting to the LGBTQ plus
nationally,
all across the country. Again, this is not a group of people that are being mistreated right now in the facade that somehow they are. I don't get. But if you would have just said, hey, have you noticed that March 31st is Trans Visibility Day and it's going to be Easter too? Mm-hmm. Anybody with any political sense would have said, well, let's just stay out of that. Let's do the Easter egg roll like we always do.
Right.
Let the Visibility Day stand like it has since 2009. But whoever thought, and I want some of you to know in that are jumping up and down and thankful for this and think it's great, you were nothing but a political pawn. Right. There was no sincerity in this. Yep. Somebody incorrectly convinced the Biden administration that this was a way to farm some votes out of y'all in November. And what they don't realize is they went to maybe get a few votes that they probably already had.
Oh, yeah.
But they probably alienated some people that were on the fence of the Christian faith unnecessarily.
Right.
Biden was asked directly about it, and his response is, I didn't do that. Do y'all want to hear that clip?
He didn't
real
do
quick?
that.
He says, I didn't do that.
Mr. Speaker Johnson the other day said Speaker Johnson said you betrayed the tenet of Easter by proclaiming Easter Sunday as Transgender Day. He called that outrageous and abhorrent. What do you say to Speaker Johnson? thoroughly uninformed. Uninformed how? I didn't do that.
Yeah, you did.
They tripled down on it that day on Easter on their social media.
So they do it. Yeah. They put out press releases. They're doing it, and then they deny they do it when asked about it. I mean, they got it all sides of it.
In his defense, he really may not remember.
No, that's true.
There's your numbers right there.
I mean, let's.
All right, so Bubba, right now, my God, I don't even know what that first one is. Do you?
No.
All right, so we have February 19th through the 25th is something in those letters that I can't even pronounce. March 21 through 25 is LGBTQIA plus Health Awareness Week. March 31st, Transgender Day of Visibility. April 6th, International Asexuality Day. April 13th, International Day of Pink, Days Opposing Homophobia. April 14th, a day of silence for the LGBT community. April 26th, Lesbian Visibility Day. May 17th, International Day Against Homophobia, Biphobia, and Transphobia. May 19th, a Gender Pride Day. May 22nd, Harvey Milk Day. That was the famous homosexual who was a big advocate for the homosexual community. There's a movie about him that Sean Penn plays him. Yeah. May 25th, Bubba, you may have missed that, Pansexual and Panoramic Awareness Day. That's coming up next month.
That one?
The entire month of June is Gay Pride Month. Okay, we give, by the way, the people who have died for our liberties, we give them one Monday. June 23rd, Stonewall Day. Don't know what that means.
That was a riot.
Okay.
At some gay bar in New York.
Okay.
It was during like the 60s or 70s.
Okay. June 28th, thank you, Greg. International LGBTQ plus Day. We have an international day on the 28th of June. July 14th, International Non-Binary People Day. July 16th, International Drag Day. September 16th through the 23rd, Bisexual Awareness Week. September 23rd, Celebrate Bisexuality Day. The entire month of October has turned into not just Breast Cancer Month, but LBGT History Month. October 8th, International Lesbian Day. October 11th, National Coming Out Day. October 17th through the 24th, Gender Fluid Visibility Week. October 19th, International Pronoun Day. October 19th is also Spirit Day, support for LGBTQ plus youth. October 23rd through 29th, Asexual Awareness Week. October 26th, Intersex Awareness Month Day. And the entire month of November, Trans Awareness Month. Didn't know that. Thought we had that on Visibility Days. Not the same thing. November 5th, Transparent Day. November 8th, Intersex Day of Remembrance. November 13th through the 19th, Transgender Awareness Week. November 20th, Transgender Day of Remembrance. There's your year. We spend the entire year celebrating in some way or bringing visibility to the LGBTQ plus community. And
well, there's a lot of letters you got to honor there.
Do y'all hear that?
And then you throw plus on there, and that is, that's unlimited.
Do y'all hear all that?
Yeah,
that's quite a few days.
It's 145 days a year.
That's more than we give football.
It is. That's a lot.
Yeah, it's a lot.
By the way, I noticed we've got a Trans Visibility Week. Why do we need a Trans Visibility Day?
Well, because you got to have a day to go with the week.
Week and a day.
Well, what I'm saying is this is not. I just.
Yeah, you've been given.
And how about this? Most, not all, because some of them are physical conservatives, and they're wise enough to realize that I'm not going to let my emotions, damage my economic prowess. But most people in that community, y'all got that vote. But boy, the vote that you were looking for,
where are you?
It just wasn't wise, especially when you see this. Is this some neglected? I mean,
doesn't sound like.
Yeah. Bottom of the hour, more Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
He could not pass through the doorway.
Right. And there's
pit markers you were talking about.
Yes.
Yeah.
Did he get his leg fixed? Or, did he break it or just sit where it was? I'm not following this.
I know. Apparently he had in this story says he had fallen down and I guess hurt his leg, and he's been laying on the floor for a year. And his brother has been feeding him and bathing him.
Wait a minute.
I guess sponge bath. I don't know.
Hey,
I've left you in there laying on the floor for a year. And I just bring you food and let you keep getting fat.
Oh, no, Greg, don't. You're leaving out a key component here. First of all, fatty 2x4 can't get out your own door.
Okay.
All right, so listen to this.
Now, he's
Greg.
upstairs, right? Is this an upstairs? Ain't that what they said?
Well, it says upstairs, but then it says first floor. I don't know.
I think it's one of those living situations where there's multiple tenants, and he just happens to be on the second level of it.
Yeah,
I
or
bet
third
they.
or
I
whatever.
bet they
But it's
thought
main
an
area for
earthquake
him.
hit when he fell. I bet the whole house shook.
Greg, 661 pounds. Let's go to the brother card here. You're
Okay.
leaving out. You are protecting yourself from a part of this story. And
I know where you're going.
I respect you on this, but I'm 661. I'm
No.
sitting in the floor. Do you keep feeding and bathing me? I know you can't say it, but Speedy said bathing twice.
Bathing's not even on the table. And I'm. Here's the deal.
He's
It'd be a
tatted
great
up, too.
time to go. I might bring you salads and stuff like that, and it'd be a good time maybe to do that. Why you can't? You either eat that or you won't eat anything.
Hey,
and, now your bathing part.
If I could,
I may have to hire that out.
Did I
Rick.
see a
I'm
picture where they had to
contract.
reinforce the floor?
Yes.
before they got him out?
Yeah. If I
Metal
could,
post.
we had a large scale operation involving more than 50 people, police, firefighters, medical teams. They're all included, right? They had to take a window and remove it from the house next to the street
With a
he-
chainsaw. Don't miss that.
Right, so he could be moved and put on a specially made bed and lowered down. Measures were
It
taken.
drew a crowd. Too. Everybody was watching.
Apparently this was a
draw me.
apparently this was a historic building, and I love the line here. Measures were taken not only to preserve his health, but also ensure the stability of the historic building.
Time out. You're so fat that you put a historic building in danger of damage.
Yeah. You should see the reinforcement with these metal rods and posts that they put up.
Oh yeah.
Wait a minute. You get tornadoes, earthquakes, all these disasters that damage historic buildings.
Yeah.
This one was damaged because Lord ass couldn't.
Greg, you can't say that.
I'm sorry.
Rick did so good earlier.
I'm sorry.
Guys, when did you start losing weight, buddy? I'll tell you when it was, when I was in danger of damaging a historical building.
Yeah.
They sent a crane for me.
And my brother used to come over and give me a bath with a water hose and a high-powered jet.
Oh, my goodness. Bottom of the hour, your phone calls are next at 866 We Be Big.
Rick and Bubba.
You can reach us at 866 We Be Big. Harry Murdahl standing by. Greg has removed his hunting jacket. Is down to just now his what is that, Greg? A toboggan?
That's a suggin.
Yeah, sugging on.
Yeah.
So
I don't
Bubba,
stop
also,
this.
Vanderbilt has weighed in. They said that the kicker executed the kick perfectly.
That's what their press release at the end of the game said. So
I've seen people drawn from the stands when they have contests to come out and kick. The kick as good as that. You know, they'll do that. Let them come on the field and kick for a scholarship or something.
Yeah.
If y'all don't believe we're living in the world of hyperbole and exaggeration, when Helmsy earlier said that ESPN said that she stepped into two-sport immortality.
Yeah.
Well, let's say she did kick it, executed it perfect. What value was it to the game to win an award? You know what I'm saying? Okay, fine. She did it perfect. So that perfect, whatever it was, how did that garner winning any award?
I don't know. People are saying if only Beth Mowens would have been on the call.
So let me ask you this, because she only got
It's a pooch kick.
to do the pooch kick at the beginning of the game. Vanderbilt's punter had to punt the ball 7 times. So are you telling me that he couldn't have gone out there and done a pooch kick?
Well, I mean, but it wouldn't have been a pooch like that, Bubba.
Oh, bad. Zooming in.
It went 30 yards.
Oh, no.
Perfect pooch, just like Courtney. All right, so let's go to the phones. Well, who we got out there? Give me the good job. She did. Give me the. She did.
All right,
Give me
let's
this
see here.
delusional person.
Let's go to Josh. Bradford.
Josh, welcome.
How are y'all today?
We're good, Josh. How are you?
Good. I just want to say I love you. Love the show, guys. I just want to touch on the kicker from Vanderbilt a little bit. You know, I understand that, yes, she made history by being the first female kicker. You know, listening to us talk about the kick, you know, I think for a pooch kick, she executed very well. I think.
Rick and Bubba show. Thank you for being with us today. Have you carried some debt into this new year? Well, and here comes tax day rolling around. I mean, we're just days away, and you know, and you're thinking to yourself, Okay, so I'm now 4 years into 4 months into a new year, and the debt's still hanging over me. Now here comes the government wanting tax money from me. Why don't you go right now and get this off of you? I mean, don't have that black cloud hanging over you anymore. Go to zapmydebt.com. How far behind are you with your bills? How many people do you owe money to? Well, next time the phone rings is going to be another collection call, and you know it. There's nothing worse than knowing that you're in debt and you just keep falling further and further behind. So instead of tossing and turning every night, let's get you back to sleep and have the peace of knowing that this has been handled, and that internal feeling of dread goes away. Go to zapmydebt.com. Now, this is not like the old school debt relief companies, okay? They're not going to string your debt out for years, because really, that may help you month to month, but you still got it. These are new aggressive strategies that can end your debt faster and easier than you thought possible. I want you to think about this. Now you can cut or even eliminate interest, find programs that write off your balances and you'll owe less, stop the threatening phone calls, get the peace back in your life that comes with knowing you no longer have this debt. You may be able to do this dealing with zapmydebt.com if you use one of their programs without bankruptcy or even another loan. In short, they find every solution possible. Now listen to these words. This is going to feel good. To end your debt permanently. There you go. So before you do anything else today, go check out zapmydebt.com. You can talk to them for free. Find out how fast they can help you get out of debt, and you'll be thankful that you made this call. Go to zapmydebt.com. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. So, Bubba, also we talked about Trump, and we hit all the political ramifications of all this, but also
if you missed that, he has said he wants to declare, or he is declaring.
He is declaring it.
November 5th.
Yep.
It's Christian Visibility Day.
He is, and we just rattled off that the LGBTQ community has 135 days of some sort of awareness and recognition.
Yes.
Including 2 times a year we devote the entire month. So anyway, let's talk about what's going on with DeSantis and the Biden administration. So you guys were telling me, we know that these border states that are just overrun with illegals, and migrants, they have been sending them to the cities that are run by the Democrats.
Yes.
that never suffer the consequences of their inefficiency at the border or any desire to have a secure border. Well, apparently the Biden administration is kind of behind, secretly has been flying them back to Florida.
Well, I think they are flying what looks like to be a larger number than normal to Texas and to Florida, or sending them to those states. So they're trying to spread it around too, but they may be giving some of these states a little back at you.
So this analysis reveals the U.S. cities where the majority of the migrants arrive on Biden's plan. Now keep in mind, on Biden's plan, he's the one that gives them access to these cities. He's now taking many of them, as you mentioned, Bubba, 30,000 undocumented immigrants each month, and he's flying them, you mentioned it, to Florida and Texas. He is, and so now Florida is going to war over these Biden migrant flights. DeSantis and his AG vowed to battle this secretive program. This was something the Biden administration was not being transparent about. Why? Because it looks like that they're being hypocritical in their love of illegal migrants, and that they should have the ability to seek a new life in whatever city they desire. Apparently, the Biden administration is getting pressure from all these cities, which we've seen ourselves. Now, they're trying to blame this on Trump. I don't know how. That their cities have ended up with illegal immigrants.
The guy who wanted the border locked down and had it locked down for most of the time.
So now it looks like the Biden administration is having to admit that they're doing this, but they were trying to do it without being noticed. So now a war with Florida, Texas, and the Biden administration again, this time over the hypocritical. I mean, it is hypocritical to me. I mean, if we're supposed to just have an open border and people seeking a new life, apparently we shouldn't care that might be mixed also with people who, are criminals and murderers and terrorists and spies. We shouldn't be concerned about that. Just as we don't know which ones are seeking a better life and which ones aren't. We used to vet that out, so we try to find out. So now vetting is evil and sinful and mean. And so if that's what you believe, then you shouldn't be flying them out of cities that support you politically because they're causing trouble in those cities.
Right.
Now,
seems hypocritical to me.
In a similar situation, in Martha's
Vineyard.
Martha's Vineyard.
Martha's Vineyard.
Come on, Benadryl.
It's Benadryl.
Just Martha.
They
vineyard.
filed.
There's her vineyard.
Yeah, Martha's not a hard word to say unless you try to put 8 syllables in it. They had filed a lawsuit against DeSantis and everybody involved with flying immigrants there.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the judge in that case released DeSantis from the case. He says, I have no jurisdiction over the Florida governor.
Mm-hmm.
But he did say they could sue the charter company that were making the flights.
Funny. So
go figure that.
Right. Well, when you see governors in border states saying, y'all are making us pay the price over some political football here involving the border, so we're gonna share the impact with all of our brothers and sisters across the country. Well, see, that's consistent because you're saying we need a secure border. So when you do it, you're doing it because you disagree with this. What isn't consistent is when you claim this is the way it should be, and then you start shipping people that are undesirable to your opponents or to other states that you don't like, and trying to take the burden off governors that you do like, and mayors. So see, that's inconsistent. And I don't know. I don't know what it will take before everybody realizes that there's quite a bit of hypocrisy, and you can kind of see the deviancy of the left in their view of the border. There's not a lot of sincerity there. About as much as sincerity as Trans Visibility Day.
Rick, let me tell you exactly what's going to happen, and I take no pride in being a prophet. Okay, on this, we will have a major terrorist attack in the future in this country. Multiple cities, coordinated attack. Many people will probably be hurt. And then we will start screaming, and we'll find out that these people came through the border, and we will start screaming, whose fault is it?
Connect the dots.
Why didn't we connect the dots? And then they will lock everything down again.
Can I connect dot one for everybody? So I'll go ahead and be on record.
Yeah.
Dot one. If you have a open border, anybody can come in.
Yes, I think that is a critical point.
Dot one.
Yes.
Yeah.
Point A classification right there.
That would
number one.
That would include it would include. It's not limited to, but it would include people who mean to do you harm.
Yes. Yeah. Now, sure. Did probably some good people come in
Of
that
course.
want a better life?
Of
Yeah.
course.
But the problem is,
Of course, we have legal immigration for that.
Yeah, we can't take care of the world inside our borders. We've got to help the rest of the world take care of themselves, and we've tried that.
Let me tell you,
we've sent them a lot of money. I don't know what's happened to it.
I don't know when we've turned into just a bunch of doofuses. We are to take all this effort that we have, that all of us are agreeing or disagreeing about an open border, which seems quite elementary to all of us. And I know we're good ones, but it just seems elementary. Why don't we take all this effort, and then let's go over to legal immigration, which makes all the sense in the world, and let's do a better job, and let's make that a little smoother. And let's make sure that those seeking a better life and that those that are assets to this country.
There you go. That's key right there.
There it is. That we legally expedite them into the country, but we have the system set up to vet out those who are not going to be assets to our society and could be detrimental to our society.
And meet those limits that Congress agrees upon.
What I'm saying sounds so logical, and I guess it does because that was the plan we had, right? Now, look, I understand that legal immigration, I have people that are acquaintances, and I have families that I know that they went through the legal immigration process. They are assets to our country, and they say it was very, very long, very, very
difficult,
very expensive, and clunky and expensive. We need to focus on making that better. The idea that we should just open the border, I don't know why anybody thinks that's a good idea. Anybody, regardless of your political views. I mean, if you just want to be in a country that is sovereign, I mean that is I don't understand it.
No,
I really don't.
I don't either. It's beyond me.
All right, 15 minutes to the top. More to cover on the program today. So there's a couple of biggies right out of the gate. Some daunting headlines today. Interesting situation in Taiwan today. Rick and Bubba themed puppet show still to come. Your phone calls still to come. What's on your mind? and also a women's basketball update.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Could have been higher than what it was. I think we're making a big deal out of something that, that most people could go out and give a good attempt at doing. But for her to, step out of a soccer sport aspect and come into a locker room with 120, alpha males and be able to perform on the level she did, I think we got to give her a little credit.
Historically,
She was coddled.
or based on how good the kick was, do you think it was SEC Special Team of the Week award worthy?
I do not, and I don't ever like to toot my own horn, but I actually got to play SEC football, and I don't think it was SEC award week worthy. But, I think we do have to give her some kind of props for coming in and doing the job that she did and under the pressure she did.
I can't let this go. What are you talking about? What did she have to persevere through?
Well, and once again, I mean, for people who've never been there, they don't understand what it's like walking into a locker room of 120 people and have to go out and in front of a
That's
crowd.
our standard now, that if you can get on a team with 120 people, walk out and do a pooch kick, you're to be heralded as some heroic figure?
She had her own locker room, didn't she?
Heroic, but for her to be out to go out and do what she did, I mean, I think it said a
What'd she do?
Are you saying just going through the process, Josh? Is that I'm trying to help you out here?
I mean, yeah, just going through the process of being able to walk in with no practice, and of course, I'd like to see her be able to kick a field goal or to make an extra point. I mean, and then at that point, then there's a little more to it. But I agree to a certain extent of, she don't need to get awards for going out and just kicking a football. But, I think that she did persevere a little bit by going out and competing at an SEC level and stepping on.
How's that SEC level? She didn't compete at an SEC level. She was a sideshow. I mean, like Greg said, this could have been a halftime promotion. Did the Dr. Pepper people, did they do the NFL? I mean, the whatever, did we Dr. Pepper at the national championship game?
Yeah.
Is that when we do that?
Yeah, they did the SEC championship game, yeah.
Yeah, did the Dr. Pepper people, did they perform at an SEC level by throwing footballs to win at the Dr. Pepper ring?
I understand what you're saying, guys. I get your point. I see.
Hey, Josh, let me ask you this seriously. Are you trying to get a date with her?
Bubba.
Negative. I'm actually married. I'm happily married. So
is your wife listening right now?
I'm not sure if she's listening or not, but
He wants to go hunting this week.
Josh, you trying to get points.
I'm peeling this onion
I
back.
respect that.
Yeah, I know what you're doing. You're trying to go hunting. We got it.
Josh, what?
I have two daughters myself, and I think that football is a man's game, and I think it always will be. But I think for a female to step on a field and at least kick a football at that level, says a little bit about her.
Hey, Josh, where did you play at?
I played at Ole Miss.
Oh.
Speedy, sorry.
Speedy, don't.
Oh.
Speedy's a state guy.
You're not driving, are you?
I knew he was trying to get it out.
Josh, you think you could block me? Straight up.
I mean, I'm a big guy too, guys, so it's okay.
Oh, man. Josh, thank you, buddy.
Thanks for being nice.
Yeah.
Your
Thanks, Josh.
testosterone's low. You need to get it checked.
You and Helmsy. Low T, Helmsy. That's all I'm saying.
Let her go through off-season workouts and all the stuff it takes to get ready to play a season, and then you walk out and pooch one. I may have a little more respect for you.
Well,
yeah,
you didn't do any of that.
Listen,
look what Josh went through. Look through all the people we know in the family, whatever, that went out there and had to perform at that level and gut their way through it. And he's comparing
go through all the workouts, off-season workouts.
She didn't have to overcome anything. She put on a football
She got a free
uniform
pass
and kicked a short kick. What's hard about that? I could have done that.
I think Greg's forgotten he has that toboggan on.
When this will be real, okay, I will say this. All of these that have been done in the past to some degree is a stunt. And when this is real is when a coach will give up a scholarship spot for a female athlete on the football team. That's when it'll get real, because that's when it will really matter and really cost the coach.
Now, that would be historic.
Yeah, when we get out of this, like Jacksonville State did that time, extra point specialist, pooch kick specialist, when we have a woman who kicks, consistently field goals between 40 and 50 yards to win ball games, to put games out of reach, then that's to be celebrated. That is an incredible accomplishment.
Yeah. We might squeeze one more in. Big Time in Andalusia.
Hey, I got you right here, boy. You hear me?
Yeah, we got you, big.
Here we go. 10 minutes to the top of the hour. Rick and Bubba's show. Much to do on the program today. Don't forget, Bill Bubba Bussey, this Saturday, Gene Hallman has got him to another event. It is a celebrity roast of the police chief of Hoover, Alabama, coming up this Saturday night. Find details at rickandbubba.com under upcoming events. At themanchurch.com, check those upcoming events. Themanchurch.com, 2 man churches this weekend, Mobile, Alabama. At West Mobile Baptist Church. That's a breakfast. Andy Blanks will be there. They've been rolling through the strategy for a few years now to put you back into the current curriculum that they're doing after you hear from Andy. And then Saturday night down in Laurel, Mississippi, Salem Heights Baptist Church. Rich Wingo, I had lunch with him yesterday, and he is looking forward to being with you guys coming up on Saturday night and to make plans to be with Rich, and then they'll plug you into the curriculum they're going through as well. So, Bubba, a couple other things. And we did mention some of these. Got an email. You got it too, Bubba. I haven't heard you mention, but measles and tuberculosis is also on the rise in America right now, which probably can be pointed to an illegal an open border. And then we did mention possible terrorists. We did talk about that. But, gang members, fentanyl, all that coming in right now. It's just a disaster, and it's just a bad idea. So thank you for that email, Jennifer. Bubba, also today, Babylon Bee has big news involving
Rick. This you sent this to us, didn't you?
Yeah, it should be in the team Rick and Bubba text.
Yeah. Did you mention this on the air yesterday? Okay,
no,
so I
this
told
happened,
you earlier I didn't give you enough on it.
I was kicking around last night and picked up my phone, and of course I follow Babylon Bee.
Yeah, where we go to get satire.
Right, and I saw that little Goldie, and I sent it out to everybody.
Yeah, it says Caitlin Clark canonized as saint after performing miracle of making women's basketball watchable. That's a good one. And the story's even funnier. And that is on the heels of the numbers coming out for that. The Elite Eight game between defending national champion LSU and Iowa, featuring Caitlin Clark, the highest scoring basketball player in college history. It set a record, Rick, for the most viewers. 12.3 million viewers, the largest crowd to ever watch a women's basketball game.
How about that? So, well, I will say, if you
that's enlightening right there. Look at all the things it has beat.
Yeah, that's what was impressive.
Pretty impressive.
Yeah. That is a if you get players like this and you get hype going, everybody likes to watch somebody do whatever they do well.
Well, it was a rematch of last year's national championship. Sure. You remember the girl from LSU, so what's her name? Angel
Reese,
who did the famous goodbye to everybody, when they lost, and that made a lot of headlines. Everybody's having a little fun with that.
It does.
I saw where some of the Iowa fans was wanting Caitlin Clark to give it back to her when she fouled out, but she didn't do it.
Well, now you know the sport's really doing well.
Yeah, I mean, you got, good old rivalries going.
Well, can I go back to Bubba?
Hate and discontent.
Something you and I talked about on this program, and the guys too, for years. When it came to women's athletics, or any sport, but we'll talk about just women's now, they need to earn their way on merit. How can we get more money? Well, sell more tickets. How can we generate this? Have better TV ratings. Put a better product on the court or on the field or on the track or wherever. And you know what? Women's basketball's doing that. They're garnering an audience. They're garnering money on merit. They're putting a good product on the floor, and people are starting to say, you know what? I'll watch this, as opposed to guilting people in to supporting something that isn't being really garnering any support by its own merit. And we talk about this a lot, and I know sometimes it upsets people that don't agree with us, but we believe that even about, Christian radio or Christian fill in this. I'm a Christian electrician, so you should let me come to your house if you really love Jesus. Well, not if you're not any good. You should listen to my show or watch my show, because if you don't, that means you're a heathen. Was your show any good? Hey, you should advertise with me if you really love Jesus. Will you sell me any cars?
Right.
I mean, are you any good?
Well, and then we take what happened the other night and we get out of hand with it. Of course. Like, for instance, she now should be playing in the NBA.
Well, so we don't say we go
I
too
even
far.
heard people last week saying it's about time that everybody is as excited about the men's tournament as the women's. Well, we're more excited about the women's, but we're not as excited.
No.
Let's not get carried away.
See, that's exactly what I'm talking about.
And
That's the stuff that doesn't work.
And I think what happened the other night was fantastic. You get 12 million people to watch anything is what a feat. And they should have they should probably get 7-9 million in this next game against UConn. And that's
good for them.
Listen, the crowd, the atmosphere,
merit,
all that was special. And it will continue to be until this season's over, but let's not take it out of it.
You had the rivalry, you had
You
the
did.
big personalities, you had the record holders, and that fired everybody up. Now, we also had controversy with this national anthem thing.
Yeah.
And I've listened to the coach. I really don't think they did this intentionally. I don't think. But have they done it all year?
Yes.
Is what she said, and was that. But was it intentional not to be out there all year?
That's the
Because we
question.
may have some players that cut up or don't do what they ought to.
Yeah,
so
we were
just-
talking about the kickoff hour. Maybe she has taken this away from her players and saying, look, if half of you are going to stand and half of you are going to sit, then maybe I'll just say, listen, we'll time it down to where we go out there.
Yeah, I just don't
after.
want to deal with it.
Yeah, we don't deal with it. And I don't know if that's what's going on or not. I'm just speculating.
And you know that Louisiana loves LSU. I mean,
Yes.
they love their sports, no
Yeah.
matter what they're playing in. They support them. They travel. It's a
2 million
a
of those
rowdy
12
crowd,
were
you know?
probably LSU fans.
Yeah. Now, the Louisiana governor, newly elected, Jeff Landry, believes that athletes should lose their scholarships for avoiding, that's his term, avoiding the national anthem after LSU's women's basketball sparked outrage. So the coach insists it was by no means an intentional move, but the governor is taking it on, and he ain't happy about it.
Right.
Yeah.
And most LSU fans that have contacted us, even they're not happy about it.
Yeah, well, that's what I was surprised too.
I get
because
all
I
that.
thought they might be a little more home team,
Right.
But the ones I have got email from they're some of the ones that seem to be the most disgusted by it.
Yeah.
But that goes back to the question: have they been doing it all year?
Yeah,
and
I don't know the
And if the coach thought we got so many big personalities here, we're going to have a problem with this, take them off the field, I think that's probably a good move for them.
No, I think you guys are right, and maybe it's what the governor's trying to get an answer on. I think it's a two-part question. A, have you been doing it all year? And if the answer is yes, B, then why? Why do you not do the national anthem? Is this something that has nothing to do with controversy? It has everything to do with the way you want to do pregame? Or could be the answer you guys are talking about, which I think is likely. Hey, let me tell you something. I don't know who's going to do what. I'm tired of somebody being upset because one player did this and then another player says, well, I ain't doing that, I'm doing this. I'm just going to take it off the table. I'm trying to coach basketball. And if in the players, this causes more distraction than it does good. I'm not making a stand either way. We're going to just be in the locker room during the national anthem. That way we don't deal with it at all. But see, you can't get away from it because then people go, why are you in the locker room? How come you're not out here?
And I got to tell you
We
something.
talked about taking players off the field before and said, look, let's just solve this.
Well, and here's the thing. The fact that we're talking about this says that women's basketball is on the map.
It is.
I mean, if they've done this all year and nobody said a word, and all of a sudden everybody's up in arms about it, and they got mad at South Carolina a couple days ago about the same thing, then, hey, good for you, women's basketball.
Yeah.
Because now you're on the map.
But don't miss what Helmsy added to all this celebration. Don't ruin this by saying everybody ought to be as excited as they are about the men's, and Caitlin Clark ought to be playing in the NBA. So you ruined the whole moment with that.
And I don't want the governor thinking he can take scholarship money away either. Y'all take enough away from us. We don't need you stepping in.
That's right. Yeah. Well, he's just trying to look
He
sharp.
is trying to get revoted,
Sure.
get voted in
Sharp.
again, whatever.
Top of the hour.
Politicians.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Okay, let's talk about delicious meats from Backyard Butchers. just started using them. They came to us, wanted to be part of the program. I did not even know this. I mean, I was familiar with how their business operates, sending these delicious meats right to our home. But I did not know that they are actually also a Christian conservative Texas-based company delivering the best deals in the market on high-quality beef. Now, Rick, you just talked about that they need to earn my business by merit. Yeah, I'm just letting you know that, but here's the merit. Did you know just because meat has product of the USA on it doesn't mean it was packaged? It doesn't mean it was actually raised in America. It just means it was packaged in America. It doesn't mean it's raised here. But if you're dealing with backyardbutchers.com, they're delivering American-raised and harvested meat right here in our American backyards to the dinner tables across the nation. Here we are during grilling season. I mean, we're working our way through spring and into the summer and the fall, and Backyard Butchers will only source beef and chicken from American farms and deliver the cuts right to your doorstep every month, grass-fed, grain-finished. This meat tastes amazing. I've already tried the burgers. I've already tried their fillets, and fantastic. Let's get you some savings. Are you ready? Why don't you start using them too? Backyardbutchers.com. Save an extra 20% off the entire order when you use the code Bubba. And when you subscribe, you get an additional 10% off when you become, start sending me some every month. And you'll get free shipping too. So why don't you go right now and join the 500,000 happy customers across America that have already started using backyardbutchers.com/Bubba. That's backyardbutchers.com/Bubba. Use the code Bubba.
Real, because that's when it will really matter and really cost the coach.
Now that would be historic.
Yeah, when we get out of this, like Jacksonville State did that time, extra point specialist, pooch kick specialist. When we have a woman who kicks, consistently field goals between 40 and 50 yards to win ball games, to put games out of reach, then that's to be celebrated. That is an incredible accomplishment.
Yeah. We might squeeze one more in. Big Time in Andalusia.
Hey, I got you right here, boy. You hear me?
Yeah, we got you. Big Time. Go ahead.
It was a gamble. It was a gamble.
This is Big Don. First thing I want to say, go ahead and get this out of the way. I got a relative that's full-blooded Creek Indian. They got a cure for the COVID. It's a little bit of boiled down sage, sassafras, and a little white lightning.
Yeah,
moonshine.
Why do I feel like that's probably the largest ingredient in there?
Yeah.
Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The Rick and Bubba Show, we are back as we continue to try to finish out this very odd year that is 2020. We thank you for being with us. We start this hour with the national anthem. All right, let's go. 8 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Things are the same. We still have Speedy, we still have Adler, and we still have Helmsy there at the Broadcast Plaza and Teleport. And I'll bring Bubba in here. They have him with them as well. Greg and I remain in the quarantine, and we'll give you updates on that as both of us come from our homes. Don't forget, tomorrow it starts. It is a Rick and Bubba Christmas frenzy. It is called the 12 Working Days of Christmas. 12 big gifts, 12 straight working days, all the way to the big year-ender coming up on December the 18th, as we will wrap up the year, come back in January, Lord willing. And if we come back in January and are back on the air, that will be our 27th birthday. And with that being said, let's bring back the man who has, he and I have been side by side for 27 years doing this thing called the Rick and Bubba Show, and that's Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank you, friends, neighbors, associates everywhere. And wow, when you put it like that, it seems like a long time. But it's been a lot of fun, and we hope to continue for many more years. I know in my case, I have several mortgages to pay for. So,
so Bubba, I got to start out today. It's done, Broderick. 6 minutes past. Here we come from the Big Boy Studio out on the bleeding edge of technology. We come to you from Sweet Home, Alabama, to the rest of the world. Thank you for being with us today. Gang is all here. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, and welcome back. There he is, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for being part of the Rick and Bubba family, and some of you over 30 years.
30 big ones.
Yeah.
We got an email, and I don't remember when it was, that there was going to be a group of young folk that were going to do a puppet show that would be Rick and Bubba themed, meaning the puppets, and I know it's a tough day for Greg because I'm looking. I thought they might have left you out as a puppet, but they did not. I know Greg struggles with puppet to human interaction.
So is there a human that puppets
No.
are so it's just puppet to
I think
puppet?
we're okay.
You all right with
Yeah, I
that?
think
That's
we're
better.
okay. I think we're okay.
I can live with that.
Sawyer Blankenship, I think, was the one who sent it to us.
He was.
And was telling us about it. We've had another person, I guess, that's found it that sent it to me. Is you? I think me and you, Bubba, got it from another guy too.
Yeah.
But anyway, so now that I've looked at it, I was incorrect on one part, and I'm sorry about that. Apparently, the actual puppets that are tied to the show, there's a puppet that is Bubba, there's a puppet that is Speedy, there's a puppet that is Greg, there's a puppet that is me, and then the puppets explain, which is hilarious, that Helmsy is out sick and Adler is on vacation in Cancun. Now I don't know what. So now I don't think we, audience-wise, you want to hear the entire 10 minutes, but we definitely can get the beginning of it because they do the beginning of it, and the way they go into their first topic and everything is really funny. So I think it was part of a Christian leadership conference. Talking about young Christian leaders. I think that's what this was. I don't know exactly where it happened, but here it is. Here's the puppet show beginning, and they have the studio set up on the puppet stage and everything, so you can hear it if you're on radio, and we got the script, but you can watch it. Here we go. So they're getting it all set up. Here comes the studio. American flag in the front, just like we have here. There's the wheel of meat going up in the back.
So good.
Yeah.
Gosh, that's so.
And then they come in. They sing this this praise and worship.
Quite a setup.
It is, yeah. And so these are the guys that are going to be doing it. Looks like Sawyer Blankenship, Caleb Lentz, Porter Johnson, Braden Hall, Bogdan, and Eli Warren. I guess
that is so good.
Yeah. Yeah. So when this song ends, just get ready for the intro.
Okay.
Here we go.
Boy. Guys.
Welcome back into the Rick and Bubba Show. What a busy show we got today for all of our listeners out there. We've got some special guests today on the Rick and Bubba Show. We want all of you audience members to know that if you've got any questions for our guests, feel free to call in at any time at 866-WE-BE-BIG. But first, let's bring in the silver tongue one, the man with the golden voice. Professional Lunch Eaters Man of the Year, the inventor of Pizza in a Cup, Shakespeare's Worst Nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, and associates everywhere, welcome into a little show we like to call Rick and Bubba. But first, before we kick off this segment, let's recap the sports highlights from this week.
Well, with no shock to anyone, it appears that the Crimson Tide still remains in the
Look
top
at Greg
5
down here.
of the college football playoff rankings, while the Auburn Tigers and Tennessee Volunteers sadly plummet down them.
You all know that anything could happen between now and the playoffs.
Yeah, and you notice that Adler's out again this week, and Helmsley called in sick today.
I did notice that. Lord willing, Helmsley will be back tomorrow, but Adler's vacationing in, what is it, Cancun?
Yeah, he's vacationing in Cancun.
Huh. And our producers are paying him while he's in Cancun?
From my understanding, they are.
Well, good for him.
A little sarcasm in your voice, Rick.
I'm just looking around this studio, and I don't see no palm trees or no white sand, but my paycheck looks just like Adler's.
Well, this is gonna cheer you up. We also just received a postcard from him today. Yo, Speedy, you got that card?
Yeah, I got the card.
Well, why don't you go ahead and read it aloud for all the listeners and Rick to give them some joy today on Adler's behalf.
Dear Rick and Bubba family, greetings from the hospital in Cancun, or as we'd say it, the Cancun Hospital. I ended up here after an incident that took place yesterday on the beautiful, salty shores of the Marlin Beach. I was sitting in my new Tommy Bahama Beach Lounger when I dozed off. Much to my surprise, I woke up greeted as close as I've ever been by the setting sun. I say that because my skin felt as if I was literally sitting on the sun itself. I was diagnosed with second-degree burns and have been treated from head to toe with a special cream. Turns out it's just glorified mayonnaise. See you soon, Adler. So, just to clarify, he's sitting in a foreign hospital bed, sunburnt and covered head to toe in mayonnaise?
Well, that's the way I took it.
I would never want to eat mayonnaise again, knowing that it was on Adler.
Greg, that's you. That's you, Greg.
Glad I was out sick.
Well, I think it's a great time to bring out our first guest.
Okay.
Speedy, who we got with us today? Our first guest comes to us from Jerusalem.
So there we go. Then they go into the.
All right. So this
is too good.
Tuscumbia Church of Christ in Tuscumbia, Alabama.
Okay.
Every year
That's
they
crazy.
participate in an event called Lads of Leaders, or Lads to Leaders. It teaches young men and women to go out and use their talents to help spread the gospel. And one of the events is a puppet show. And so that's what they came up with. I think it was held on Easter weekend at Opryland Hotel in Nashville.
Yeah, and the line that I couldn't understand from Greg was, I wouldn't even want to eat mayonnaise again, knowing that it was ever on Adler.
It's actually,
that is outstanding.
That's based on a true story, actually.
Actually, is.
Yeah.
Good job, man.
So anyway, so there you go, and then it goes on, and of course they work stuff in, but and they keep using Rick and Bubba themes.
That's funny.
Stuff all the way
Very
through.
funny.
So,
Very funny.
So that was funny, and appreciate you guys doing that. That means a lot to all of us here that you would know that much about the show to be able to put on a puppet show. And Greg, it stays puppet to puppet, so I think we're good.
Yeah,
on that.
I'm okay with that.
And other headlines today.
Great job.
Now I know that the April 8th people, this is another one of those end of time things that's happening. Two things today they will put over in their column is that Taiwan had two earthquakes, 7.4 tremors. I saw another story that says 7.5, but I mean, let's don't split hairs. But and it's caused buildings in Taiwan to collapse. More than 700 are injured, and it also triggered tsunami warnings that extended to Japan and the Philippines. So you had that in Taiwan, and then Greg read a headline today. The Israelis have come out and said and have been apologetic that during this fight that they accidentally killed people that were just citizens, and they've apologized for that. Of course, and everybody's leaving out that Hamas does that about every day.
Yeah.
That the civilians or military people make no difference to them, but at least the Israelis said they have owned that. Well, that has caused even more pressure now on Israel. It's like throwing blood, into a bunch of sharks, And Greg said, how about this headline? And I thought about the April 8th solar eclipse people. The world turns on Israel. So if you're a prophecy buff today,
I mean, you got more than you can jump.
You got a busy week.
You've
got a lot to do before Monday, don't you?
All these pieces together.
The world turns on Israel,
and that is a real headline.
Yeah,
look at
that. Sure it is. So anyway, so that's for those of you that are anticipating and solar eclipsing and 2 and 7 years, and Salem and Nineveh and a town in Indiana called Rapture. So there's you some more headlines to add to all that today. All right, we'll come back. We'll do our first phone troll of the day, 866-WE-BE-BIG. Greg will take the phones. A lot out there that you can comment on to bring up your own topics when the Rick and Bubba Show continues right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
A couple of items that we'll update. As for right now, and I sent you a text already, but I'll share it as the official update. My son that tested positive for COVID, and I will make a note it was a rapid test because his girlfriend tested positive. He has yet to show any symptoms, and he was supposedly exposed 10 days ago. Okay, so and then as of inside the house, Sherry has no symptoms. Big Love has no symptoms. Of course, Brody's already had it, so he's immune. And any symptoms I have, I don't think they have anything to do with COVID. I mean, do I have a little bit of a sniffle? Yeah, but that's pretty normal when the temperature drops down to what it has here where we live. Do I have a little bit of a tightness in my chest a little bit? Yeah, but that's not abnormal either. I haven't run any fever, anything like that. Not saying that, I mean, I may go downhill, after the show today and tomorrow. Waiting on my test. I did the prolonged test because of the accuracy. Should know something tomorrow, Friday at the latest. And Greg, I know you have no symptoms either.
I have none. We're just waiting on my son-in-law. He had symptoms, and his first test was negative, the quick test, and they're just waiting on the results of the other. But I have no symptoms. Lisa has no symptoms, and my daughter, who's 7 months pregnant, has no symptoms either. So, everybody's feeling fine. It's just we hope that it's going to be fine. I think it is.
Hey, Rick, I know you did the long test.
Yep.
Do they do that with the stick up the nose too, or do they actually do a blood test with that?
No, it's the stick up the nose. And let me tell you something. If you want to laugh your head off, you know how you and I have had a blast being Hendrick drivers that we're both in vehicles now that have lift kits.
Oh yeah.
So I'm up in the air. They do it curbside. Okay. So I'm up in the air, and the nurse practitioner comes out, and I said, "Do you need me to get out?" And she comes over and she says, "No, your lift kit actually has your nose in the proper position." And she just stood down there and rammed it up my nose.
That's funny.
So
do they go vehicle for the test?
Yeah, I did.
Do they go as far as what everybody says?
Now, let me be clear, okay, because it could be as this progress has got further that they've changed. I've had some people tell me that in the beginning they rooted up in there even more than they do now. I don't know why that is, or even if that's true. All I can tell you is it was highly exaggerated. It was no big deal.
Well, that's good to know.
Yeah, very good to know.
Yeah. So now I don't know whether it's not as severe as it was in the beginning, and that's possible. Maybe some of you out there in Rick and Bubba land can clarify that. But I was prepared, for the worst. I had friends tell me their eyes watered for most of the day, and they had sneezing fits, and some had nosebleeds, and I mean it was uncomfortable, but. From the medical world, maybe it's because I'm 56 and they've done so many things to me now. This pales in comparison.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I will say this, as far as our technical setup, I think yours is getting better every day, Rick. I know we made a slight adjustment yesterday. We got everybody wired in now. But your video's looking good, and hopefully it will hold in there for us today.
Hey, thank you, Mojo. But, I agree with you. It's a fact. It's a fact that we made an improvement. It's not like we're saying that about the wireless setup.
Right.
And so what we did is, where I was doing the show the last time I was quarantined, it's just so far away. It's good for the family, but to try to get hardwired, and if I'm using outdated terms, forgive me.
No, you're good.
Am I using, is Ethernet still the word?
Yes. That's correct. Yep.
Yeah, so we could not get Ethernet to that room without some major overhauls, which it's one of those things where you want it to be the least amount of intrusive and being intrusive to your family and your house. So, but we discovered that since the youngest that is living down here where I am. He has a job, so he has to get up about, an hour into the show anyway, and he says he can't hear me. So I'm doing it downstairs closer to the modem. So we figured it, Bubba, almost to the inch that I was about 30 to 50 feet from the modem, and I had one of a business that I use here at the house that does work in your house with home theaters and all your Wi-Fi, and if you need anything done in the technical world, he's got his freelance business, and he had to quarantine when I was trying to get this set up before. And here we go. You can hear the music. It's time for a Patriot Mobile phone troll. Make your phone money count at patriotmobile.com/Bubba. 30 seconds a pop, the largest number of people, shortest amount of time. The real Greg Burgess taking phone calls right now. Not time to visit with Greg. It's time to get you lined up with the 10 lines that are available. And then you make the comments, ask the questions, bring the information to the table. At the end of 30 seconds, the buzzer sounds. Your time on the program will come to a close, and then we'll move on to the next caller. So lines are available now. If you want to join us, if you move right now, you should get in. Today, the Wednesday Bible study back, noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern, on the Rick and Bubba YouTube channel. Will be in 2 Corinthians. And today, we do talk about one of the most discussed passages in the Bible is the Apostle Paul talking about the thorn in his flesh. It is also an uphill climb for the health, wealth, and prosperity gospel. So we will we'll cover that today. And I've had such a blast over the last week going to even usually more commentary than I normally do, just to try to get so many different points of view on this. So we'll unpack that today. So join us either live or catch the archive later today on the YouTube channel and podcast channel. Jake at State Farm will get us started on the Patriot Mobile phone troll. Trolling.
Keep them phones a trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling, phone troll. Jake, welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
I don't know about you, but a lot of secondhand embarrassment on that puppet show thing. Rick, you ought to, sometimes you just got to call yourself.
Yes.
But, the guys did a great job, and I understand. But, hey, listen, that was rough. I had to change the channel.
Yeah, well, it can get uncomfortable looking back. Probably the introduction of Bubba it was where I probably should have pulled out, because I think right there we're all going, hey man, this is sound, whatever. But wanted to see how they would work Greg in and Speedy, so I had some interest there. But I understand what you're talking about. Sometimes things like that, because God love them, they're getting after it. But for us, it was a lot of fun and an honor as well.
Do you want to know where I went? Because I didn't have any.
Yeah, okay.
And
really?
No.
Interesting.
That is very interesting, because I had it, and
because where I went was, we're playing it here on the show, but they're in a puppet show competition, and so if you're in the room when that's happening, that's what everybody's kind of doing. They're showing their talents through the puppet show, which is part of this.
Do you know what I think would
and
made
so
it?
In my mind, I'm thinking, okay. That this is kind of how
you're an
how
interesting.
Do you
study.
I know. Do you know what I think would have made it better for me, and I wouldn't have had secondhand if I would have never saw a human being before it started.
Right.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Right.
See what I'm saying?
Yeah. No, that makes a lot of sense.
Right. Like if we'd have put it up there and I'd just puppets had started, but seeing everybody involved.
Right.
When do you think Greg's going to realize he left the door open and
he doesn't
be able to hear?
Never.
Okay.
I've noticed that,
kind of done closing it for him.
I've noticed on the team two things. There's shutting that door seems to be pretty elementary, but it doesn't happen. It'll be left open in a second. Even when I'm doing commercials, and that door right there, I've noticed will be left open.
Yeah. When Greg's in there.
We continue. Jesse, welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Jesse.
30 seconds. Go ahead.
Green Acres.
Thank you for the call.
So, did y'all see where Perry Noble, the former pastor of the mega church in the Carolinas, it's now got his own church. Now he's turning and opening up a rap career.
Don't know him. Not familiar with him, but I'm telling you, I'm starting to get intrigued with this.
He's doing a what now?
A mega pastor has now become a rapper.
Oh my goodness!
Oh. Yep. Is that what you just said?
When he doesn't go with the rapper look either.
Yeah, I don't know this
Watch out,
person.
Tripoli.
Okay, I don't know him. Perry Noble. So he's rapping now?
Oh, I gotta hear one of those.
Well, let me tell you.
Talking about secondhand.
Well, I was about to say the puppet show will feel just fine.
Yeah.
We continue. Ray, welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah, guys. I had a proud dad moment yesterday. My wife was taking my kid to daycare, 3-year-old, and she texts me and says, your son, emphasis on your son, just asked
That's
if
never good.
Mama had the Rick and Bubba show on in her car like Daddy does.
Oh, that is
What
a
a
proud
moment.
What a great moment. Is Mom
So
not a
he's,
fan?
he's a big fan, and I haven't broke the news that it'll be ending this year, but good thing we got archives, and every time he gets in my truck, he's like, Dad, let's listen to Rick and Bubba.
That is so awesome.
You have done an outstanding job, Father of the Year.
And look, with the eclipse coming up, who knows?
Who knows?
You know,
I don't think any of us should be looking to anything futuristic. We continue. Tony in Alabama. Tony, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, the puppet show was good, but it lost all credibility when it said that Adler's check looked like Rick's, because there ain't no way. No way. That-
Well, I thought to myself, remember, these are puppets. It's all pretend. It's all pretend.
Yeah.
It's like watching a cartoon. We continue. Jacob, welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
What's up, big ones?
Hey, buddy.
So that puppet show is part of a Church of Christ conference. It's called Lads to Leaders.
Say that again.
Lads
it's
to
like
Leaders. That's what Speedy said.
Lads to Leaders.
Yes.
It's like a big competition. They do it on Easter weekend. They do one in Nashville, and then they do one in Atlanta. And I want to say it's around like 10 or 15,000 people combined.
Yeah.
And they have a puppet show. They have a.
I tell you what I love is when any organization is taking young people, and we desperately need it, and discipling them and raising them up in the faith, not just to be redeemed, that's, of course, the step one, but to take that redemption and now go out and be able to make disciples and to advance the kingdom of God in the church, into whatever sphere God puts them in. I'm always applauding that, and it is desperately needed. Brandon, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Go right ahead, 30 seconds. How are you?
I'm awesome. How are y'all?
Good.
I just want to say them puppet shows, if you've never been to one, you need to find a church that does them because they are very awesome.
I didn't expect puppets to get so much hype on the show today.
I think the
honestly
puppeteers
didn't.
have all called in.
Yeah, this is a big day for puppeteers.
Yeah.
I remember.
How do they rank versus handbells?
Oh, you gotta love
They rank a whole lot better, y'all.
What if the puppets played the handbells?
Oh.
It'd be like holding a big thing, and
Look, you better be careful, Bubba, because there's been handbell controversies at churches.
Oh, well, listen, I love the handbell.
You ever had a new pastor come in and try to get rid of the handbell choir?
Ham, do you remember doing that event with the handbells?
Yes, I did.
Hey, good luck on that one.
I couldn't play it, but I love hearing them.
Oh,
and I like the way they put them against their, shirt to stop it from ringing.
You think my grandmother didn't play handbells?
No, Rick, I bet she
takes a unique skill.
They take it very serious.
Let me tell you, Margaret Burgess.
And some ability to read music.
Yeah, right. Well, that never stopped my grandmother. I'll tell you that.
Just let her finish.
She a free ringer?
Oh yes.
She's from
and
she was
singer
from
too.
Free Will Ringer, First Baptist.
And singer too, Bubba. And singer too. Let me tell you what my grandmother brought to the choir: enthusiasm for the Lord Jesus. Oh, by the way, on that note, did I tell you this already?
What?
I don't know if I told you on the air. When we're going through all this stuff right now with Dad's passing and, and everybody's finding stuff, and Sherry just like say, and we found, I think I told you off there, that we found the notes of my grandmother teaching Sunday school at 75 years old. And her notes, we found out her lessons, 75 years old, and she's cranking out deep theology. And I was sitting there looking at these notes. I'm like, well, I want to keep these. I mean, to be able to have access to her Bible study notes, good night. I mean, it was
awesome.
And at first you're reading it, and I think, well, hey, how old are these? And I go back and I see the year, and I'm like, my goodness, she's 70-something years old doing this. Still teaching Sunday school every Sunday, singing in the choir and part of the handbell choir. Hey, just bring a new worship leader in and watch him try to take away the handbells. See if you don't have problems at the church. Bottom of the hour. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Time one of us had to be quarantined and he couldn't come, and then now I've got it, so he didn't want to come in either. So I just kept telling him the things that you and Helmsley told me I needed, and he would just come by and drop it at the door. So it was a pretty easy setup, and I got Brody to help me too, and so I am hardwired right now, and I do think I can already tell. I think that has made an improvement on the quality.
Yeah, well, we talked about it before, and this is not the tech segment, but if you wire a connection, it's always better than Wi-Fi. Wi-Fi is great; it's convenient.
Yeah.
But when you're talking about doing HD video over long periods of time, there's just too many packets of information on the Wi-Fi that bump into each other and have to be resent. And that's fine if you're surfing a web page or sending a email or text, because you never see it because you're talking about milliseconds. But when you're doing high def video and you have to drop a frame, then it makes a big difference.
It does.
Well, and the key is then there's nothing that I've talked to no one, even my son who does has to do live streaming of church services every week. He said, "Well, Dad, we just be sure we reset that modem before we start every time. You just need to reset before the show starts every day," which did help yesterday. But I said, "But Brody, the longest thing you ever run is an hour." I said, "We have to do 4 hours."
Yeah.
And in Greg's case, 5.
Yeah.
But if you're the person who's getting in and out of the breaks and all that, you're on the air a lot. And as you said, every little, makes a difference. Yeah, so hopefully this will be better. We'll see. 866 We Be Big. I will tell you, there's one adjustment if we could make this Zoom format would be perfect. We're missing one element from the standpoint of being the person on location, and if we get it, maybe we're gonna be the walking dog. All right, so Bubba, we mentioned, by the way, Greg, I told you I just finished BuzzBox coffee. I won't mention this, but this was given to me.
Look at there
by one of my nieces and nephews. A few either birthdays or Father's Days. I don't remember when I got it. But you may know who gave me that. But
yeah, she's a lot like me. I know exactly who gave it.
Right there it is. I don't know if y'all see that or not.
So she picked it out all on her own too.
Yeah. Wow. So Bubba, what you said, we had a little more COVID update. We think that Great Britain is gonna go out to the rest of the world. And
looks like Great Britain will be first, and that could start like next week. The FDA is saying here that it still could be 2 to 3 weeks before we have all this going. Although under Operation Warp Speed, they're already moving this stuff into locations. So it's going to be on the ground in various locations around the country. The minute they say it's go, we could be getting shots in 24 hours. That's what they're saying. So, and they have, as we mentioned, upgraded people in long-term care facilities and frontline health workers will be the first Americans to get it. They're calling that the Phase 1A group. They would be followed by other essential workers in Phase 1B, then adults with high-risk medical conditions, and people 65 and over in Phase 1C. Other parts of the population at a lower risk would get the COVID-19 vaccination later next year. Now, Rick, also, I don't know if you've been following this. The Ravens and Steelers have tried to have a football game now, it seems like, for 3 weeks.
Well, only NFL story I saw yesterday is the Jets have announced they're going to pick Sarah Fuller with their first pick.
Okay.
But by the way, whoever put that out, that was funny.
That
was good. No, I know that they're going to try to play. Is it this afternoon on NBC?
As a matter of fact, they're going to play at 2:40 our time, 3:40 Eastern time today. I know probably that's not a time you're used to seeing the NFL play, but the game originally slotted for prime time on Thanksgiving was then moved to Sunday, later moved to Tuesday, and now has been postponed for the third time in 6 days. The AFC North rivals are now scheduled to play today at 2:40 p.m. Central Time. And all of this with a couple of more Ravens testing positive.
You know, I go back to this testing positive because I assume they're using rapid test.
Yeah, I think they would have to be because they're doing so many of them.
Right.
You know, the problem with the rapid tests, and I'm not talking about all of them, but and sure, I guess the NFL, maybe they have a higher level. They're just not that accurate. And you know, this whole thing going on with COVID is, you know, we've all talked about how weird it is. It's real. It can be.
Here we go, 35 minutes past the hour. We thank you for being with us. All right, so mypillow.com/Bubba. Much better choice than the video that Adler had for us yesterday. I slept on a MyPillow last night, as did everyone here on the program. Even stocking Camp House with MyPillows far and wide. I don't want to ever be without one. The best pillow ever made. Right now, mypillow.com/Bubba. If you like deals, Speedy, let me just say, you need to be shopping at mypillow.com/Bubba right now. They're having a $25 extravaganza sale. For example, premium Giza MyPillows are only $25. Hey now, my sandals are $25. My sandals? We had them on special the other day for like $60. $25.
What?
6-pack My Towel sets, $25. 4-pack dish towels, Helmsy, $25. 2-pack multi-use My Pillows, meaning you can travel with them, whatever, $25. Look, the bed sheets, $25. Beach towels, $25. Guys, it's a $25 extravaganza sale. Speedy is currently going there.
Yeah, I am like straight up.
I know you are. Go to mypillow.com/Bubba right now for the $25 extravaganza.
Thanks, Bubba.
mypillow.com/Bubba. Also go to rickandbubba.com. Find the link. Guess what else they're going to give you, Speedy? This is a big day for you.
Okay.
Free shipping.
What? It's unbelievable.
It's time to move.
I want some My Slippers. I need to get that.
Well, now's the time.
Right,
we finally priced them where you can go get them.
You got them.
Coming up, and can y'all help me? When is this fight with Mike Tyson and
July,
Jake Paul?
I think
it's
July.
coming July. 4th of July.
Yeah. It's
July 20th?
Yeah.
It's the 4th of July.
No, it's a little further than that.
When I heard y'all on the kickoff hour saying
He's
that
a killer. He's a killer. I'm a marauder.
I'm a marauder.
I kill somebody. I bite somebody.
Right.
I'm a marauder and I kill. I eat flesh. Flesh.
And you know, remember if it's on,
I'm a cannibal.
And it's on Netflix. Remember that. It's a
Netflix, and it's
thing.
going to be if I got Netflix, I can watch it. Yep.
Right.
All right, so I will watch this. I think. But here is Mike Tyson, and when y'all heard this, I did not expect to hear this sentence on the kickoff hour. Mike Tyson was on Hannity.
Right.
I did not expect to hear that sentence.
Yeah.
So Tyson is on Hannity talking about the fight. We have a couple of clips. Here's the first one. He's talking about the fight coming to Netflix, as the guys just told you.
This is called an exhibition. But if you look up exhibition, you will not see any of the laws that we're fighting under. This is a fight. I don't think he's faster than me. I've seen a YouTube of him at 16 doing weird dances.
Yeah.
That's not the guy I'm going to be fighting. This guy's going to come, he's going to try to hurt me, which I'm accustomed to, and he's going to be greatly mistaken.
Will you please promise me you're going to kick this guy's ass and show
Well,
up, please?
Hannity.
He's a black.
Hey, I will do just that for you.
I do that.
Right now, I'm scared to death. But as the fight gets closer, the less nervous I become because it's reality. And in reality, I'm invincible.
You want to teach him a lesson.
I'm invincible. I teach him.
I will do just that, but dislike him? No, I don't. I do not have no grudges against him. He's beautiful. And no, it's not from that perspective.
He looks delicious.
All right, so
he really got
just throw in there delicious.
Yeah.
Looks delicious.
Look at that ear.
I'm gonna eat his ear. Looks delicious. He's a beautiful man.
But here's the thing: did anybody at any point? I didn't see this interview. Did Hannity ever threaten to beat up Tyson?
No.
I mean, you know, with his
He wants to take on Jake Paul.
with all his skills.
You've repaired that relationship. Don't go
I'm
down this
sorry,
road.
I'm just joking around.
Don't do that.
I heard you guys saying this earlier, and if you weren't there, you missed it. And I agree with you. And I'll say it this way, and Bubba, I think you will be on board for this too. I believe that you can make the case that as far as a skilled boxer, Muhammad Ali the greatest of all time. As far as the guy who was the best at the sport
and the impact
he had. But I don't think there's anybody ever so far been on this planet that was more terrifying than Mike Tyson. He was the most terrifying person.
Yeah, I don't think anyone was terrified of Muhammad Ali.
Yeah,
no,
he was just good.
You had to respect him. You knew he was good. You knew he could beat you. He was very talented. He was a good tactician of fighting.
Tactician.
Yes, tactician.
He's a tactician.
But when it comes to Mike, he was a killer. He's a marauder.
He's a marauder. He killed somebody. He's a killer. He's killing.
Let me ask you this.
Mate, let's talk about it, Mike. What you say? Is he a marauder?
We're talking like Mike Tyson the rest of the show.
If he was to lose this match,
does
this do anything to your thought on him in that regard?
He was too old to fight.
It just, I mean,
that's
just
what
like
that's
Muhammad
what
Ali was too old to fight.
Okay, that's
sometimes
fair.
I get scared.
That's why
I'm
Holmes
asking.
was too old to fight Tyson.
But-
Tyson knocked him out.
He's not going to lose it.
I don't think he does either, but
I'm too
I mean,
old.
if he does,
I'm older than my peasants.
Jake Paul, he's a lot better than most people
My
give him
peasants
credit
are
for.
full of
I need to
penis.
see Jake Paul training.
You need to
because
watch that
yeah.
special I told you about.
Yeah, I do.
And,
I do.
and
You're right.
you'll see
I
how
don't know
serious
it's
he
gonna
is.
go.
But
It's not an exhibition.
I got to tell you,
So I see.
if Jake Paul pulls this off and beats Mike Tyson, that's going to be in the back of our brains when we're talking about Mike Tyson for the rest of our life.
We'll say, what was he thinking?
Yeah, I don't like this one bit. I
Is
don't
it
like
fixed?
this one
Is
bit.
it fixed?
Well,
Is
a
it
lot
fixed?
of people
Nobody
say
better
that.
it's fixed.
Yeah, they say it's like wrestling.
You better not
Jake
say
Paul's
it's fixed. If you
fight.
say Jack Paul is fixed, exhibition, no rules.
He's not coming out.
I don't want him to.
There was rumor it was like a WWE, got a script.
Uh-huh.
But of course they deny it. But that's what they claim.
Well, look,
you
I
saying
mean,
you saying it's fake?
What?
I kill a man say fake. I'm a runner. I think he's beautiful, delicious.
He's wonderful. The 2020
Exhibition.
Trying to.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Mate, Adler, you have to tell us like Mike
right.
Tyson if you want in on the conversation.
Bubba, you sound like
The
the guy
2020
on
fight
Weird
between-
Science when he's in the car
Yes.
with a cigar.
Yeah, he does. He does.
He ain't got no life.
He does.
Adler, don't come in here on the fun zone and ruin this.
I'm just saying the 2020 fight between Roy Jones Jr. and Mike Tyson
wasn't
is
ready.
the
Forgot
last
about
time
that.
Tyson fought, and Tyson looked good, but he was also fighting a guy his age, close to his age. Jake Paul was also on that card, which is very interesting to me.
Adler, can I just say this though? And I,
That's when they could have talked.
but Sean Hannity could beat both of them.
Yes, absolutely.
I told you not to do that.
Let's go back to this.
You're not
Adler.
like Mike Tyson
Are you not
anymore.
going to talk to Mike Tyson?
I'm gonna beat up Hannity and Jack Paul.
I beat the cameraman up, beat up Link operator.
Hannity, I'm gonna beat you and the trainer.
I get them all.
I'm gonna roll with Adler. It's Brazilian jiu-jitsu.
Adler, let me hear yours.
I can't say jiu-jitsu.
I can't
Try
do
it.
it. I
Try
can't
it.
do it. Everybody's
Try
doing
it.
it. I
Do
can't
it.
be the.
Adler, you have to try it.
I'm
No, now get up. You have to get right here with the terrible.
No, he's more grindy. I don't know what y'all are doing. He's grindy.
Do you not hear his?
I'm a marauder. He's down here.
Do you hear him though? If you don't put the lisp in it, you ain't got it.
You ain't got to have the lisp.
The list was worse
Speedy,
than I
you
even
sound
remembered.
like you have special needs.
What about the lisp?
You got to put your tongue out here.
You can't get
That
out.
is not
You
even
get down here like
close.
this. He's my route.
It's fun. Try it. Sitting in the car right
It's for
now.
my voice. It's
Greg,
I'm not doing it.
Greg, got the hit good.
I don't want you to stop.
That's
Well, you
my
can't talk
Bible
about it.
type that everybody does it different.
Good night. He got cut off halfway through it.
I think you just imbibed that.
Look, let's go back to this.
I said marauder.
We're acting like Jake Paul is some prize fighter.
Yeah, Greg.
I mean, he,
Hey, no.
I know he's good. No. Hear me out. Finish me
Yeah.
out. He's not fighting a guy who is like when you talk about Roy Jones Jr. Okay, you said they were at the same age. Well, this is not the equivalent of Mike Tyson being 50 and fighting Roy Jones Jr. when he was young. We're fighting Jake Paul, who is a good fighter, but he never had this history of I was once a champion, and you're old and I'm still young, and I'm a champion fighter. So that we're not talking about that.
That's right.
But we are talking about a young guy who can fight, and I got that.
How would
Yes,
Jake
but-
Paul measure up? Because I don't keep up with boxing like I used to. I don't know who the number one fighter in the world in his weight class is. He probably wouldn't match up very good against them.
He lost to what's his name, Fury.
Yeah, but it was a heck of a fight.
But that was Tyson's brother. It wasn't Tyson.
It's not
Correct.
Tyson Fury.
Right.
What
but
about
it,
Lee
It was like
Leon?
Bo Bice's brother, Eric.
But it was
Bice.
still he's a professional boxer,
What about
and
Leon
it was
Spinks?
a really good fight.
Leon speaks at a slight lisp too.
Shanley, it's not exhibition.
All right, now I'm Jay Leno.
Leon he took too many punches.
To your point, I don't know how many rounds it is, but if it goes past 5 or 6, I think Tyson's in trouble because that takes a lot out of him.
That's true.
Got to get him quick.
No way he's doing the cardio.
If Tyson can hit him early and break his face, which I think Tyson can still do.
Yes.
If he can break his face early, but like y'all said, if it drags on and he has to be cardio ready.
Yeah.
I'm
If Jake Paul comes out, stands toe to toe,
I get better the longer I go.
He ain't gonna do that.
No, he's not.
Now I'm going to say this as someone who hadn't watched boxing in a while.
YouTube out of him.
Right. I better.
You get him on YouTube.
I better see people trying to hurt each other, or I'm going to be very disappointed.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Let me hit yours, Craig.
Now you got him with a sinus infection.
We'll come back.
I think it's an 8-round fight.
Okay.
It's going to be 8 rounds.
8 rounds.
Adler thinks it's fixed.
If you got 8 rounds.
They're just going to take the money, y'all.
Well, I mean, good for them. Good for them, but I'll be disappointed. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Stating you can get really, really sick and people do die. But the part that has me, that I don't understand, especially now, because unless it's, I know there's theories and some of them make sense, some of them don't. Okay, just to be clear. But what I don't understand is there's almost like you're not allowed to give any COVID good news. It's not allowed. You're only allowed to give bad news. And there doesn't seem to be the commitment to eradicate shaky bad news from our access, as opposed to what they deem, let me be clear, they deem is shaky good news. If it's good news, it's shaky. If it's bad news, it's all legit. Mm-hmm. And I just don't understand that. And I heard more people talking about it. And I know we talked about it off the air, but more people yesterday were really unpacking this. And that's the Johns Hopkins study that came out that has been now eradicated from the Johns Hopkins, their own website. But again, if somebody at Johns Hopkins came out, what's wrong with some good news?
What was that study, Rick? I remember hearing about it, but I can't remember what the details were.
Listen, and hear me loud and clear when I say this. This is not Johns Hopkins nor this scientist saying that COVID isn't dangerous or that it's a pleasant experience. And they're not saying it's a hoax. They're not saying it's a scam. None of that. What this, and I've got it here because I screenshot it because people were saying, go ahead and screenshot it.
Before it gets away.
Yeah, hurry.
And so I actually did. So what we have here, and I can't pronounce the scientist's name. It's Genevieve, and then I can't pronounce the last name. But she's with BIAND. Would you just say brand, maybe? I don't know. But anyway, she decided to research this theory that COVID has actually increased the number of deaths, that there's more people dying this year in America as in opposed years, and all that is because of COVID-19. So she went out and began to look at the death rate from mid-March to mid-September. And she said the deaths have reached 1.7 million, which is 200,000 or 12% of total deaths are COVID-19, about 12% of all the people who died. But instead of looking directly at COVID-19 deaths, she focused on total deaths per age group and per cause of death in the U.S. to try to find out, has COVID-19 really raised the death rate? And she said she expected to see drastic increases across all causes. And she said, but when I looked, there wasn't really any increase in how many people die like they do every year in the United States. And said even the ones that I saw that were listed as COVID-19 deaths, and there's always exceptions, and if that's your family, you don't want that exception. She said the overwhelming majority of these people in every age group, based on their health and their situation, were likely headed to die within a year if they'd never gotten COVID-19.
Right.
And so she says this misnomer that COVID-19 is serious, she said, but to say that it's deadly at a higher level of the other things that may kill you, She says her science does not show that as far as total numbers of deaths, because she said she noticed that over in the heart disease area, the cancer area, the diabetes area, the just straight up flu and pneumonia area, she saw the death rates in every age group were down. She said, but when you take that deficit and then go over to the COVID deaths and then you put it all equal, does this make sense? What I'm saying?
Basically you're shifting numbers from one column to another.
Right.
Yeah, she says the people are not, our death rate is not higher in the United States this year as years past. It's just not.
So why did they pull it down? Have they commented on it?
Yeah, I was going to say this article is in Monday's show prep or the show notes at rickandbubba.com. We'll move it over in today's as well if you want to go and look at it. But that was the I guess the web archive that was sent to us before it got pulled down, and we have that link.
6 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. From the Broadcast Plaza and Teleport, you got Speedy. You've also got Eddie Van Adler, Helmsy. Greg and I are still in COVID. Everybody having a good time with 2020? Let's see if we can usher this baby on out of here. But we are in our home setups trying to wait on test. So far, so good as far as how we feel. So we've got a lot going on, and we'll tell you more about that when we come back. But first of all, look, there's Bill Bubba Bussy over there.
Hey, I'm glad to be here. Thank all of you for being part of the Rick and Bubba experience.
We're back 9 minutes to the top of the hour. Thank you for being with us today. As we are working through another one, we'll get to some more of your phone calls coming up later in the program today. And to get feedback, we've covered quite a bit. If you've missed any part of the program, there's good news. You're now living in a day where the technology is available for you to listen to parts of the show that you can't listen to on your normal schedule, but you can listen to them on your own time. The podcast archives every day, the YouTube archives every day. So make a note of that for any part you may have missed. Bubba, I know that you have always been a mover and a shaker. I mean, there's no questioning that. And you've become the face of many movements. And at one time, a lot of people do not remember this, but at one time, now I know that's almost that can be punishment and a blessing, and that's being a Vikings fan, but the Minnesota Vikings at one time where many people don't believe how close they were. They were within your grasp to bring the Minnesota Vikings to your town of Birmingham, Alabama, the Birmingham Vikings. It was so close.
Yeah, I mean, we've lived that story here on there several times.
Yes, right.
Dr. Lee Mack here in town, the noted orthopedic surgeon, had got a group up to buy the Vikings.
Yes.
And was actually it's so funny to go back and look at those stories about that. They had an offering, I think, for $250 million, and some people were saying they were overpaying. Have y'all seen the price? And the group was outbid by Tom Clancy.
Yep.
Okay, by about $3 million. So the Lee Mack group disbands. Tom Clancy was unable to close the deal because his wife filed for divorce about a week before they closed and locked his assets up.
Oh, and scared me to death.
I thought he got in trouble. They locked him up.
They locked what up? My goodness.
Assets.
It was
I said assets. Y'all heard about assets? They locked his assets up.
I'm
like, wow.
He even had that tone.
It's like, when to go to jail?
And then Red
night.
I knew he was upset about it, but my gracious
Lord, she was mad.
So the Vikings was left at the closing table with no buyer.
And, now remember, there was another group that got together, and they were just about to buy it, and then they got a ServPro bill. You remember that?
Yeah, and then
lock their assets
and
up.
the one that came in there, the one that came in and
say it like
you
that.
said it,
and actually bought the team was Red McCombs, the oil tycoon from Texas.
Right.
Yeah.
So, but I had told Dr. Lee Mack, I said, look, I can't, Doc, I can't afford, I'm not a heavy hitter in this thing, but I said, I got $1,000, whatever. I get if I can get a half a share out of that, all I want's one seat in owner's box.
Bubba showed up at that group meeting toting $1,000 big dollars.
Yes, sir. And I was going to lay that money down.
So, Bubba, the opportunity may have presented itself again You mentioned it earlier, but we didn't do the whole story. Let's do it now. You would think, and you've already said this, that being the probably most successful current franchise in the NFL right now, modern day, Kansas City Chiefs, of course, the Royals also in Kansas City. But they both want to upgrade their homes there in Kansas City, but they were voted down.
Yeah, the sales tax measure to do renovations on Arrowhead and I guess a new stadium for the Royals, right? Was voted down by the voters, about 60-40 it looks like, right? Or 58% rejected the measure.
All right,
so
tell me,
60-40.
Tell me if I'm wrong on this, because we went through this, in our city a while back. If I could remember that guy's name that was so adamant against it, I would use it right now and claim he's moved to Kansas City, but I can't think of his name now.
What was it?
But anyway, it was bizarre because he was like a medical doctor, but he was a chain smoker. It was really weird. But anyway, it's true, by the way. Is the vote really, if we were just really getting down to it, the vote is not so much we don't want them to have new homes, is we as the taxpayers will not fund it.
Yep.
I think that's going to have to find another way.
You're going to have to find another way.
Yeah.
Listen to what they were trying to do too, Rick. They wanted to replace an existing 3/8 of a cent sales tax that people had been paying for the upkeep of the Truman Sports Complex, the home of more than 50 years to Kaufman and Arrowhead stadiums, with a similar tax that would have been in place for the next 40 years. So usually when these things fail, that's when teams move to get a better deal.
Right.
We saw that with L.A. or Oakland. We saw that with, it's happened. St. Louis, I feel like they've moved all over the country. But we've had several teams move when they fail to get a new stadium. So does this mean the Chiefs will now pack up and go somewhere else?
No chance.
Bubba, this is your chance again. You need to get your group together.
I actually got I don't know if I should say this or not, because I don't have real good luck with pro teams.
Please say it.
Well, I got a Chiefs hat for my birthday.
There it is.
Somebody gave it to me,
Yeah, that's true. I remember that.
You're wearing your Chiefs colors right now.
I didn't realize it said the Royals, who had pledged at least $1 billion from ownership for their project, wanted to use their share of the tax revenue to help fund the $2 billion plus ballpark district that'll be around it, I guess. But they were going to pledge $1 billion themselves.
And the Chiefs were putting up $300 million. It wasn't just all on the taxpayer. It was a partnership.
They didn't want no part of it.
But I do find it interesting that and I don't know who's putting this up. I don't know if it's Jackson County. They're kind of playing to what you're talking about, Bubba, with them moving. Vote yes, April 2nd. Keep the Chiefs.
You're right.
Like that's the signage they're using for this.
Well, Bubba has said it, and he's not wrong, and y'all said it. My goodness, y'all used to be sports czars. That when you won't give these teams better facilities, they become disgruntled.
Yeah.
And suddenly cities start saying, "We'll give you one."
Well, there's always somebody out there that wants the prom queen, and you get to be the prom queen and let people bid to get you there. Now,
Birmingham Chiefs.
Yep. Birmingham Chiefs.
There you got the stadium ready to go.
I'd buy season tickets.
Well,
yeah, absolutely.
NFL stadiums usually aren't as big as college.
They're not.
But how much does Progressive hold?
Progressive doesn't hold
40?
35, 40.
40.
You could,
but they can put another upper deck on it.
You could make it work, probably.
You could.
Yeah.
Be a lot easier than building a new one.
It would.
It would. Yeah.
You still got your grand?
Birmingham
Got your
Chiefs. Do we want
$1,000 for it?
Oh, he's going 2 now.
Oh.
Do we
had to cut back.
that latest email.
It's a little tough.
What about the baseball team? Do we want it too?
The Royals?
Yeah.
Sure,
Of course we do.
Because the A's are going to Las Vegas too, right?
Yes.
Is that official?
Yeah, they're tearing the Tropicana.
No.
Tropicana, the historic casino and hotel.
They're tearing it down so they can build a ballpark.
Are the Royals any count right now?
I don't know.
They any good?
Yeah. Well, you know who needs to get
They've
involved
been
with
good
that?
the last few years.
Bo Jackson. He needs to help bring them back.
Absolutely. So, I'm sure Bo's involved.
He's involved in a lot of things.
This is a big opportunity for somebody. Big opportunity.
I mean, you can go in there and make a pitch now, and you got an audience.
What I don't
Before
want,
that vote, you could have showed up and they wouldn't have talked to you.
What I'm not a fan of, what I don't want, is when a team becomes available in a big city that already has a team, just adds one.
Yeah, I
hate
don't like that either.
I hate
don't like
that.
that either.
I don't like cities to have 2 teams.
Rick and Bubba's
The Royals are 2-3 to start the season.
Well, that's early.
I know.
I think they've been good though, haven't they? The last few years.
Early. I got them good. But I don't know.
I like the Royals. I like that royal blue.
Yeah. Royal blue.
That all white uniform with that blue they got something.
Top of the hour. If you leave us, have a great day. Don't forget the Rick and Bubba archives today to pick up anything you miss. For the rest of you, more Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Chew. Well, you hear us talk about this on the show all the time. The culture. Oh, our culture. What a mess out there. And one of the things that you hear us talk about all the time on the program is, and there's been a survey that just came out that's new again, saying the same thing. The influence that we believe our Creator, God, gave to men cannot be replaced. And men, because of the influence and the headship that the Lord God Almighty has given us, we are either a detriment to society or we're an asset to society. There's no in between. You can't turn it off. So our hope is that you'll get that pure Christ-centered masculinity. And our friend Jason Whitlock with Blaze TV has partnered with country music star John Rich for Roll Call 2.0. Remember, they did this last year, and we promoted this, and it's presented by Preborn. It'll be Saturday, June 1st in Nashville. Great music, food, fellowship, and hopefully, and we're praying that men will be transformed by biblically inspired messages. Whitlock, of course, will be speaking, Jason. Also, North Carolina Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson will be there. Pastor E.W. Jackson. There'll be many, many more. Glenn Beck will be there. As it says in Hebrews, godly men must come together and encourage each other toward love and good deeds. So if you want to find out more, you go to fearlessarmyrollcall.com and go ahead, guys, and reserve your spot, or maybe you want to get a spot for the men in your life. fearlessarmyroll.com. Reserve your spot today.
We really do appreciate you, and thank you for being with us. Some of you 20-something plus years.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's really amazing. Don't forget, we've got 12 working days of Christmas starting tomorrow. The first gift of Rick and Bubba Christmas starts tomorrow. And I got to tell you, I'm getting really excited. I know Speedy and his family, they've had their Christmas decorations up since October 28th. But I like, every year we try to figure out our rhythm here, and I really like, we got everything. We started putting up our Christmas decorations on December 1st, which was yesterday. And actually, no, Monday, right? I guess it was on the 30th. So we got lights up yesterday. We put all the trees up and decorated the trees. I got called in that. I don't know what it is. Every year, and I want to ask my wife, but you have to handle it delicately. I know this is supposed to be fun. Now, all of our kids are too old now. They want nothing to do with it. They just want the trees to be up. But I don't know if I'm like, Sherry, it seems like that you and I are not having as much fun with this as we should. Because, Sherry has a way she wants it done, and that's fine. I mean, we all can be, I think we all have a little bit of this is the way I like things done.
Mm-hmm.
But, so I don't want to stand in the way of the way you want it done, but yet you want me to participate. But yet you're constantly having to correct me for doing it the way that you apparently don't want it done.
Yeah, right.
Do y'all run into that? I mean,
Oh,
it's like, honey, I don't know. Am I just here to frustrate you? I don't understand my role.
Yeah, you're best just to get out of the way.
Yeah, and sometimes she'll assign me the little Christmas tree downstairs, which is the one that has all the ornaments that the kids have made over the years. All that stuff. And if there's any weird ornament, it goes on that one. And but then she claimed last year that she wanted me to do it because the way the kids have all grown up, that it makes her cry to do that tree. so and she said, and as Bubba said, I know that you can look at a penguin in a blender, so why don't you go put that one up? And, so anyway, but this year we were participating, and one time yesterday, I thought I was going to have a story on this show today, and I didn't want it. I mean, it was good for the show, but it would have been terrible for me. Probably physically and in the house. So we have at our house, we have the 3 different ladder heights. We have the standard step ladder.
Yeah.
You know, it's aluminum.
I've seen you fall off that one, Rick.
Yeah. Well, you saw me fall off the big one, didn't you? Or was it the little one?
I thought it was the little one. It might have been the big one. I just saw you fall.
Yeah.
Yeah. It might have
Quite
been.
the
So
spill.
Yeah. So then we have the medium one, which is things that are, and then you have the big one, which means I got to get to something way up there. So, you know, it's a hassle if you have to use more than one of them. And so Sherry, you know, the trees this year where we get them from, they said where they grow, there was a little bit of a drought. So the tree is still, it's 9.5 feet high, but it's not as big overall as some of the ones we've had in the past. But I mean, it's still plenty big. So she got into the stepladder situation, and then we get down to this angel on top. Okay, and I dread it every year. I dread it every year. And I'm like, this always leads to some sort of argument, you know, to some sort of, I just don't know why we do this. I honestly don't. I wish, honey, I love you just like you are. I love your 5'1" self. This is one of those moments I wish you were 6'8". so you could just put that angel up the way you want it.
We're showing it, Rick.
Okay, yeah. And so and Sherry likes it to look like it's flying over the tree.
Well, boy,
Okay,
it does. I can tell you that.
So anyway, so she gets the step ladder out, which is only what, maybe how tall? I mean, it's not 6 foot.
6 foot.
I don't know.
Usually.
Is it even 6 foot? Maybe. Okay. So she won't. I start going up it, and I said, "Well, honey, I'm gonna have to go get the medium ladder." Here we go. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, Team Rick and Bubba, all here today. And we thank you for being with us. We'll get to your phone calls coming up again this hour at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Welcome back for a brand new hour. There he is, Bill Bubba Bussey.
We're glad to be here, Rick. Thank you, and thank all of you for listening.
Well, Bubba,
viewing and all the
viewing, listening, jumping up and down. Some of you who still just listen to the show and go tell others about it. But anyway, you know, we always have fun looking at some of these performance-based pay systems with professional players. Funny story today. One of the, and I don't mean to laugh at the demise of the Jets last year or Aaron Rodgers, but was there a bigger you can't have nothing than them getting Aaron Rodgers? They hype up. Hard knocks. We are building. We've got him a defense. We've got him some offensive weapons. Hey, we are going deep in the playoffs and potentially to the Super Bowl, and it all kicks off tonight.
3 plays.
I mean, and down.
4 plays.
Yeah, down goes Aaron Rodgers, 4 plays into the season. Did you know that those 4 snaps actually earned for Aaron Rodgers $81? How about that?
Is that part of his deal?
Yep.
Or is that if he was on that kind of deal?
Yeah. So he got $81. The pay system gives incentive based on the amount of time played and his base salary. Since Rodgers' salary was $37.5 million last year, so
they got that.
But he only participated in 0.33% of the snaps. That came up to $81.14.
So how's his recovery in the offseason? Is he going to be back? Is he supposed to be good?
He's supposed to.
I assume it's coming along.
There was a rumor that he'd make it back towards the end of last season.
You know, that's a tough injury, though.
Yeah. Well, they said that they didn't know if he was going to play or not because the Jets still want him to get vaccinated.
You're right. He
Yeah.
hasn't said the I word, has he? Inoculation.
No, he has not said it.
Remember, he kept saying he was inoculated.
Yeah, inoculated. So of course, some people having real trouble with that. But all right, so the Gen Z story today, and I'm with you, Bubba. I try to figure out what the different Gen X, Gen Z. All I really know is baby boomers because I know that ended in 1964.
Yeah, we were the last year.
We were the last year of that bunch, but I don't know where the others fall, and I know we've Googled it before and all that. But bottom line is, Gen Z, that'd be young folks today.
Yeah,
that's the last generation
born
that
in the
has
late 1990s and early 2000s.
Okay, so this is kind
Is
of
that
our
the
adult
last
kids.
one, or do we have one after that?
I think there's one called Alpha, maybe.
Really?
For the new
For the
millennium?
new-
The next
Yeah.
one. So anyway, these
That's
would
a good
be
bunch.
our kids that are young adults. It's the young adults right now. And you gave you the time. These.
Yeah, according to 2024, Boomers were 1955 to 1996. Gen X was 1965 to 1980. Millennials 81 to 96, and Gen Zers 97 to 2012.
Okay. So here's something that they're noticing, and we started picking up on this on when the price of college starts going up, and up, and then we started making the comment that some of the colleges are so expensive now that the cost to get the degree you're after costs more than what your entry-level salary is going to be in that business. And even if you're trying to get a degree that you need for that job. And one of the things that our country started really missing on is, and I know, Bubba, you're a big proponent of trade school, is that people weren't learning a trade anymore, and the trade industry is quite lucrative. And now you've got to have a work ethic, and we were talking about that.
Rick, speaking for someone who has written checks for that recently, it is very lucrative, and there appears to be a shortage.
Yes, there is. There has been a 16% increase with Gen Zers in vocational schools. They're entering trades, just what we just said, because of well-paying jobs and meaningful work. The median pay right now, even if you were just going to do construction, is $48,000. And that's the median. And then you get into being an electrician like Speedy's son is doing, and being a plumber or a welder. I mean, you're talking about lucrative jobs, and frankly, we need you. And I think, look, if you're somebody that is saying, I want to be a doctor, that's different. I want to be a teacher, that's different. I want to be a lawyer. Well, you're going to have to go to college, and you're going to have to. There's no other road for you, and there's others. I'm just not thinking of them right now.
Accountants, nursing,
that kind of stuff. But if you're somebody that says, "Hey, man, what's your major?" Undecided, or I'm not quite sure. I'm telling you, throwing money down that hole, you'd be better off to find you a trade, find one that you think you're interested in, that you'd love, and you'll do really well. You're in very high demand right now, so it's lucrative. Now, again, you work ethic is going to.
Gotta have that.
Well, here's the thing I've kind of noticed just having some Gen Zers is what I like about Gen Z is they're not really big fans of middle ground. They're either on the bad side, completely idiots, completely evil, have no interest in anything involving a work ethic, and have no interest in anything faith-based, and they've rejected the faith completely, and they have no desire to work, and they're perfectly fine to stay at their parents' house for the rest of their life if it's allowed. Then on the other end, you have Gen Zers like you're seeing today that really get after it. And I've also seen the ones, even though it's not a big percentage, but the ones who are devoted to their faith are much more devoted than anybody I ever knew growing up in the Bible Belt and in cultural Christianity. Cultural Christianity with Gen Z is undesirable for the most part. That's more of our problem. And they either say this I see value in this makes sense to me, and I'm completely devoted to it, or they want nothing to do with it.
That's right.
That's kind of the way they are when it comes to these jobs too. And so
if you don't mind working with your hands, it's a great way to go.
Well, you got to get out. Now, I will say, if you have a good work ethic, you're going to be okay no matter what.
Right.
Because trust me, we've said this on the show so many times, and I've tried to tell my kids this: you don't have a lot of competition.
Yeah.
You don't even have to be.
No, you don't.
If you have a work ethic, so few people do now. You're going to be great.
Yeah.
You're going to outdo the other people.
Rick, I think just for being well-rounded, it's great for you to have a trade. I mean, almost like, how you serve in the military in Israel. I think it would be great if everybody had to have a trade in our country, and you can pick out what you want to do.
Yep.
Something I always wanted to do, and I never did, and I know you have this in your family, is brick mason. I love being the people that do the blocks and bricks.
My in-laws are stone masons.
I used to do that when I was little.
Yeah.
When my aunt was building the house, when Bessie was building.
Oh, yeah.
I'd get the mortar out there, and I'd brick it like a little fireplace and all that, and then we get the hose and wash it down, start over.
Well, let me tell you something. They're very serious.
I kind of want to do it right now.
Stone masons and brick masons. I found out, Bubba, and you just brought it up. when I was a young dweeb and was just looking to pick up some money, and I went to work construction and I got put on the mud duty. The bricklayers and the brick masons, they are very, very particular and very, very serious about how they want that mud mixed.
Boy, let me tell you.
And it's very similar to decorating a cake. I don't know if you've noticed the way they do their.
And if they don't like it with a cigarette hanging out of their mouth, they will send you right back to where you came from.
Well, you got to have it right thickness,
and they
can't have it too runny.
They do not like it if you haven't done it well.
That's it.
No,
they're very, very serious about it.
New.
And you're trying to go across those boards that are laid out, because usually they don't have foundation.
No,
you got to have your balance.
Mud's heavy because of the water in it.
So,
heavy.
So Reese came to us when he was a junior, and a lot of high schools, I think, offer this class, but he basically told us, "Hey, I'm just not a 4-year guy, Dad. I'm ready to work. I want to learn a trade." And so he took a senior class called Career Prep, and it's really great because they allow a journeyman and others to come in from these professions and pitch their ideas to you. And then they line up 3 interviews during that senior class, 3 interviews for you to take during the class. And, sometimes you might get a job offer or something, but it kind of lets you have an idea of, at practice, you're practicing to do an interview in person and all that, but you're also trying to figure out which avenue you want to go. And he landed electrician, and it's been really good for him because they pay for your schooling, and they put you at work, and you make a percentage of the journeyman the first year, and then that increases, and by the 5th year you're graduating debt free and qualified to be an electrician.
And in a lucrative field. Getting paid while you do it.
Yep.
All right, we'll come back. Phone calls next. We'll chat with you, America. Speedy goes to the phones at 866-WE-BE-BIG.
Rick and Bubba.
In between. No, it's too big, and it's gonna bang up against the tree because you set it out, it's too wide.
Mm-hmm.
And she said, "You can get up there, get up on top of the step ladder." I said, "You want me to stand on the top of it?"
No, that's dangerous, Rick.
And
where it says, "Do not step here."
And she said, "Well, I can stand up there on it. I'm just not tall enough." I said, "Yeah, but honey, you have balance." I said, my right foot doesn't even work. I'm an old man now. I'm going to fall into the tree. Do you want me to fall into the tree?
Oh,
and,
boy.
You can get up there. Just get up there on the top of it. And so then I said, well, I'm going to push it over where I can put my right hand on the wall. And she said, I'll hold your ankles. I'm like, honey, what are you going to do if my 265-pound self goes diving into the tree? There's nothing you can do about it. And so I get up there and I'm propping with my right hand on the wall. If you can see on the picture, see the door there that goes out onto the porch? Can you see the door behind the tree?
Yes. We see that now.
All right. So I'm
in the corner of the room there, and
had no idea
the
that
ladder
door was there.
on the right side of the tree, and me in that little cubby over there where the couch ends and the tree begins. I'm right in there.
Oh.
Okay. So, but I'm propping my hand on the wall to keep my balance. Okay. Now I'm standing on top of I don't know why I'm up here.
Right.
I know that we're about to be, a story, and there's a side of me that says I'm going to be in a lot of trouble. Great story for the show tomorrow.
What about the ladder kicking out though, Rick? When you're leaning over, it wants to kick out away from you.
I know. She said she was going to hold it steady. So I finally get the angel up there. Well, now, as if I'm standing on the ground with a tree that comes up to my waist, she begins to give me all kinds of pointers. No, you need to do this. Well, I can still see some of the tissue under it. Push that up in there. Take both your hands, Rick. Hold it with your right hand, and then adjust it with your left hand. I said, Sherry, what are you talking about? I can't do that. I mean, I would have to be a ballerina. I mean, I can't. Who do you think you have up on this ladder? And she starts getting, Rick, you need to have it pointed toward the door. And I said, I don't even know what door. At one time I'm turning it around to the door. I said, why do we want her looking out, or him, or whatever? Because there are no female angels ever documented in the Bible. So I'm always told, these are not women. Mm-hmm. So anyway, we try to get the and point in the right direction. And I don't know how it happened, but finally I'm up there and I get it. And now look, it's, I just hope and pray it doesn't adjust and tilt. But she had me in a very precarious situation, and I was able to survive it. and as of right now, I've not fallen into the tree yet.
Well, it's dangerous doing that. I mean, we know people who've fallen off ladders. You can really be hurt bad that way.
Yeah, I mean, there's a sick part of me that for the show kind of wishes you'd have fallen into it, not gotten hurt or anything, and I apologize for that. But
the tree breaker fall, that would have been
that would have been great.
Well, here's the thing that gets me though, and y'all have all been there, is that the person on the floor, and my wife can be one of the worst on this. The person on the floor, do they not understand that you can't see the angle they can see?
Yeah,
exactly.
Apparently not.
Rick, can't you tell that's crooked? No, baby, I'm trying not to fall into the tree.
Yeah, I'd like to point this out too, because we've said this for years, and I completely understand it. But this comment of I would have liked to see you fall, but not get hurt. Outside of Adler, every one of us that falls gonna get hurt at our age.
Yeah, but if the tree would cushion
that's
his
an
fall,
inevitable at this point.
Yeah, if the tree could
Maybe
kind of
not
cushion
hurt
his fall,
bad.
maybe not get hurt too bad. Maybe spraining ankles.
The Rick and Bubba Show, we're back. 866 We Be Big is our number. It is a Wednesday if you're listening or watching the show live today. So the Wednesday Bible study back today. It'll be noon on our YouTube channel, Central Time, 1 o'clock Eastern. It'll be archived soon after, as is the norm. When we go on vacation at the end of the year, obviously there will be no new Bible studies until we come back. The big year ender is the 18th of December, and the 12 working days of Christmas starts tomorrow with gift number 1. So be paying attention. 12 big gifts. Bubba's got them all in line. We got them set up, and we're ready to go, beginning with the first gift of Rick and Bubba Christmas tomorrow. Also, if you're shopping, rickandbubba.com, but be sure and click on the store for all the Rick and Bubba items, maybe like this Rick and Bubba University sweatshirt that I'm wearing here today, or any of the Rick and Bubba items that are available. There's some great ones, including this year, the Rick and Bubba box that Speedy is holding up. Phone calls are coming in, and we're chatting with you. Love to hear what's on your mind today. At 866 We Be Big, as the great Ken Osborne just told you. All right, let's get started. Let's go to Lance out of Sweet Home, Alabama. Lance, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you today?
I'm doing well, guys. Hope y'all are well. I wanted to mention a few quick things about the Kansas City situation. I remember a few months ago, Chiefs owner Clark Hunt kind of willing to move to Kansas.
Right.
They kind of have the a rare convenience of being able to change states but stay in the same city. Also, Royals not looking too good. They lost 106 games last year.
Okay.
So he's saying they can go across the state line.
Yeah.
But stay in the same
Stay in the same city. You know, that Kansas City thing is very
it
bizarre.
is weird. It's confusing to everybody.
I went there to speak one time. I didn't know where I was. I never did figure it out. Yeah. We continue. Let's go to Richard out of Tennessee. Richard, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Go ahead.
Thank you. Hey, I retired military back in 2014. I retired Sunday for my second career, 64, and so I'm going to start working on my next life. But I want to encourage you guys. I know the team's kind of breaking up. Best of luck with all that. And the last thing is, my father was a World War II vet. When he came home, he got in with the Brick Masons Union, went through the whole apprenticeship program. I recently found his books where he took all his classes and everything. And trade schools are a wonderful way to get training and have an impact on your life and your family.
Thank you for your service to the country, your kind words, and true. Yeah. You know, I remember, believe it or not, Bubba, at one time when we used to have to leave school if people wanted to do a trade and go to trade school.
Yeah, we did too.
And because we were playing football, we could never do that. But then they brought the trade school on campus.
Yeah.
And you could just take it in your regular day before I graduated, and I took auto body and fender. And Greg,
how was you on Bondo?
Greg took welding.
I took welding.
I didn't do well.
Can't weld.
Did y'all have it in the morning or afternoon?
Morning.
See, we went to the county school, and the athletes went in the morning.
Right. See, we weren't allowed
because
to
we
go.
had athletics 6 periods.
So
So,
we
we
weren't-
started practice early.
Yeah, we weren't allowed to do trade school, but once they brought it on campus, so you could just put it in your regular day.
Yeah, I like
and so I didn't do well in auto body and fender.
You're not good with Bondo?
I couldn't focus like I needed to.
I didn't.
That's
do well.
shocking.
I didn't do very well in welding.
Yeah, and then there was an incident.
I thought you'd be a good welder.
Well, we did. You
Could have
gotta
been.
understand our situation was kind of weird.
You gonna tell Bubba some things y'all did?
No,
Did y'all heat
but-
doorknobs?
Yeah,
and
stuff
all
like that.
Yes.
But
pretty standard.
Of course he did.
When you get somebody that doesn't know coming to the welding
That's
class,
hot, man.
and they grab that doorknob and
Yeah,
it leaves
stuff.
a tattoo
We
on
didn't-
you.
we didn't have
Well,
that.
and
That's good stuff.
and
it was a great opportunity to learn something because the school
Yeah.
it was unbelievable the equipment they had.
Yeah, it was a
first
very
class.
nice. I don't know if do they still have it. I don't know.
I
How about this? I will say this, and I've repented of this, and I'm sorry it ever happened. But we had worked the summer program from sometimes what we consider to be difficult supervisors.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Which is basically just hard labor.
Yeah.
And so the city vehicles, they would send them to the high school auto body and fender to repair them. Thought they could
Why?
a win-win.
Why?
And so we had the supervisor's vehicle that had not we didn't think it treated us all that well the summer before. And I'm not hey, your cousin was involved. Don't you say anything.
I don't know
Your
anything
cousin was
about all that.
absolutely involved.
Well, that's on him.
And we super glued his windshield wipers to the windshield, so that when he got in the rain they wouldn't work. And,
Did he bring it back and complain about it?
There was also a radiator thing we tried that we didn't think there was any way for you to ever know, but apparently they were.
Mm-hmm.
We didn't use water.
Yeah.
Oh, I got you.
And we did have a stool. And
That's why I take it serious.
that went poorly.
Yeah, it sounds like that probably didn't end well.
Yeah. We continue. Let's go to.
If I ever had to go to welding class, I went ahead and got my shirt and held the doorknob, you know.
Bubba, this call right here has got you written all over it.
Come on.
Jake in Gardendale. Jake, go ahead.
Morning, guys.
Hey, Jake.
Hold on. Give me 1 second.
Okay.
Did he say, give
Was
me
he
1
talking
second?
to us?
Hello, I'm back. I'm sorry.
Go.
Okay. It's all right, Jake. You're good, man. Go ahead.
So did y'all see where Brian Broxton almost got flattened by the racing bratwurst?
Bubba, this young man is telling you that a Major League Baseball player was nearly run over by the sausage race, and I know you love that sausage race.
I have not. I'm not up on that.
The
I'm
bratwurst,
sorry.
the bratwurst nearly ran over.
He was at the Brewers game last night.
How about that?
Yeah,
Let's see if we can find.
Yeah,
it.
did he get injured?
No, he didn't get injured. He almost got hit by it, though. He was not looking, and he flipped around, and he's like, oh, crap, there's somebody right there.
Jake, thanks for calling.
So that's good stuff.
Donna, Sweet Home Alabama. Donna,
I love
go.
processed meat that race.
Oh, yeah. The
that's
sausage
hilarious.
race is incredible.
It's great. That and the presidents.
Donna, go ahead.
Hi, down here in Baldwin County, they are building a state-of-the-art trade school that
Good.
any student in Baldwin County can go to and free of charge. And the way it'll be set up, they'll have their academic studies, but then whatever field it is they want to go into, it'll be there. And they actually, it's like they're going to work. They have to clock in, from what I understand.
Good stuff.
And, it's so they get them in that mindset, you're here for a job.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Who
good
is
stuff.
funding that? I wonder.
Yeah, I don't know. But I thought, that
That's money well
we've been
spent.
doing stories
Yeah.
that our country is in a bind that we don't have people learning these trades.
Look,
we
let's-
need them.
Let's say you're not even going to go into that. Maybe you got something else. I just think it's good everybody knows a trade.
Yeah.
From
Yeah.
electrician to brick mason to auto body to mechanic. I mean, it's always good to have those skills,
I know. You're looking at me.
No,
Here's Byron
I
Buxton.
do wish I knew more.
If y'all want to see him almost getting run over.
Okay, all right, here we go.
Yes.
All right, here we go.
I mean,
Bubba,
and
yeah.
he steps out. Wait now. There's a guy in lederhosen.
Oh, that's close.
Bubba, you love that sausage race.
Look at it.
Oh wow, yeah.
I mean, he almost got run slap over. Didn't he?
The only thing would have been, better's the wrong word. A more interesting story is if he'd got injured.
Right.
That would be interesting.
He could have.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm not
You
saying
never
I
know
wish
with
it
these
had happened,
collisions.
but that could have.
That's good stuff. Thank you for calling that in. I
Yeah,
appreciate
in
that.
his career.
Yeah. So you're saying almost hit.
Want a career ender?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, that would make it intriguing.
Well,
I'm glad it didn't happen.
Well, the intriguing part was that sausage race. Anytime somebody wants to mention that sausage race,
And I like is it the Braves that do the freeze that chases you down?
100%.
I love that.
Any of that stuff you love. Let's face it, it brings a little something to a slow game.
It does.
Slow sport.
Baseball's slow. But you know what? I'm for leaving it slow to a certain degree.
Not the way the Braves score runs here in the regular
That's
season.
a fact. That's right.
Now, playoffs come,
Save a
shut
few
'em
for the
down.
playoffs.
We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It comes with the big Rick and Bubba logo on it. It's got Bubba and I's cartoons on the side of the box. The box itself is kind of cool that it comes in. And then inside, you've got all kinds of cool Rick and Bubba stuff like a Rick and Bubba beanie, Rick and Bubba socks, Rick and Bubba Christmas ornament, also some Rick and Bubba snacks inside there, and a really cool Christmas card that comes from each member of the program. All of us have signed it, and it'll be a Christmas card to the person getting the Rick and Bubba Christmas box, or you can get it for yourself. And, of course, don't forget also the new Rick and Bubba CD, Follow the Science, A Radio Pandemic, also a new item that is available. There's a lot of cool items there. Now, Bubba, we said that we have more people on the phones talking about, the Christmas season and various questions they may have.
Yes. Yeah, we do. Let's see. First, Rick, we're going to go into the tree talk, and then we also have a song that someone wants to sing to us. Alan, it says he's in Anniston and has something for you. Alan?
Well, the weather outside is frightful, but inside it's so delightful. And as long as we've no place to go, let it snow, let it snow, let it snow. Yeah!
Okay.
And there,
Alan,
we go.
There it went.
Alan got a good voice. He called before with that. We told him to keep calling.
Mm-hmm.
Really? So this has been ongoing?
Mm-hmm. Alan will sing one.
Okay. Thank you, Alan.
Yeah.
Appreciate that.
Very nice. Very nice.
Let's go
I
to
wondered
Lisa.
where he was singing this time of day.
I don't know. Lisa's in Tuscaloosa.
That's a good question, Bubba.
Lisa,
Hi,
go
good morning.
Hey.
In an effort, one year we got our artificial tree out, and it was looking really rough. Lights were getting out. So we decided to throw it out, and in an effort to build memories with our 4 children, we took them all out through the woods to look for a tree that's, our Griswold family Christmas tree.
Yep.
And we, after hours of searching, we find 2 trees that look pretty good on one side, but not so good on the other. So we just took those 2 trees, tie-strapped them together, and put it up in the living room. Now, once we decorated, it really wasn't that bad. But that was the year that we had 2 trees pulled together into one tree. Our
That's a
kids
good
don't.
idea. Hey, have you emailed that story to Jeff Foxworthy by any chance?
Yeah.
I have not, but it would probably be one that he would mention. Yeah.
Yeah,
Our kids laugh about it to this day.
Yeah.
We
That's
laugh
fantastic.
about that.
We call it the Gemini tree.
Is it just me? But I've never been in the woods and saw a tree that I thought would be a good Christmas tree. Maybe it's just where I hunt. I don't know.
I have
never-
a couple of times. I would think, wow, that'd make a good looking Christmas tree.
I never have.
All right.
Yeah.
Hey, how about this? Just found out that, Bubba, we forget how many new people there are that have joined the show within the last year. And, we're getting, and I'm checking this out, and Helmsy's letting me know, callers calling in. People don't know what we mean when we say 12 working days of Christmas. I'm just so accustomed, to there being all the veterans out there, but there's a lot of newbies, so we need to quickly let them know what we mean by this. So we have 12 working days left starting tomorrow before we get to the big year ender. If you're new to the program, every year the show shuts down for the last 2 weeks of the year and then a little bit into the next year. And we go best of shows, and then everybody being off on New Year's Day and on Christmas. So, but Bubba and I will be off for 2 weeks, and then we'll come back and start a new year. So what we do in the last 12 working days before the big year ender, the last show of the official year, we give away a Rick and Bubba gift every single day for 12 days. And all you have to do is listen for a prompting from us on what caller you need to be to win it.
we go. Glad you're with us. Excited to have Patriot Mobile. You know, they're sponsoring the phone show now. They're all in on the big show. They've done stuff with us on Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, but they now said, look, we want on the big show. And we're glad you're here, and I'm glad to be able to tell so many of you out there, look, we all go through this. And, you know, we've all been through the boycott situation. How can you ever boycott something and be consistent? And then you go, well, I know I'm giving my money to companies that are far, far leftist, and they're all about these agendas and celebrating all these things, and that's not who I am, but what am I supposed to do? Well, when it comes to your wireless service and your cell phone, here we go. PatriotMobile.com/Bubba. There is an option for phone service. Make your phone money matter and start spending your money with a company who shares our values. You'd realize they've been around a decade now. PatriotMobile.com/Bubba has been America's only Christian conservative wireless provider, and when we say the only one, we mean it. They're the only one, and that's why we're proud to partner with them. They offer the same dependable nationwide coverage we all want, giving you the ability to access all three major networks, so you're not going to compromise on what we said earlier. The merit is there, which means you get the same coverage you've been accustomed to, but you're not funding agendas that you don't agree with. When you switch to PatriotMobile.com/Bubba, you're going to send the message that you support, because they do, free speech, religious freedom, sanctity of life, Second Amendment, honor our military, honor our veterans, our first responders, our heroes. This means the money you're already spending anyway is now going to make a difference. Their 100% U.S.-based customer service team makes switching easy. Keep your number? Fine. Keep your phone? No problem. But if you want to switch, they'll make that easy too, whatever you want to do. They'll help you find the best plan that meets your needs. So join them now at PatriotMobile.com/Bubba. That's free activation. PatriotMobile.com/Bubba. If you want to call them, mention the code Bubba2, 972-PATRIOT. And, of course, there's a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors, too. So I don't know if you have to deal with this kind of stuff. I know, Bubba, you've had so many things going on right now. And I know men are always talking about the honeydew stuff and the things you have to do around the house. Yeah. And you know, I struggle if I see something and I can't understand its meaning. If I can't see the meaning in it or how it's being life-changing, what it's accomplishing, I have a hard time getting motivated by it. And so the way we are set up right now and have been for many, many years is the swimming pool that we have at our house. And it is a beautiful setup, and I'm glad we did it this way for its beauty. It is kind of a natural setup, and it has lots of trees that 20 years ago were not very big, and now they're big, giant trees. And
20 years long growing.
And this is good when you were saying I want to be around the pool, but I don't want to be out in the baking sun.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of shade, of shade opportunities. So what happens is during the fall, it fills with leaves, and then now, as everything is coming back, you have these little seedling things that are dropping everywhere. Mm-hmm. You know, they're like caterpillars, and they have little seeds all over them.
Oh yeah.
And so, as Speedy has made sure we all understand that the wind blows a lot these days.
It is,
and so we had a storm system that was coming through, and it did impact a lot of you out there, I know, and I hope you're all okay. Where I was and where I live, it was not a big deal, but you did feel it. Mm-hmm. I mean, you could hear a little rumble here, and the wind was blowing, and it got kind of scary looking at times, or dark or whatever. So Sherry and I, as y'all know, I started with my little regiment to do a little better. Sherry has now periodically joins me in that, meaning even the exercise routine, a couple of days a week.
Oh boy!
Sometimes she does, sometimes she doesn't. She does her own thing too. She does, Pilates and stuff, but she'll come do this with me as part of it too. She's there most of the time. When she's there, of course, I've already documented she's a tattletale and that kind of stuff.
Assistant trainer.
She becomes the assistant trainer, which we don't need that.
No,
that's what he's for.
Covered.
And she helps me drive and helps me work out. So anyway, yesterday, Sean the trainer said, rain's not here yet. Temperature's fine. We're going to do our routine today outside. Okay. Well, behind us is the pool, and it's just full of these things Adler just showed. It's just not. Don't picture it kinda like the top of the water looks nothing. It just looks like it's all these seeds. Okay, those little things right there. Okay, so we're out there, and of course I have to put something on Sean. He says, "Wow, you got a lot of seed." Yeah. So my plan is, because it's logical, let the storms come through, let it be done, and then I'll address it after this is all blown through.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Of course.
Does that
like
make
washing.
sense?
Yeah, you don't want to wash your car before it
Does that make
rains.
sense?
Yeah,
Got
makes
it.
sense.
Yeah.
Does that sound logical?
Yes.
And then a little bit authoritative, she says, "Oh no! After we're done with the workout, you don't need to come in till that right there is cleaned up."
What?
And I said, "So post workout?"
Boy, that's a mess.
And she said, "Yeah, you can't leave it like that." And I said, "Honey, the storms are coming. It's just going to fill back up again. Let me wait till that's over, and then I'll address it." No, if you look, see all the leaves have come in now, so that's the last of these seedling things. No. There goes one. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I said, "Did you see the little helicopter thing?" And she says, No, there's only a handful of those left. The leaves now are fully engaged. So they look at the trees. They're done dropping those things. There's another one. I just saw another one. And she's
dropping.
And she says, no. And then she says, well, you need to do it anyway because there'll be so much. If there is more, you need to get it out of the, what's it called, the skimmers, and do all that and be sure everything's rolling,
And choke the
backwash it,
skimmer.
put that little dolphin in there, let it run. You need to do all that because if not, the problem's only going to be greater. I said, I just want to be sure I'm hearing you loud and clear. You're saying I'm about to do this workout, and then you'll go inside to take a shower, get something to drink, and settle in, and I'm going to leave from here off this mat, okay, walk around the corner and start scooping out of the pool till it's clean again? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And I said, well, I don't like what you're saying.
You're not in on that?
I protest.
Well, no, Rick, because it's over. I said, honey, the seeds are not over. And so of course, I have to wait now. She gets out of my sight. And you ever look at another husband and they kind of have that look on their face like, and I can just see Sean putting all the stuff in his truck. And he's like, well,
boy,
good luck to you. Last thing he did was, you ever seen somebody when there's a project you got to do and they'll stretch their neck to look at it? They know they don't have to help you, but they just want to.
They want to know what you got.
I saw him putting the last thing in his truck and he just kind of stretched his neck, looked at that pool. You know, he didn't make an audible sound because I think he knew I couldn't take it. He kind of just said and did that side to side.
Yeah, like,
well, that's going to take a while.
Good night.
So
there you stood with your little net.
Well, I went out there and I did agree that probably the skimmer thing was at least, in my mind, you know how you start talking to yourself and you become all bold. You know what I mean? I tell you what, I'm gonna go out there and dump that skimmer out, and I'm going in.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So I go over and now Sherry's above me up there where the kitchen is and everything. Oh, no. And she's getting dinner ready, and I look and I can see. I'm like, how did she take a shower so quick? Yeah. I thought, well, I got time. I mean, that shower's gonna take a while. Yeah. You know. And I'm like, she's seeing if I get started.
She's like on a balcony.
You're right. And so you know that little kitchen window where they
yeah.
right,
Where's it?
It's right there where the sink is.
Yeah.
And so I go empty the skimmer. Well, y'all know what happens. As soon as I empty it and as soon as I backwash, it just fills up again with more seedlings.
Yeah.
I mean, it fills up so fast, like I don't even. And so now I'm like, well, and then I start, and all of a sudden I go, it's happening. I'm actually doing this. Now I'm trapped. Now I can't get out. And you start scooping, and I keep thinking, please let the storm hit. And
But
you know,
where are you?
give me some lightning, give me something, you know. And so sure enough, I'm sitting there and I'm scooping and I'm doing this and I'm dumping over and I'm trying to make an impact in it. And then of course, out of the corner of the eye, I see the helicopters. Here come these seedlings. I'm like, there's still plenty of these things in the trees. You can't even have a. And so I said to myself, I'm gonna clean this area. If I look over in that part and I see more than 10 of the seed helicopters, I'm done.
Yeah.
I ain't doing it.
Right. The seed helicopters.
Yeah. So it happens. I get it about probably 50% clean. Maybe,
Better.
Maybe
put a dent in it. Let's
Maybe
say that.
60. I've emptied the skimmer, not exaggerating, 4 times.
Oh,
okay.
Hey, that does help.
I've backwashed twice. Okay. And so then I go, that's it. And so I go in.
Fighting a losing battle.
And y'all know what's waiting on me.
Yeah. Did you get it?
Did you get all that cleaned up?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no.
Well, I was really close. And then, of course, you probably heard the thunder. She said, I didn't hear any thunder. I saw lightning flash. Span says, you don't stay out there now.
Especially not on water.
She goes, I haven't seen any lightning. Did you see lightning? And I said, I saw it. It was kind of, it was off beyond that big tree that still has seedlings falling out of it.
Do you have a second skimmer basket that catches things that goes through the first one?
I have a second one, yes.
That you don't check, but like very rarely.
Yeah, and you know what? You just reminded me. I didn't check that.
Yeah.
Thanks, buddy. Yeah, you know what? I forgot all about that.
Yeah, because they go in while you have the basket out, you know.
She goes, so did you stop because you're done or because you claim that Span told you not to be in the lightning?
Yeah.
Well, there are still some seedlings in there, and new ones have fallen, but I put a really big dent in it. But at some point, my safety became more important, I think. Because Span says lightning is the most scary thing we can deal with.
It is.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussett.
Rick, glad. Am I on? I had my headphones down. I'm sorry. Rick, I got choked on a piece of bacon the very last bite, right as we came back. Sorry about that.
What was it? Those little fragments that'll get back there and get on the back part of your throat?
I took a deep breath in to start the segment, and the way one little piece went that was hanging around.
I thought I was going to have to play this.
How funny!
You know, I didn't know what we're going to have to do there.
Well, I'm going to tell you, I've been through that before. You may not be done.
As you speak, I'm sorry, Hamsey. As you speak, he is not done.
This is on me, guys. I had a couple pieces of bacon left, and I gave it to him.
Did you?
Yeah, I was just trying to be kind.
Bubba, did you take that? Is that extra bacon you choking on?
Yeah.
I thought you had eaten already.
I did. Hams had some left over. He was struggling. He was about to throw it away. I didn't want to.
Now let's not get carried away. I never throw bacon away. I would have worked through it.
Bubba, was it good and crispy before it choked you?
It was. I had that last bite, and I had to breathe in. You know, you can't breathe through your mouth eating bacon. That's just trouble.
No, you're right. How about, is there anybody, because I've met these kind of people, anybody on Team Rick and Bubba that likes your bacon not to be crispy? You like that chewy bacon?
I don't think so. And Adler's shaking his head,
No,
too.
give me crispy.
No.
You
know, there are people that don't like it crispy. They like it where you pick it up and it falls into a C. You know, it's kind of loose.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't like those people.
Not a fan at all.
No, says a lot about them. I'll tell you this: I live and take a biscuit on the burnt side.
Oh yeah.
I want it crisp too, Bubba. You want to be dismissed, buddy? I don't know what I can't hide you.
Yeah,
anymore,
I knew because I've been choked on cornbread or bacon like this before. It doesn't go away as quick as he just hoped it went away.
You want me to go get you water?
No, I'm good. I'll go get one. Y'all carry on.
You know what else will get you? Raw carrot. Raw carrot will get you.
Mm-hmm.
See, that's an issue I'll never have to deal with because I don't eat raw carrots.
Ooh, I do.
You talking about those little bitty ones?
Yes.
They'll
choke you in a minute.
Are you doing that to try to do better? I mean, you don't want a raw carrot.
I think he likes them, Rick.
I like them. Now, you're right. I don't sit around and think about them the way I do maybe fudge-covered Oreo. You're right.
You dip them in what?
What do you dip them in? The fudge-covered Oreo, that's almost, in my opinion, and I know this sounds odd being a person who struggles with the weight issue and loves food, but the fudge-covered Oreo, that almost seems like a daredevil snack. You know, hey, you think you can eat Oreo? How about fudge-covered Oreo? You know, because it just seems like it's almost too much.
The white chocolate-covered ones are, heavenly.
Yeah. How about over the Thanksgiving break, I had, it was white, it's like white chocolate. It had Ritz crackers with peanut butter in the middle, okay? It like a little Ritz crackers, like peanut butter sandwich with all the white. Oh, my gosh, it was good. I mean, I had to tell myself stop eating them, buddy. Yeah. You know, it's not like it's an M&M. I was eating them like that.
Yeah, I've seen, we talked about before, Speedy's area is the sweets.
Mm-hmm.
That area I can pretty much maneuver through, you know, not struggle. I'm over on the salty snack side. I struggle with, you know, crackers and, you know, chips and that, and, you know, hey, you give me Check
mix.
Ooh.
Oh my gosh! And I'll just completely lose my mind. Our mom makes a homemade Chex Mix.
Love that
Good
stuff.
gracious!
You know something
Had
else?
a little Worcestershire in it.
Something else that I love, and Adler got your headphones there, but we used to make these things called haystacks. They had the butterscotch and marshmallow, and it had the chow mein noodles and all that. Man, I love those things too.
Real quick, guys, bacon, a bacon cooking tip. I like to cook the entire pound of bacon because, bacon's kind of a process. You kind of got to watch it. You got to be there. You got to turn
Babysit it. Yeah,
you got to turn it all the time. I'll cook the entire thing, but what I'll do is I'll cut it into thirds or maybe even quarters, and then that way you can just stir it. And you can just put it on high, put it on super high, and just stir that until it's all crispy and good.
I'm with you.
And then you drain it or whatever, and then put it in a little Tupperware, put it in the fridge, and then you can throw it in your salad, throw it on a sandwich. Throw it even like in with your greens if you're cooking up some collards or cooking up some spinach or whatever.
Right.
That's my take on bacon. Love it.
Love it.
So what is he? He's just talking about he just does a stock of bacon that's always ready.
Always cut a pound.
Yeah.
Or cook a pound and then cut it up. He's saying cut it in thirds. I always cut it in half. But either way, it helps. It helps bring the crispiness to it.
Yeah, because it's not
you're
so
cooking
long.
it. You're cooking it thorough and move it around. He's talking about you can move it around a lot easier too.
Wait, 9 minutes to the top. Rick and Bubba's show. We're back. 866 We Be Big is our number. Thank you for being with us today on the Rick and Bubba show. Wednesday Bible study back today, noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern, on the Rick and Bubba YouTube channel. If you can't catch it live, we archive it soon after, and it stays there on the YouTube channel, or also goes to our podcast channel if you want an audio archive. Today, we will be talking about one of the most discussed scriptures in the Bible, and this is the Apostle Paul talking about the thorn in his flesh. We'll talk about that in the Wednesday Bible study today. Also coming up this week, if you want to see Bubba, he'll be in Birmingham, Alabama, in the Hoover community with some other local celebs. Paul Feinbaum will be there. They'll be roasting the police chief. But this again, I found out. I wondered about this till I realized that Gene Hallman's involved.
Yeah.
And then I realized
Hallman will be there. He's one of the roasters too.
Yeah. So you can be part of that. Those details are at rickandbubba.com.
You get to roast the roasters. So,
yeah. He gets to come back and get all y'all too. Yeah. That's always the scary part.
We'll probably
roast the other roasters.
Yeah. That's kind of how I see it going.
Yeah. Well, that's always fun.
I'll be honest with you. I don't want the police chief mad at me. So
I don't see a win there.
There'll be some token roasting there, but look at that. Look at that dais. I mean, there's a lot to hit up there.
Will you make a comment about revenuing at the end of the month?
What's the date?
Just
early in the month.
In general, though.
Will you throw that out there?
Well,
guys, I don't know.
Don't get into my stuff.
Speaking of that, I don't know what happened on Saturday. I traveled back to our home county on Saturday. We told you that Ryan Greenwood's mother passed away, and so Greg and I met over there and went by and saw him and the family. And on my way, when I got almost to Calhoun County, near Birmingham, near Atlanta, near Perfect, Bubba, there was some kind of operation set up by the state troopers. There were state troopers pulling people over left and right. They had cars, they had motorcycles, and when you came through this little area, they pulled over so many people.
When was it, Rick?
It was Saturday, middle of the day.
You talking about like the 30th or 31st of the month?
That's what I'm saying. That's why I thought about that. As soon as I looked, I said, what are they doing? And then all of a sudden I realized this is the last weekend of the month.
Yeah, it is.
Hey, and they were pulling people
Let's
over.
meet that quota.
Look, that is Rick Burgess saying that.
No. Listen, if they're not out there doing that, it doesn't look good when they're out there doing that on the last day of the month.
Right. Maybe they were trying to find a criminal. They might have been trying to find a criminal.
So.
I don't know.
What do you call that when they do the massive pullover? They got one guy shooting radar and it's just radioing them in. They pull the people over left.
He's on the cross.
What do you call that?
Unfair is what you call it.
Well, my granddaddy called it revenuing.
No, there's a terminology for it.
They line them up on the side. They got the one on the bridge, and he's hitting with the gun.
They go down that ramp and get people like a NASCAR race.
They were organized. Going north to Huntsville, same thing.
That's what I'm saying.
Oh,
end of the month.
No, I'm just saying but it was an overpass that was on the exit before
that's what
the other exit.
I'm glad to see them out there.
And then on the on-to ramp, there was like 4 lined up.
They didn't get any revenue off me because I was going to speed limit.
I know we have to pay for things in the state, but if you're not actually doing that,
That's
okay,
Helms, by the way.
then it doesn't look good when you do it on the 31st. It just doesn't.
I back the blue.
Especially on a Saturday.
I back the blue, but I don't know. I don't know about y'all, but I back the blue. So.
Yeah.
Even the Mountain Brook Blue.
You backed them right when they give you a ticket, and you got frustrated with them a couple weeks ago.
They roll through.
Can the Mountain Brook Blue count on you?
I never said Mountain Brook on the air, by the way, guys.
Oh, sorry
so
about
thanks
that.
for that.
Sorry about that. My bad.
That's high dollar you running with over there.
Yeah, he probably thought you were a delivery truck. That's what it
But
was.
they even know what happened.
probably.
You understand what the police got called about in Mountain Brook the other day, don't you?
Well, I heard. Do you want me to say?
Yeah, what was it?
Drive-by snubbing.
A drive-by snubbing?
Oh, my goodness.
That never misses.
Right over by the Botanical Gardens. All right, so.
Sure, I'll get a ticket today. I know. That's
Sure.
fine.
No, Helms.
I'm due.
No, Helmsy.
I'm due.
I've
had a good run.
You know what?
guys. Good
Helms
run.
is assured today that I-20 is the killing
Yes.
road.
Yes.
I don't want to be.
Look, I've had a great run.
I don't want to be a speeder and a liar.
Yeah.
When I thought to myself, I wonder what's going on. Is there something going on? All of a sudden, it hit me. This is March 30th.
Yeah, I know.
And
and listen, that may not. Again, it may not be what's going on. It just doesn't look good.
No, but it did hit me.
Well, because it. I mean,
I know.
we couldn't do that on the 10th.
I just remembered I haven't paid that ticket yet. Just remember, just that.
Okay,
Yeah,
they
yeah,
want you to
I
pay
listen,
them.
they
They
got-
got that court date.
I got one, too, that needs to be paid.
I totally just forgot about it.
Go to court and try to get out of it.
Last time you've had a ticket go around the room, go.
What if I fought it?
Bubba, recently.
3 weeks ago.
Adler?
I just
3 weeks ago.
whenever that was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Speedy?
What if I fought it though? That'd be great.
I can't remember.
I got
It's been that
one.
long.
It's been at
I
least.
mean, knock on wood.
I know. That's why I'm saying I'm
You're
going to
asking
win
in this
today.
conversation.
It's
I don't wanna be
been-
in this
It's been
conversation.
15 years for me, at
I
least.
bet it's 10.
I don't want to be in this
And
conversation.
Helms not knocking on wood or anything.
Yeah, we got nine.
Well, listen, I've had a good run, guys. I mean, if I get it, I get it.
Hatchie
And
got
then
me.
it'll come in a group.
when?
You'll
Sure.
get several
I'll get
right
3 in a
together,
row.
yeah.
It's been at least 10 years. They got
10
me,
years?
They got me coming over the Neely Henry Dam.
Now, are we talking about?
That's where I'm going to get in trouble with 77 in that area over there.
Are we talking about got pulled over or got a ticket?
Got a ticket.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh.
Because I.
Because
no,
I've been
got-
pulled over in the last 8 years.
Oh, I got pulled over like
I got-
4 or 5 months ago.
I got pulled over last hunting season.
I get pulled over a lot.
Something about you, Rick.
But I haven't gotten a ticket. Probably I don't know. It's probably been 5-6 years.
Guy let me go.
Somewhere my insurance agent's going. You're off.
They're not tall enough to give you the ticket, Rick. They're not tall enough to hand it to you.
I know.
Step ladder.
Yeah.
Well, you remember I got pulled over like within a year, and the guy said that the calibration of my lift kit and my speedometer were off, and he gave me a pass.
Rick,
He told me to go look at
Yeah,
it.
stay with that.
I didn't say it. I just told him I didn't think I was going that fast. And he goes, "Well, you know what? You were." And I said, "I thought I was okay." And he said, "Oh, might be this thing needs to be recalibrated."
We never did get.
You said right.
I said, "Yeah, that's a good point."
We never did get to the bottom of the question I asked a while back. If we did, I forgot about it. When they ask you, how fast were you going? What is the correct answer?
I don't know.
Because if you say, well, I was going 75, so you knew you were speeding.
Yeah, I know. It's not
Or
good.
if I don't know what I was doing, they'll say, well, you're not keeping up with your speed. I mean, you're being careless.
Yeah.
The answer that I don't think they're really big on is I was going the same speed as everybody else.
Right.
Yeah.
Which implies
can
you
I-
got pulled over unfairly.
Yeah,
But it's a good point.
Can I tell you another one they don't
I was
like?
flowing with traffic.
Let me tell you another one they don't like. Well, don't you know?
Yeah. I
What
know.
about
Yeah,
evidently
you got the gun, I know.
evidently a little faster than I need to be going? How would that fly?
Whatever my answer is, apparently it's not good because we're here.
I don't want to. I don't want to sound like a smart aleck at all.
I know I don't
no,
either.
no.
But I really don't know what to
I'm
answer.
going to hand him my license and say, "Yes, sir." Do you know how fast you're going? Yes, sir. I'm just going,
And
yes,
he's
sir.
going to say
and-
how fast.
What?
Yes,
I mean,
sir.
you can
I'm
always
just
put it
gonna
on
keep
them
going,
and
yes,
ask
sir.
them, what'd you read?
Yeah.
I got one. What if you go something ridiculous? Like I'm going 125. And they go, well, you ain't going that fast. You know what I'm saying? It kind of.
Greg, I don't think that was okay.
What about this?
Reverse psychology.
That's good,
Hey,
Greg.
no,
What
you
about
weren't going
this?
that fast.
What if I go, no hablo inglés?
Okay.
Huh?
You're a little pale for it.
And of course,
yeah.
another version of yours, Bubba, is not as fast as that red car.
Right.
You jumping the guy that blew by me?
What if you identify someone that wasn't speeding?
Right.
Well,
What
I'm
if you
sorry.
what if you said truth is relative? So is there really a true speed? All that's bad. That's all
What if
bad
I
about it.
identified as going the speed limit?
Right.
Exactly.
You're right. I'm a non-speeder. So yeah.
I just tell them the speed because if I usually get pulled over, if I get pulled over, I'm not going like reckless. It's like 8 miles an hour over. So I'll go, you know what, man, I'm speeding. Write me a ticket. I'm sorry. 8 miles an hour over.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And you can.
Yeah.
Hey, Bubba, did
just
you
cooking
ever...
tips with Rick and Bubba. That's all this is.
I love Rick and Bubba cooking tips. Did you, Bubba, did you ever try to cook that sausage you were texting me about?
No, I didn't yet. I didn't. It's on the list today to do something with it. Betty she doesn't like cooking that as much as she does some of the other things, and I'm trying to talk her into doing it. If not, I may have to try it myself.
Yeah, well, we're talking about this from the venison world. You know, when you get a deer process, there's lots of options how you can have it done. And they offer sometimes, you know, if you would like to have a deer sausage, and I'm not talking about the summer sausage that's ready to eat, the actual that you fry and cook or whatever. And yeah, it's the same way here. For some reason, when we get into wild game, that is kind of a thing that my wife is like, if it's wild game, then you're going to cook that. I don't know why, but it's Sherry would rather not prepare the wild game. She would rather me do that.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the difference is, but
you thought you had it, didn't you, buddy?
Well,
I
do have it. I do have it every time until I start to talk. I don't know what to do.
Yeah, you want me to get you some deer bacon, or maybe you should take it.
I tell you what I wish I had right now, and that is some summer sausage, and I could be cutting it off that roll right now.
You know what? I have got a freezer full of that down at Camp House, and if I get back down there and ever get cleared of COVID, do you want me to bring some in?
Yeah, I'd prefer it not have COVID on it, but yeah.
Well, you know, this thing with COVID too, the mind game, like I just got a text from somebody, hey, you feeling okay? I guess. I mean, are there moments in the day that I feel like I'm fatigued? Yeah, but I'm older. Do my joints ache? Yeah, but the temperature's dropped about 20 degrees, you know, in the last three days. That's pretty normal. I sometimes I feel a little swimmy headed, but I mean,
Rick, if I have it and I have to judge it on fatigue, I can't tell because I'm fatigued.
Guys,
every day.
I got 3 kids. I'm fatigued every single day.
But I will say this: my sense of taste and smell are still rocking. Okay.
I don't have any issues there. I haven't had any fever. Do I have a headache? You know, not this headache where people are saying that it deemed them, you know, like they can't move, like a migraine or something. I don't have anything. I have a headache from time to time, sure. I can't tell. The older you get, the harder it is to tell when you're sick.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, because, you know, when you're younger, it's such a difference in the way you feel from being sick to not being sick.
Right.
The older you get, that line just gets more blurry.
Well, it's because you're kind of feeling sick every day to some degree.
Well, it's got Helmsy thinking he's got low T.
Okay, let's not start that again.
Well, you do. You came in with that. You said, guys, I'm mid-afternoon. I'm crashing.
Yeah. Well, that doesn't necessarily mean.
And I told him it could just be the fact that he needs to get back on a CPAP that he just doesn't use. And he's probably not sleeping well.
Let me tell you, I'll sneak a nap in there. You got to be careful. I'll get one in a minute.
So
I get
Bubba,
steel, I'm out. But listen, I've tried to run Greg Burgess down before in the afternoon. He got up off that couch with his hair messed up too. So look, you get up the time we get up, especially the time Greg gets up. It ain't nothing wrong with a little power nap in the afternoon for about 3-4 hours.
You just can't get under the covers, Greg says.
If you sit down long enough, you're going to go to sleep.
He said 4 or 5 hours. I didn't miss that.
Yeah, the key is to keep moving. I'm fine as long as I keep moving. No problem at all.
Yeah, when I get still, I am out.
That's why I like the format of I start, I put the accelerator down on the floor, I take it off, press the brakes, and go to sleep. All right, we'll be back. 866-WE-BE-BIG. I've noticed the 15 after segment. Always kind of, you're not real sure about it. So we'll,
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And you heard him on our show. Even if you go back through the Rick and Bubba University podcast archives, you'll find our conversation with him that he has passed away.
Yeah, I'm looking at Wikipedia, and they are listing, birth date March 31, 36 through December the 2nd, 2020. So, I still hope that's wrong, but I hate to hear that. He would be 84 years old, and we don't really know any other information on him. I don't. Have y'all found any?
Just Life News sent something out that talked about the news and how sad everything was, and then Ted Cruz, as we talked about in the break, retweeted that with some commentary as well in his tweet. And then, as you said, Wikipedia updated his page, and then I've seen some other reports as well.
Well, you hate that because that's one of those voices that now, you know what, but I almost feel I don't know his. We had some discussions that I'm not sure of his spiritual convictions in any great detail, but for someone like him, it must have been maddening to live in the illogical, uneducated, unreasonable society that he found himself in, because he was pretty good at saying you're banging your head against the wall on some of these ideas that you have. And of course, he was, what I loved the most was one of the first ones that were screaming, anybody who thinks the government is the answer to the problem should only look at the government's resume. And as he once said, it's like asking an arsonist to come put out your house fire.
Yeah, I think he even said that on the podcast we did. So, I enjoyed him. He was a lot of fun. He was very straightforward with his economics. He put it in a way, a clarity that a lot of people, could understand, like me. And he had a great sense of humor about him. I know when he guest hosted for Rush Limbaugh, they had a drop that he would come back to that said "black by popular demand," and I always thought that was one of the funniest lines.
Yeah, and sadly, because he was conservative. Here we go, 6.5 minutes past the hour. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. We thank you for being with us today on another edition of the Rick and Bubba Show. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, the gang, all here. And welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us for the little party we call Rick and Bubba.
Okay, so we did have the earthquakes in Taiwan. There's a lot of footage of what went on, caused a tsunami warning all the way into Japan, and these were 7.4s. One story says, another says 7.5. It's all bad, but we got multiple buildings have been destroyed. We've got 700 people that have been injured, and so here's some of the footage. Look at it rocking. Earthquakes scare me to death.
Guys, that's a bridge right there.
Yeah, that's a bridge.
I don't know that. Do y'all stop? What would y'all do?
What can you do?
Well, after seeing that last
if I was on
week.
that bridge, I'd get off of it.
If I'm sitting on with a motorcycle, why are they just sitting there while that thing's bouncing around?
Here they're driving, and then it hits. Look at it shaking the bus.
Oh, picture being in that bus.
So I think you have to stop. I don't think you can drive.
When it first
out of
starts,
control almost,
before you realize what's going on.
Yes.
Wait a minute. I got a tire going down.
Just moving that much.
Y'all ever seen a team start shaking the bus because they just won or something? That's what it looks like.
Yeah, but they're like really big people and they can really shake it.
Yes. There's a
good dash cam there.
Mm-hmm.
This is a news broadcast. They were live on the air, and y'all, I guess they didn't secure down the studio lights because it is going nuts.
Oh, wow. Oh, but look at the light.
I heard Panda.
I've heard commitment to the weather report, but Panda Express go to safety.
Get under a table.
Yeah, you can't. What do you look? She's still giving the report.
Wow.
When them lights gonna fall on.
The 7-day forecast is never accurate anyway.
That's right. You
take cover.
I tell you what you can forecast is an earthquake.
Yeah.
So you don't want to be on a road. You don't want to be in a TV studio. I don't even think you want to be in a pool. Check it out. It's a wave pool.
Oh, this pool on top of this
that's
building
pretty cool.
Turns into a wave pool.
Oh.
Look in the middle.
Look at that guy.
Look in the middle
Guys,
of it.
it's elevated. It's at the top of
It's on
something.
top of a building. It's on top of a
Yes.
How
building.
about that? Is that a video screen he's got?
Yeah, they watch
Yeah.
movies in there, Greg.
Sweet pool setup.
Mm-hmm.
I'd get out of that thing.
Not as sweet as your van, but sweet.
Yes.
Yeah, he's just riding it out.
That's scary.
I
Isn't
wonder
it?
how their skimmer is. Really.
Here's the water running down the skyscraper from the rooftop pool. And it is just
wow.
you could,
That's where the pool is.
That tells you how much that building is shaking.
Sure does.
That's scary.
It's like a waterfall.
But that's why it didn't fall, because it was designed to give.
Yeah, I guess they probably had the design around.
Sure.
Yeah.
Here they are on some public transportation.
No.
Great. Oh, look at
Thank
that.
goodness she's got her mask on.
Yes.
What would happen? Gotta get down now.
Right, well,
thank goodness for that pole.
Yeah. There we go. Well, earthquakes, thumbs down. Thumbs down on earthquake.
Oh,
It triggered a
slide.
landslide. Yeah,
Oh,
Rob.
No.
That's
Get
so
out of here.
big.
Greg.
Oh, looks like a sandstorm coming.
Come on.
Hello.
So when the earth moves, it's bad. It really
That's
causes
bad,
a-
Rick.
Yeah, it's a lot of trouble.
So when the earth moves, it's bad. Yes, I agree.
You
bad.
see the earth move under my feet.
When them plates get to rubbing.
Greg, how
Oh.
close does an earthquake need to be before you're concerned?
Let's see, how big is it?
This-
You got to
this
at least,
scale
you got to at
says-
least get in the southeast.
Okay.
Oh, interesting.
So you okay?
Yeah.
So continental U.S. That's, yeah.
Nah.
So if something happens out west, you don't care.
Well, I'd rather it not happen, but
Right.
I'd rather it not. Well, we know that, but I'm just saying when
I
you
get
start
concerned,
to care.
well,
Yeah, when you start
that
to care,
one we
have
had in
some
Jacksonville
concern.
that time. Remember that?
Anybody want to go? Anybody want to
There's
go
a fault line.
conspiracy?
What?
On
Yep.
what grounds?
Is this China testing out a weapon they got?
Yeah, you know how they are about Taiwan.
What's it called, Bubba? Rump shaker?
I'd rather not go into it.
Rump shaker.
Operation
Now, that
Rump
building
Shaker.
there
I
didn't
think.
quite give enough.
Yeah.
Uh-oh, that building's going down.
Yeah, that's the Leaning
not
Tower
good.
of Pisa.
No. What y'all think? China testing a weapon?
Alt
be, Rick.
Adler?
Well, they're on that, that line of volcanoes and things, so they
That's
have
how
to
they
deal
get
with
you.
it.
That's how they get you.
That way. Sure they will. They'll push you on your own
So, I
property.
mean, if it's already unstable, it would be a great weapon to use.
It's Bubba.
Uh-huh.
I'm just saying. Look at that. Wow.
Good gracious.
We can't get Bubba to comment on Operation Rump Shaker.
No, he won't say a word.
No.
No, stole the hush.
I wonder if the factory where they make that rubber dog doo-doo got shut down.
Greg,
Taiwan.
In the world does that even
Yeah,
come
because it all
up?
comes from Taiwan.
It does. It does.
A lot of people need
There's a
that.
lot of
You think they got
things.
it all over
Right.
them?
Hey,
A lot of people need it.
there's a lot of things that come from there. You didn't have to pick that.
Yeah, but that
particular
one
thing.
always stuck out in my mind.
Right.
Of course.
Do those kind
That one right
of those kind of shops still exist now? What was it called? You go to all this
Spencer's?
weird stuff.
Spencer's? Oh, yeah, they
Those kind of-
exist. Yes.
Are they still
Because,
operating?
Sure they are.
So there's a big demand for
During,
that.
you got fake throw up. you
Yeah,
got
but I
rubber
don't-
dog
During
doo-doo.
I don't like any of that.
Christmas, Reese had a dirty sign or something he had to go to, and he went to a Spencer's. I'm headed there. You like that right there?
I mean, they really make it lifelike.
But can you not turn your head or something?
You remember
Greg?
that toad they had?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Why, Greg? Why? That's your first thought of Taiwan, not their
They
pride for
make all them.
independence.
They all make all them toys like
Not that China wants to take them over again. And they,
No, I always think about them little cheap toys.
Right. Again, I'm glad they're not doing it. But when we have this buffoon as
price gonna
president,
go
as
up
president
on that.
right now, if you're China, if you're ever going to make a move on Taiwan, it's now.
Oh yeah.
I mean, I'm glad they're not doing it. But
Or are they?
well, that's true.
Getting
Now
a
we're
lot
back to my original comment.
A lot of activity around the Philippines. I'm just saying.
Well, that's true, no doubt.
When you're right, Speedy.
Thank you.
Yep. And of course, with the
When you're wrong, you're wrong.
with the solar eclipse coming up on the 8th, could be birth pains.
Yeah, that was a test, I think. Did y'all see all those supposedly like the weather radar or whatever? It all went down yesterday. Everybody's saying that was a test run because they're going to claim it didn't go. It's going to go down during the eclipse or something. I don't know.
What about the ship that knocked the bridge down? Lost control.
Hey, have you seen that one? See who owns it?
Mm-hmm.
Who owns it?
Huh?
I had a story the other day. You
Well, who
ignored
owns it?
for some
I didn't
reason.
see it
Who
either.
owns it? I don't
Who
know.
owns
Tell
it?
me.
Yeah.
Who owns it?
Some starts with a D.
Yeah, but who are they?
I don't know. It's they got a
DALI, is that what you're talking
Yeah,
about? Yeah. On the ship.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I just ignored it, Bubba, for some reason.
Well, I don't know what that means.
I don't either. Who
I
are
don't
they?
either.
Yeah, that can't be good.
Okay.
All righty.
All right, well, we'll come back. 866 We Be Big's our number. We'll get some more of your phone calls and stuff coming up before the hour's over. More stories to cover today. Find out what's going on with the Rick and Bubba show by going to rickandbubba.com. All the different options are there to catch the show on all the different platforms. That way you're never without the Rick and Bubba show, live or archive. All sorts of options are available. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Sadly, because he didn't get in line with what he felt like were things that did not advance the black community. He thought the black community had come through a lot, but with the freedoms that are allowed in the constitutional republic, that conservatism is not black or white. Understanding the economy is not black or white. Understanding the Constitution is not black or white.
that because of his views, he will probably not be heralded in the black community as someone that should be looked up to or to be celebrated.
Yeah.
Adler says he has got, if you guys would like it, just a little flashback of when he was on the show talking about capitalism and white privilege.
Sure.
All right. Here's Walter.
Walter E. Williams. Professor, we do want to talk about the...
Oh, wow.
Well, we're going to listen to that kind of quick.
Yeah, yeah.
Class is in session with Professor Walter E. Williams. Professor, we do want to talk about the latest article that you just put out.
You know, I quoted George Orwell. He says, "Some ideas are so stupid that only intellectuals believe them."
That's good.
So I list some of the stupid ideas peddled by intellectuals on college campuses and elsewhere in the media. They say, well, gee, capitalism is bad, but communism is good. It looks after the working man. Now, when people flee countries, when they're fleeing countries with just their clothes on their back, which they tend to flee from, communist countries or capitalist countries?
Yeah. No, you don't see a big exit out of Britain usually, or the U.S., or even France.
The Soviet Union caused the death of about 61 million people, mostly its own citizens. And Mao Zedong, his regime was responsible for the death of as many as 78 million of its own citizens. The slaughter by the communists make Hitler's crimes appear almost amateurish. And then they're polluting our kids on college campuses by teaching them about white privilege. So what they're polluting the minds of young people, both black and white young people, that somehow that if you have higher income, your kids go to better schools and they achieve more, that is some kind of privilege. I think that they should change it. They ought to get rid of the concept of white privilege and just call it achievement. Today, there's a 75% illegitimacy rate among black people. And so a lot of professors and leftists will say, oh, well, this is a legacy of slavery, to break down the black family. But in 1938, the illegitimacy rate among black people was 11%. In 1960, only 22% of black kids lived in single female-headed household. Today, over 70%. Then also, the poverty rate among blacks is 37%. However, blacks that can be characterized as married and working, the poverty rate is only 8%, and it's been that way for several decades. And the poverty rate among blacks who have two people working, mother and father working in the family, the poverty rate is 5%. And so you pick up the huge poverty rate in female-headed households, and that applies to whites as well. That is, female-headed white households are poorer than intact households. And so there are only four things that you have to do to avoid living in poverty, and it's not rocket science. That is, 1, graduate from high school. 2, don't have children before you get married. 3, take any kind of job. And 4, stay out of the criminal justice system.
Walter E. Williams.
Yeah, Walter E. Williams has passed away, it looks like, by the stories we're getting at the age of 84.
Wow. Hate to hear that.
So is there any indication that if he got ill, if he was sick? I mean, obviously 84 is not young.
Rick,
but,
we can't really find any stories on it other than it looks like there's an end date every time they list his name now. So,
well, he was one of those bastions of common sense, and just what he said in that clip right there alone. See, those concepts don't have a color to them. That applies to anyone of any ethnicity. If you apply those principles and try to avoid some of those obstacles. But even if you get some of those obstacles in your life, this country allows you to overcome it. We're back. The Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us today. All right, so as we work our way back, we've hit headlines. We've gone into things with the show. So Greg has been living life as Papa. He was the first one to step into the grandkid world. He's now proudly boasting 4 grandchildren, and
2 boys, 2 girls.
2 boys, 2 girls, and we need an update on a couple things. Number one, how is Lily, Greg's wife Lisa, the kids call her Lily, how is her voice?
It's not a whisper, but it's not back 100%.
Do we think it's pollen? What's caused it?
She had a real bad head cold, and I don't know, but
I
think it was from coughing because she coughed so much. I think it strained her vocal cords.
I feel like you've been more rested this week.
I have. Things been really quiet around the house. And I've got a lot less things when I go, huh?
Right. So are you but better?
Better.
Right.
Yeah.
And,
but you're right. It's in the she keeps Pace and Mary Hollis at Chandler's house. And Pace was still struggling. He didn't like her talking like that.
Right.
He's ready for a voice.
And if I remember Pace, one of your grandsons that Lily takes care of during the day, he started whispering, thinking that
he thought
everybody to whisper.
We got to whisper. I said, no, we don't.
We don't have to whisper. Right. And then there was Alice who wanted to know what was wrong with Lily's voice.
Yeah, he pulled Pace off to the side and asked him, what's up with Lily's voice?
What's wrong with Lily's voice? Yeah. So there is an accusation today that the grandchildren act a certain way when Lily is solo, and that when you come into the mix, things change.
I'll stop by on my way home, and she claims she almost banned me from coming over because she says Pace doesn't bother anything until you get here.
Right, you cause them to misbehave.
I do, because like yesterday he had his Danny Go is Ellis loved Blippy, and this is like a version of that. And Danny Go's another guy. I know. Look, they look goofy doing them dances, but they're making a killing. I wished I'd have put a funny hat on and danced.
Did you ever think that we would live in a era that in this era you could do a YouTube channel of children playing with toys, and kids by the millions would sit and watch other kids play with toys?
It's crazy.
Rick, I have a better one for you. There is a cat and a dog channel that you put on, and your dogs will watch it.
But at least Danny Go has cool
songs.
And
ours will absolutely watch it. It's dogs running on the beach, dogs running in a pasture, all that stuff, and they will sit down and start watching it. I kid you.
Maybe they're on to something.
It's the strangest thing. It carries me back to Scrooge. When the guy was talking about we got to start programming, and he wanted the little mouse on there.
Oh yeah. So Greg, back to Danny Go. Right? Is that the right name?
Danny Go. He gets up there and does these songs and stuff.
Because I've been around Pace some too. Danny Go is not the daredevil motorcycle person from Toy Story.
No.
Who's that?
That's Duke Kaboom.
Okay, that's Duke Kaboom.
Now, when he rides his 4-wheeler, he's Duke Kaboom. But,
right.
So he'll do the tricks. Duke does a lot of tricks.
Yeah. All right. So this is this is Danny Go.
There's Danny Go.
And that's him. Okay.
And so Pace loves Danny Go.
Okay.
And he had a Danny Go shirt on. Well, I can't help but call him Danny Joe. And it
just aggravated.
Yeah. It's like, oh, you got your Danny Joe shirt. No. Danny Go. Right. And then I go, well, where's he going? He's not going anywhere. Anyway, so I continually do this, and then he gets mad, starts throwing stuff and getting loud and all that. So Lisa claimed that I wasn't allowed to come back by. She said, because he's no problem at all. She said, get out of here. How many times do you think I look at him, oh, you got Danny Joe?
Well, you can't let that go. And this is one of the things, and are all of y'all, all the guys, I think we're all like this. Our sister at one time tried to, on behalf, I guess, of mothers everywhere, tried to ask Greg and me, why do we take joy in aggravating children? But I love it. I mean, it's so much fun to bring up something like that. That's a perfect example.
And then Mario and Mario, I do that backwards because it makes Ellis mad.
My dad does this too.
Yeah. I love it.
He's always
stand
done
like,
this.
no, Pop. He'll fix it every time. He'll correct me every time I say it.
Well, and you gave me a heads up, and doggone if I just start doing it. Just
try Danny Joe next time you see Pay.
Now that one I haven't done yet, but I won't.
Especially if he got his Danny Go shirt on.
Oh, if he's got the Danny Go shirt on, Greg, if you don't think I'm not going to ask where Danny Joe is, I can't even wait. I'm getting excited.
I mean, he gets mad every single time.
Right,
and corrects me. No.
Yeah. So anyway,
in trouble.
Yeah. So you
I work him
now the accusation is you make the kids act,
and we get to wrestling. He's going to show you his muscles, and then he gets aggressive with everybody else in the house.
Yeah.
You know,
sure.
Hey, he'll show. You claimed yesterday he was tall as his dad. I said, no, you're not even close.
His dad's very tall.
I know. He
He
claimed
said he was?
Yeah, and he's very short.
Oh, why does he say that?
He just said he was. He stood up and said he was as tall as his dad. I said, okay.
And his dad's what?
About 6'3".
So, well, the life of
You
small
should have told him
kids.
that's right. So when Riley came home,
Yeah, he go tell
would.
him. I don't know where he got that. But I get blamed for that because I get him doing a muscle pose and all that.
Yeah, well, it's I look forward to the next time that I could harass them and I know
they're fine. All
Speedy,
four of 'em.
you of course with your grandson, do you do the same thing?
Oh, of course.
You can't help it. I can't help
like
it.
like little things like if they really want something, you'll move it just out of the
Yes,
reach.
yes.
Oh yeah. And of course,
Or
I'll do
get a
that.
stuffed animal and shove it up the back of their shirt and they can't get it.
Oh yeah.
They're reaching like it.
Oh, we do all the famous stuff. You know, the classic pull things out of their ear.
Oh,
And
get
they're
their
like, what the-
nose.
You know.
And you know, I feel bad. They really think that's their
I
nose,
know,
that thumb in your between.
Yeah, and River's
Turkey
big thing
peeking
is,
over a
is,
log.
Oh,
yeah.
sure. This is crazy.
Yeah.
You know, this is crazy. You know, he pulls stuff out of his ear.
Well, it's just-
I'll put a baseball in his back pocket. He won't know where it is. You know?
I live for that kind of stuff.
You can't beat it,
Even when we all had our own kids. I mean, when Greg's own son, which now we're doing it to his kids.
Yeah.
When he was afraid of that mascot at Jacksonville State, Cocky,
Oh,
and I would
Rick.
just sit there as his uncle, and he'd be looking at me. I'd do this. Look around. He goes, "What are you looking at?" And I said, "I think I see Cocky." And
He ready to leave.
he just have a meltdown.
Did not like it. I
I
can't
remember
help
all
it.
that.
He tries not to, but
Yeah.
he remembers
Uncle
some.
Rick won't forget it.
He remembers some.
Remind me to ask y'all something about mascot interaction.
Okay.
Boy,
I had an
we
encounter. I had an encounter
How
with
long
Cocky.
do you give them?
Well, and that's
Yeah.
what I
Go
want to talk
ahead.
about.
Go ahead.
Are
Let's
we
talk
good?
about
We
it.
free and clear?
Yeah,
Okay.
free and
Still
clear.
got about
So,
3.5 minutes.
At the baseball game the
I
other
know
night,
what
Cocky
you're talking
came
about.
up and he wanted to thumb wrestle.
Wow.
No, he
Yes.
wanted you had to engage
Yes,
him more
and
than
so
just more
listen.
than just this.
And I will usually like somebody will say take a picture with Cocky or whatever, and I'll go that far with
Nice
it. Whatever.
haircut, stuff like
But
that.
the other day
It's just tennis.
he wanted to thumb wrestle. And I fully engaged in thumb wrestling with Cocky.
How long? Let me ask you
It went
this.
on for a minute, and I won. By the way, just want to point that out.
Did he go on longer than?
It did. It went a little longer than it needed
Bubba, that's
to, and I'm
good.
like,
Was he really trying? And
I
you
don't.
think, now I got to step my game
Well,
up?
he was at first, and I think he let me win, but I was about to let him win because it was taking so long.
See.
Ooh.
And I thought
He stayed with it.
he did. He stayed with it for way longer. Bubba David Shaw was there watching the whole thing, and I
Shaw.
thought
Shaw
I-
took the winner on.
And I thought, is he about to ask David to do this next? Like, what is going on?
Was Shaw still on the top
Did
row
y'all
in his
do
little
one-
seat?
I think Shaw had a little bit of second hand.
Did you do this looking
Yeah.
at a mascot? 1, 2, 3, 4. I challenge a thumb war.
I was in a full blown.
Okay.
I
Did
was
you
thumb
start
wrestle.
with that though? We used to
Yes.
do that.
Oh yeah. I mean, we didn't do that, but yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4. Let's have a thumb war.
Yeah.
I
mean, he
appreciate-
couldn't talk to me, but
Oh,
yeah.
No, Rick.
yeah. My
I
challenge is-
appreciate a mascot as much as anybody.
So my question is, how long?
That's
Greg?
my point. But when they're around me, I don't want it to last long. When they're interacting, they're walking by and waving. I'm talking about when they engage you.
I don't want to
personally.
be rude. Okay.
That's funny and
Yeah.
that's fun, but I don't want it. I only have a little short. I'm talking minutes.
My goal is to
Minutes,
get him to
House.
talk.
Well,
I really want him to talk.
rough. Minutes
Bubba
were
and I
long.
have been blessed to be at events a lot where there's always a certain obligation for said mascot to come over and interact with Rick and Bubba. But I will say this. I think y'all touched on something, and I think you're 100% right. My interaction with the mascot is always longer than desired.
Yeah, I have a limit, and they always overdo it.
I'm like, hey, we
That's the one that-
we got excited
Is that-
about each other.
Is that our fault because we want to be nice and we want to give him a little bit? So
You-
does he
well, you
think,
can only
okay,
fake laugh so
I
long.
can,
Yeah.
I
They
can
all
take
touch my
advantage of this
head.
a little
Yep.
bit because
I'm
this
bald.
guy.
You know what they are? You know what they are? You ever have those friends or acquaintances or people you know you never say goodbye to them smoothly and,
Yes.
never end smoothly.
Right.
They always say
yes.
one more thing and then
Yes.
you say one more thing
Yes.
and then they say one more thing. I think mascots have that problem.
They do.
They don't know how to wrap it up.
They can't. They don't have a good break. I'm gone.
Yeah. Yeah.
You're all over that.
Bottom of the hour, 866 We Be Big's our number.
Did you win?
More of the Rick and Bubba show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
6 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. Big day today. The 12 working days of Christmas begins. We start this hour with the national anthem. 12 working days of Christmas. It is the biggest giveaway of the year for the Rick and Bubba Show, and all of you that support our program around the country and around the world and all the various platforms. You have to work your way to find some way to catch the show live if you want to participate in the 12 working days of Christmas. We know there's a whole archive world out there, and you guys are going to have to find some way to be listening live to have a chance to win in the 12 working days of Christmas. We start today. We go 12 working days all the way to the big year ender on December the 18th. We have a big gift to give away every single day. And, of course, the man who will give away and pick gift number one is standing by, and that's Bill Bubba Bussey. Hey, Bubba.
Hey, Rick. Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome to another edition of the Rick and Bubba Show. Glad to have you. And, Rick, looking good today. Everything good with you? How you feeling, first off?
Well, here's kind of the update that we have, and Greg, you can give us yours too. You may have already done that on the kickoff hour. I still do not have a test. We found out yesterday for some reason, the portal's big now. Hey, go to your portal. You got to have a portal. Well, undoubtedly years ago, I guess with my kids, I must have used my email address creating their portal. So I spent yesterday, I guess, trying to find out whether Brooks' test was positive or negative. The only problem is that's I needed my portal. So I let the doctor's office know, hey, y'all gonna have to text me my result because my portal appears to be Bigelow's. So they're working on that. So I don't know whether I'll have a test result today or not. If not tomorrow. But speaking of Big Love, I will say this: he went out to get not the cheapest rapid test. He kind of went in between the long-term test and the kind of cheap pull-up cattle version of the original rapid test. He actually had an appointment for kind of an in-between, kind of the more advanced rapid test. They claim it's 99% accurate. Who knows? But anyway, his test came back negative.
Oh, good.
His took 24 hours. It wasn't immediate. It wasn't 30 minutes or anything like that. It was a full day. But his test, and he has no symptoms of any kind, and he was around Blake, who tested positive as much, if not more than me, and he came back negative. So I don't know whether I'm positive or negative. I don't feel great, but I don't feel bad. If COVID had never existed, y'all would see me at the office doing the typical every year when it first gets cold. Hey, I'm sneezing a little bit. My eyes are burning a little bit. I don't have a fever. I'm taking, Tylenol cold medicine, but I'm here today, no problem. That's how I would be acting. So
yeah, I mean, this time of year we all have it. I do that. I snort and sniff 2 or 3 times a year. So and really more than I'm not doing it. So. Well, we're glad you're doing okay. That's the key. And, we've got several stories today. They have gone back and checked the blood banks, and they are looking at blood donations all the way back to last year, and they were finding coronavirus antibodies in the donated blood as early as December of 2019. So people were being exposed back then. So it actually came to our country sooner than we thought it did.
Yeah, did you get the email yesterday from the guy that just he had some kind of medical procedure? And
yeah. Oh, yeah.
They did the antibodies test on him. He said he never has felt bad at all. And they came back and said, hey, we tested your blood. You've got the antibodies.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, I think I pulled his email, and I was going to share it with the audience today. It's pretty interesting. But it was a great email. And, again, it shows that we're learning more each and every day, but there's a lot of it still that we are discovering.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, Greg, same with you? You feeling bad at all?
No. 7 days in, we have a negative test, just looking for confirmation on that, and nobody involved has any symptoms at all.
Well, Greg, you sound good. I'll say that.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's because it's 4 a.m.
Yeah. Greg, it's 6 a.m, but I understand.
Yeah,
I know what
you mean. But I got up at 4. I mean, I've been here since 4. So.
Yeah.
You got to get that coffee down.
Yeah.
That's all that is.
25 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us. Yesterday, when we announced this new partnership, it was electric. Emails, they're pouring in now. I know, we were in the same boat. We were making jokes on the air when all of us hit our 50s and we started getting all these AARP mail, and it's like, you know what? I don't like some of the things they stand for. I don't like the way they go politically a lot, and no thank you. Did you know there is an alternative, AMAC? How about this? The Association of Mature American Citizens. All the benefits that you were kind of being offered by AARP without the political leanings. It's another critical election coming up, and a wave of concern. Bubba, it's washed across America.
Yes, it has.
Recent studies have 56% of our fellow citizens feeling anxiety, impending doom, dread about the presidential election. But amac.us/Bubba, the Association of Mature American Citizens, is more than just a senior discount organization. Now, if you want the senior discounts, good news, they're there. And this is what some of you are asking me in emails. But there's an alternative that we've been looking for to AARP. During these challenging times, the AMAC team fighting for, the stuff we talk about here, common sense. I mean, help our nation return to traditional American values. So as an amac.us/Bubba member, yes, you enjoy money-saving travel benefits for hotels, car rentals, cruises, theme parks, shows, events, movies, food, dining, and more. But they also have a lot of insurance discounts. Also gets you the AMAC magazine, free Social Security and Medicare advice, a trusted voice in Washington, and a community of like-minded patriots who love our nation. Are you ready? Go find out more. amac.us/Bubba. The link also is at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. So a lot of you got it fired up by hearing about that yesterday for the first time. All right, so we have other things to cover. Bubba, we've talked a little Trump today.
Yep.
But as we know, and look, this is nothing new, but it's always fun to document it. When you're dealing with these two political parties, you will always have the emotional left claiming that if they do something, it's righteous. If you do the same thing, you're evil.
Right.
And
all in the eye of the beholder.
It's all in the eye of the beholder because their causes are so much more important than what you may believe. So first of all, let's look at Joe Biden's administration. None of us think Joe Biden posts this stuff, but it's on social media. And this is a shot at Donald Trump of being dangerous. This is their big play. Donald Trump won't do what an American president must do. He refuses to denounce political violence. Now, hang on to that phrase. I'll say what Trump won't. Political violence is never, ever acceptable in America. Now, for some reason, you have to believe that Trump has committed political violence or encourages political violence. This is all the January 6th stuff that they keep trying to double down on. So now we could go 2 hours and 20 minutes. We probably won't go that long. But here is 2 minutes and 20 seconds straight from Democrats. And guess what they're calling for? Political violence. So here we go.
I just don't even know why there aren't uprisings all over the country, and maybe there will be.
People need to start taking to the streets. This is a dictator.
You know, there needs to be unrest in the streets for as long as there's unrest in our lives.
Enemies of the state.
Show me where it says that protests are supposed to be polite and peaceful.
Do something about
They go low, we kick them.
How do you resist the temptation to run up and wring her neck?
The biggest terror threat in this country is white men, most of them radicalized right up to the right.
I thought he should have punched him in the face. I said, even if you lost, he insulted your wife.
Yes.
He came down the escalator and called Mexicans rapists and murderers. He said, well, what do you think I should have done? I said, I think you should have punched him in the face and then gotten out of the race. You would have been a hero.
I'd like to punch him in the face.
So you hear this. It goes on. And so the Democrats, remember, though, because you're thinking, well, don't they see that they're being hypocritical? And the answer is no, and here's why. What we just said. They think them calling for people to be violent against Trump and Trump supporters, that's righteous. If Trump says anything or people say anything negative about the left or about, the election being robbed or whatever, that's dangerous. It's not righteous. You would say, well, aren't we just as passionate as you are? No. Because we're righteous and you're not. You're evil. You're wicked.
It's not even Steven. It's
right.
We're right. You're wrong. And again, we know the only sin the left acknowledges is disagreement with them.
But if you try to take them and say, well, let's drop all that. I thought y'all said political violence, and the president put on social media that political violence, anybody calling for it, cannot be tolerated. That is what y'all just called for.
That's it.
Well, we're about to run into that with Karine Jean-Pierre, the press
KJP,
and she's going to be asked. She's going to be asked by this is
Peter Ducey.
Peter Ducey's actually.
Does she have nightmares that Peter Ducey's starring in? You know?
So he's going to ask her, why can Biden, and as we played this clip the other day, and many Democrats used the term bloodbath. Biden used it in 2020. You heard all the political violence we just played for you over the past few years. Why, when the president says bloodbath in 2020, it's fine, but when Trump uses it, it's not? And then we'll all have fun with that reaction. So here we go.
So when Donald Trump is talking about a bloodbath, it is violent rhetoric. What was it when Joe Biden said in 2020, what we can't let happen is let this primary become a negative bloodbath?
So I'm going to be really mindful and careful about Donald Trump, but if you read, because he is a candidate, we're talking about the 2024 election, you should read what he said in its context. So you got to read what he said in context.
Bloodbath is an ugly word. When Trump uses it, what is it when Biden uses it?
No. Let's be very clear. You got to actually ask me the question in context of what it was said, right? And what it was said when he said that, right? In his remarks, in his speech, right? And so that's being disingenuous in your question.
I'm reading a direct quote from Joe Biden. What we can't let happen is let this primary become a negative bloodbath.
He was talking about a group of people. A group of people. That's what he's talking about. What the president was talking about during the primary was not to allow it to be the words and the primary and that election to become negative. Two different things. They're not the same. They're not the same. And your question is disingenuous. And so, look, I'm going to be really mindful here. I'm going to be really careful. We have to denounce violent rhetoric, wherever it comes from. A former leader, we have to denounce that. Because we saw what happened on January 6th. We saw what happened there.
There you go, January 6th.
When you have a mob of 2,000 people go to the Capitol
and take
because
selfies,
they didn't believe in the free and fair election that just happened months prior, because of violent rhetoric, you got to denounce that. That's not what leaders should be doing.
He was talking about the economy.
He was.
He said it's going to be an economic bloodbath.
When Mexico dumps Chinese-made cars into our market, it's going to be a bloodbath. He was talking about an economic bloodbath. Yeah. A bloodbath is a negative connotation of something gone terribly wrong.
Right.
Okay? So Biden uses it, Trump uses it, and she's trying to say the context matters, but it doesn't matter in this case because both of them are using it as a context for something you don't want to happen.
Yeah,
Trump's wasn't any worse than his.
No, that's what I say. If I was Ducey, I would say, no, what you're saying is right, but the context in which Biden used it is the same context in what Trump. Neither one of them are trying to call for people to hurt other people. They're using this term, as Bubba just pointed, as we always have, to say something's going to get really bad economically
it's
or
negative,
or whatever.
Something you want to avoid.
You could have you could say, hey, we're going to lose a lot of votes on this. It's going to be a bloodbath.
Yeah,
so what he's trying to say is, no one's using it in the way that you claim. But if you say it, it always means that. Well, then I guess it meant that when Biden said it. So she's not willing.
Well, you mean that disingenuous question?
Yeah.
No, let me tell you what's
she wouldn't go down that road.
It is you answering the question. So it's disingenuous.
And then when she doubles down on political violence, does she not know about this 2-minute, 20-second clip that we have here? No. It should be denounced no matter who does it,
selective
including fellow Democrats.
Yeah. She short-circuited. Did you see her for a second? She's like,
how did she go? So there you go. Phone calls to wrap up the hour. All 10 lines are available. We'll come back and chat with you. Helmsy takes the role now. He'll be taking those phone calls, lining them up, and we'll chat with you to wrap up this hour. The number is 866-WE-BE-BIG. All 10 lines available. We'll chat with you, America, when the show continues after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
That's
trying
me.
to talk low.
Yeah, well, I think it goes back to what Greg you're saying. Bub, you said the same thing. If no one had mentioned COVID, I don't feel any different in the weather pattern and the time of year we're in as I do any year.
Yeah. So we always have some of that, but I like sexy Greg this morning.
Yes,
Greg,
yes.
he's coming to you from Pleasant Valley. He's sexy.
What if Greg had his own podcast and he talked like that the whole time? It was called Black Coffee. Black Coffee with Greg.
Yes,
like he likes it.
I love it.
Look at him get a little pop off of it. Greg, look here, I'm getting a little pop too. Look here. I'm like baby brother.
And Greg, we do have to congratulate your son Taylor and his team, Thompson High School, Coach Freeman, on a really remarkable win in the 7A state championship in our state last night. They came from behind. If I've got these numbers right, it was 9 points. They were 9 points down, didn't have the ball with 1:14 left, and won the game.
Mm-hmm.
No, Bubba, let me tell you, we'll get into it because you always talk about. It's relevant for the show because it involves Greg's son. So we already were okay, trying to make this a national story on something that's local, important to us. But when ESPN is running it, and it's been on their main broadcast, and they've been breaking down the game, that's the good news. Most people can see what happened in this high school game in Alabama last night because ESPN's showing it.
Yeah, they were just as y'all were just bringing it up. They were just showing big finishes, and it shows it, and we're actually showing it now on our channel as well.
Bubba, I just want you to know that I could not believe what I was seeing. Do you realize how many football games that this group of men have watched in our lives?
Oh yeah, I mean, look, we were probably literally feet away from one of the craziest finishes of all time, the Music City Miracle.
Yes.
And we've seen kick sixes, we've seen punts, we've seen this, we've seen Hail Marys. I mean, but wow, I got up and saw. I did not see the game live, but I saw the highlights this morning, and I just could not believe what I was seeing.
Bubba, I'm not exaggerating. We can come back and break it down and all the details of it. I'm not exaggerating. I can show you my text. I started consoling my nephew and said, hey, man, I hate your quarterback got hurt, taking nothing away from Auburn, but I think we were all robbed of what could have been a great game because the premier quarterback for Thompson gets hurt in the second quarter and never comes back. And I said, man, we missed a chance at a great game. But, hey, you had a great season. Just keep coaching for the next game. You know what I had to send back? Never mind.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, so Bubba, you were telling me about this Christmas star story. What are we talking about?
Rick, let me ask you this before we go, just a bit of housekeeping. Could you hear the bad music coming back then before you started talking?
Yes.
Okay. All right, good.
Yeah,
We're
loud and clear.
Okay.
It was great. Now, when I start talking, goodbye.
Oh, so when you talk, it leaves?
Well, yeah, it's very faint.
Okay.
That's fine. We'll do one more test coming back, and we'll see.
We're trying to run it down.
Well, how about this, though? But
I'll tell you this. If it doesn't work, the next break, then we're going to do something else.
Yeah. How about this, though?
I hear that loud and clear.
There you go. Keep
Until
talking.
I talk.
Which probably is a problem, Rick.
I always like to ask, what is Thomas Dolby doing today?
You know what? You know what you are? You're Old Faithful on that one.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. That geyser's coming up.
Mm-hmm.
But, I mean, if I'd had a hit like that, I just wonder, is he like sitting in bed today? I know he was teaching a class for a while about scoring movies. I think it was.
Yeah,
Rick,
you're right.
On December the 21st, we will have a special event happening in our country in the sky at night. Saturn and Jupiter, the two largest planets in our solar system, will align into a beautiful, bright star. This is the first time they have aligned this close together since the Middle Ages. According to Forbes magazine, the two planets will look like a double planet and provide an extraordinary amount of light. That's their term. The last time these two planets aligned like this was on March the 4th, 1226, according to astronomer Patrick Hartigan at
Lines are open. Bring it in. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Helmsy's taking those phone calls. We got some lined up right now. Things you need to know. Wednesday Bible study back today. We'll do that here in a few if you're catching the live show. Noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern from the studio today. The archive will be out later if that doesn't work for you. And we're in 2 Corinthians 12 today. We'll talk about the Apostle Paul and the thorn in his flesh. Really, really provocative stuff today. So if you get a chance, catch that today. Cannon is in Albany, Georgia. Bubba and I, we learned how to say it right. Albany, Georgia. So go ahead, Cannon. How are you?
I'm doing great, guys. How are y'all doing?
Fired up, Cannon. That's all we know is to be fired up.
I hear you. I love you guys.
Thank you.
And I just want to wish a shout out to my angel Danielle, 25th wedding anniversary today.
1, 2, happy anniversary, baby. I got you on my mind. To his angel. How about that, Greg? How about to his angel?
To his angel.
Yeah. Let's go to Tony out of Tupelo, Mississippi, the birthplace of Elvis Presley. Tony, how are you?
I'm good. Hey, guys, I was wanting to know the origin of the Play That Country Tuba song with Speedy, and I would really love it if Beth Moen could talk Speedy into doing it today for your 30th year. Thank you, guys.
Yeah. Wonder if there's a chance to get Speedy to do Tuba Gooden. I give you yards.
You know where your hat is?
Nothing to do with it. I don't blame
I think it's in
the origin is that we had an intern that played the tuba, and we nicknamed him Tuba Gooden, and this was the Tuba Gooden's theme song. Yeah. But what I don't know is what's the origin of Speedy dancing to it? Where did that come from?
He just one day decided to do it, I think.
Really? Why were we playing?
He's a master of physical humor. And,
I did. And you said, I found a hat. You said, we need a hat. So I put a hat up.
Yeah, but why did you start dancing to it?
I don't know if I did. I think I was just acting like I was playing.
And then he got up and started moving around.
One thing led to another.
Started dancing on people.
Here comes Calvin Speedy Wilbur, and he's thinking about doing for everyone today. Tuba Gooden. Standing down here, we're going to have yards. Play the song. Stormy Bootin' now, yeah. There he is. There he goes. Yeah. There he goes.
I can't get enough of that. That's one of those things that every time it's good, you know.
All right, Flip says he's going to tell on his wife on a speeding ticket. Hey, Flip.
That was good.
By the way, I'm coming to Hendersonville, Tennessee, I think August 1st. I'll be speaking at a men's event there at the First Baptist. So if you're in town, come see me. So tell me what's going on.
Well, here's the deal. New Year's Day, we will be married 35 years.
Wow, okay.
However, during our first month of marriage, both of us were living in a one-bedroom apartment. So Yvette gets off to go to work and gets a ticket on the road we lived on the way to work. And then coming back from work that same day, gets another ticket on the same road with a different cop.
Wow.
And when he's writing the ticket, she starts to laugh, and he says, "Do you think something's funny about this?" And she said, "Well, I got one on this road this morning." And so he said, "Well, now you're getting another one."
Wow.
And then we went to court. Listen, then we went to court, and she goes down front. They call her name. She goes down front. The judge says, "Miss Gregory," and she said, "Your Honor, if you'll look down the stack, you'll find another one."
That's good.
And then she starts to say, "Well, this is our first month of marriage, and I was excited about getting home." She got out of both of them.
No, she did not. No, she did not. She put the newlywed card.
Hey, well, you know, when you marry, there's all kinds of good things you can do on that first month. You know,
correct.
It's like a new toy.
Yeah,
she just couldn't get home. She was waiting to get home to Big Papa.
And the judge let her go.
Hey, dang the speed limit.
Oh my goodness!
I say y'all play the house.
Good stuff.
Play it.
Play
it one time.
We continue. Let's go to Craig in Alex City. Craig, go ahead.
Green Acres, guys.
Thanks for the call, Craig. Go ahead.
Yeah, they said they spotted Lizzo walking down the streets of Taiwan to get some shrimp fried rice.
Okay, buddy.
Over there.
She slipped and fell. Chain reaction.
That's good stuff.
She said recently that she was going to retire, actually. Did y'all see that?
Yeah, she's mad about something.
But then she got back on board when she saw her grocery bill.
Okay.
That's Adler.
Dean in Kansas City. Dean, welcome. How you doing, buddy?
Play it.
Yes, sir. Y'all talked about Kansas City earlier about possibly moving to Birmingham. I was just going to actually, obviously, they're not going to move, but they're looking at if they want Pat to be kind of like the Braves moving to Cobb County, and then they're going to move across the stadium across the state line into Kansas if they'll pay for it.
Yeah, we did mention that. You might have missed that.
They
on the
could
show.
stay in Kansas City, but actually change states.
Right. Yeah.
That was weird.
Casey in Alabama. Casey, go ahead.
Yeah, I was had a question about Easter. I tried to do a little bit of research on it, but I wanted to get your opinion. I was talking to a lady, and I was just making conversation and asked, what they did for Easter, and she said, well, they didn't celebrate Easter; they celebrate Passover. So, and I know a lot of it has to do with the calendars, but if they don't align with each other, Easter with Passover, as Christians, why do we not go by their calendar, actually celebrate the resurrection on Passover?
I think we do.
Well, I thought that too, Bubba, and I had people email us and say we were wrong, and they showed me that we were wrong. So I honestly do not know the answer to that because I always thought that the reason why it moved around is because we moved it to where Passover was.
Which is so many full moons after the beginning of the year.
And then I was corrected by people who showed me throughout history that it doesn't always fall on Passover.
Well, I
so
sure thought it did.
I did too. I was in your camp. So I really, honestly, Casey, don't know the answer to that. And I'm sure somebody does, but I just don't.
Okay, I appreciate it.
Yeah, because I was like you. I thought that we lined up with Passover every time, but I was proven wrong on that. We continue. Tom in Pell City listening to ZZK. Tom, go ahead.
Two stories real quick. My wife got 3 tickets in one time. Expired tag, expired license, and speeding. So, and we ended up having to pay him. And now you're talking about the state troopers. I had this clown on 26-9 heading towards Pell City from Birmingham, cut in and out of traffic. Almost hits me with no signal. So I'm going to call the state on somebody that does something like that because they're going to hurt somebody.
Sure.
So when I called him, I thought, they're not going to catch him. It was a gray Tesla. I saw him three exits down. I said, "Oh, they got the son of a gun. Heck yeah, one for the state troopers. There you go."
Yeah, doesn't that feel good because reckless drivers, we do need to get them off the road.
Yes, I agree.
Because they're a danger.
They are.
Now I'm kind of with Bubba, and we're all kind of going together in a group, and we're somewhere.
How did I get so lucky?
I know. Yeah, that's one of those things where I think I discovered on my first ever morning turkey hunt when 5 gobblers were coming. Thought it was 4. I actually went back and looked. It was 5. And I said, which one should I shoot? And they said, well, whatever. Just pick one out.
Yeah, pick one out.
Yeah,
You'll get him.
And I think sometimes there is well, here they all come, and they're all speeding. Let's pick one out.
Yeah.
And why? It feels bad when you're the one picked.
Yeah.
It does.
Yeah. Now, if you're leading the pack, that's
maybe so.
Yeah, maybe so. But
when you're pinned in back there, you're like, what?
Don't you ever play that game where you kind of have another car that wants you to be in front? You're like, no, you be in front.
Yeah, you go
because maybe they'll get you, not me, and then they let you go back in the front, and they get right back in there behind you. All right, so we're drafted now. I want you to be up front. I don't know why we think the person up front gets ticketed. I don't think they do.
I don't know.
Thanks for being with us, guys. If you're wrapping up time with the Rick and Bubba show today, we thank you. Catch any archive of any part of the show you missed, either on our YouTube channel or podcast channel later today. If you got more Rick and Bubba, enjoy it.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.